forensic pathology?
Forensic pathology is a subspecialty of anatomic pathology that specializes in postmortem examination or autopsies that we do in order to, as I mentioned, render an opinion on the cause and manner of death.
And are you licensed as a medical examiner in Texas?
Yes, sir.
And how long have you, or when were you licensed?
2015.
Okay. Now, can you explain for the jury, what does a medical examiner do?
So primarily we do autopsies, which essentially are full internal examinations of people who passed away, and through the course of that examination and then additional testing, which can include toxicology, microscopic section if necessary, we're trying to figure out what caused the person's death and how that cause came to occur.
And have you done few or many autopsies?
Quite a few.
How many would you estimate?
Close to, or over 3,500.
Now, can you describe to the jury what happens when a body comes into the medical examiner's office?
So essentially, once the body is received, every morning we have a meeting where we divide up all the cases that are there for the day. At that time, afterwards, we just go down to the autopsy suite and can be going all at the same time, just depending on how busy the day is.
And typically, is that how you start every morning performing autopsies?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, whenever a body comes into the medical examiner's office, is that given a unique ID number?
So actually, as soon as the case or a death is reported to our office, the investigators will give you the case.
And what is the purpose of that number?
So the number is created so that every individual death and every individual case that comes in has its own unique identifier, and everything that is associated with it or is created during the process will have that number associated with it as well.
Okay, so for instance, if the autopsy will have that number on it, but also if any DNA analysis is done, or maybe gunshot residue analysis, things like that, they all keep that same number.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That way we can keep everything together. How are the cases assigned? You talked about the meeting in the morning. How are those cases assigned?
They're essentially random after we do select cases for the fellows who are training, but after that, we essentially just shuffle them up and hand them out to everybody who's present.
Okay. Now, do you autopsy everyone who dies?
No, even all the cases that are reported to our office don't necessarily come to our office and don't necessarily need an autopsy.
What are the circumstances that you will do an autopsy?
In general, most cases that are sudden unexpected of a violent nature or don't have an obvious natural cause, then we would most likely do an autopsy.
Okay. Now, after that ID is given to that particular body, what happens next?
So when the death is reported and the investigator creates that number, they'll collect information from whoever's reporting the case, whether it be someone at the hospital, if the death is there, or if it's a crime scene, it may be law enforcement. They'll collect as much information about the death as they can. In some cases, if it's particularly relevant, and it's a case in Dallas County, one of our investigators may go to the scene and actually, with the transport team, and take photographs of the scene and actually transport the body from the scene directly to our office. And then after that, they make a narrative, put all that information into a report, what we go over in that morning meeting, and then will be available to the medical examiner prior to that.
How long does it usually take from the time that a person dies until they actually have an autopsy?
So that varies. The more poignant question is how long when they're found.
Right, yeah.
Yes. But essentially, as soon as, or once someone comes to our office, usually within 24 hours, they're having an autopsy. Any case that's at the office, usually by 7 a.m., will get an autopsy that day, and then when it comes in during the day, it will be the following day.
Okay. Now, on January 23rd, 2022, was the body of Octavio Velasquez brought into the medical examiner's office for an autopsy?
I'm not sure exactly when he arrived, but that was when the autopsy, it does appear that he was brought in that day and the autopsy was performed on the 24th of January.
Okay, so the body was brought in on the 23rd, and then the autopsy was performed on the 24th.
I believe so.
Okay. Now, was Octavio Velasquez's body given a unique ID number?
Yes, sir.
What was that number?
So the number associated with the case is IFS-22-01708-unique.
Your Honor, may I approach?
May.
Dr. Limpfest, I'm going to show you it's been previously marked as State's Exhibit number 2. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, sir. It's a photograph that we essentially call a face shot, but it's of the decedent's face with their case number after the body's been cleaned. And
Okay.
it's a standard photo we do on every case.
And what's the purpose of this photograph?
It's essentially just to have a photograph that shows a full frontal image of the person's face with their case number.
Okay. And does the case number that's displayed on this photograph match the case number of the person that you knew as Octavio Velasquez?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that number is IFS 22-01708, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the law for State's Exhibit number 2 for all purposes. No objection.
All right, State's Exhibit number 2 is admitted for all purposes.
Okay. Now, as far as that number goes, is that 22, does that indicate the year that the autopsy is performed?
Yes, it is.
And the 01708, what's the meaning of that number?
So the 5-digit number is just the next number that's available for a death when it's reported or for a case that's coming in.
Okay. And again, that is a unique number that's assigned only to him.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, once he comes in, obviously, we've got this one photograph. Do you do photographs as part of your examination?
Yes, so every autopsy will get a full frontal shot of the face and then full overalls of the front of the body once it's been cleaned. In some cases, particularly in cases that are suspected to be a homicide or a suicide, we would do what we call an as-is photograph, which is full frontal photographs just as the body is received once the body bag is open. So if they still have clothing on or medical therapy, things like that, they would still be in those photos. Those are the standard photos, and then beyond that, anything that we deem appropriate, we can take photographs of. Usually it's injuries or things of that nature that may be related to the death, and we would take those usually before the autopsy starts, and then with any additional photographs can be taken during the time of the autopsy.
Okay. And what's the purpose of taking those photographs?
Essentially just another way of documenting visually what is going to be described in the autopsy report and what we're seeing at the autopsy.
Okay. Now, as part of the process of performing an autopsy, do you generate a report based upon your findings?
Yes.
And is that report kept as a regular part of your business there at the Southwest Institute of Forensic Science?
Yes.
And the medical examiner's office?
Sorry, yes it is.
And are you a custodian of those records?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may. Sorry, as you can see, I'm trying to get these microphones on. I don't know what's happening. Not even mine is working. been here since '87, so. If you can't hear, please raise your hand. All right. Doctor, if you could maybe project your voice a little bit for us. Thank you.
Okay, Doctor, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 41. Do you recognize this?
Yes, sir. This is a copy of the autopsy report, copy of a diagram that we often make showing injuries, and a copy of my notes, and a copy of the investigative narrative.
And is this a true and correct copy of the autopsy report?
Yes, it is.
Along with, like you said, the bench notes, and I think, I didn't realize I had the investigative narrative one back there. Okay, but that's the investigative narrative. And these are true and accurate copies, and these are regularly kept in the course of your business there at the Southwest Institute of Forensic Sciences.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time we'll offer State's Exhibit number 41 for all purposes.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibit 41 is admitted for all purposes.
All right, and then, Doctor, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 42 through 46. Can you tell us what those are?
So 42, 43, 45, and 46 are all photographs that were taken at the time of the autopsy, and 44 is a copy of the x-ray that was done at the time of the autopsy.
Okay, and these are these true and accurate depictions of the body of Octavio Velasquez as it looked when you performed the autopsy on January 24th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and do each of them also show that same unique ID number, the IFS 2201708?
Yes,
All right, this time we'll offer State's Exhibits 42 through 46 for all purposes.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, states exhibits 42 through 46, that autopsy photos and x-ray are admitted for all purposes.
And may I publish these, Judge?
You may.
All right. So, well, first, can you just describe for the jury, what is the process that you go through when you perform an autopsy?
So we kind of ran through it a little bit earlier, but in this particular case, the case came in as a suspected homicide, so we would have done those as-is photographs that I described once the body bag was open. We've taken full overall photographs of the front of the body. The body would have been, all any clothing, property, things of that nature would have been taken off the body and documented. And it also was reported to be a suspected gunshot wound case, so the body would have been x-rayed as well. And usually that's all done prior to doing much more. And then the body would have been cleaned. We would have done more photographs from the outside of the body, and then examine the outside of the body, looking for any injuries or natural disease or things of that nature that may be related to the death. In this particular case, we identified what looked like several wounds that appeared to be gunshot wounds. Those were photographed and documented. And then after that, we would have done an internal examination, so removing the organs in the brain, sectioning through those further, again, looking for injury or any natural disease that may be related to the death. And that's pretty much the order that the autopsy would go.
Okay. And when you're doing your external examination, how do you proceed? So you do top to bottom, front first, back forward. How do you do that?
So I usually use, try to standardize and do the same thing every day. The external exam in the report is basically describing what that person looks like. So I would always run through all those normal things: hair color, eye color, general appearance of the body, and any abnormal development or anything like that. And then I would look for injuries and things of that nature. And usually just work head to toe from one side of the body to the other. And then we would tilt the body to make sure we can look at the back of the body. If there's a significant amount of findings on the posterior or the back of the body, we usually turn the body over to be able to do that. So that's essentially how the external is done.
Okay. And in this particular case, were there injuries to both sides of the body?
So in this case, the primary injuries were all on the back of the body, on the upper aspect of the back and on the back of the neck.
Okay. And as we talked about earlier, were there also injuries in the front?
Yes, he did have some additional injuries on the face as well.
Oh, I remember what I was asking you. I just showed you these photos that we put into evidence. Were these all the photos that you took that day?
No, I took more than that.
But we met several months ago, and these were the ones that we determined would be best to demonstrate to the jury the information that they needed to make this.
That's right.
All right, so let's look at the report. And you have a copy there in front of you, I guess.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this indicates that the decedent is Octavio Velasquez, 25 years old. Date of birth is 12/20/1996, and it shows the date of death is 1/23/2022. Now that says actual. Do you always know when a person died?
No, again, it kind of depends on when they're found, the condition of the body, circumstances surrounding the case. So sometimes it might say estimated, like the time of death says below it, which is more reflective of when the body's found. No, really, it is not actually saying that's the time the person died.
Right, and I'm sure that there are times when you know the exact time of death, but in most instances, you're not going to know the exact time.
That's good.
I know on TV and the movies, they always ask the medical examiner, can you give me a time of death? And they say, well, I'd say it was about 36 hours ago. Is that something that generally you can actually do?
So it's not realistic to give an exact time of death. At best, it's usually a range of hours, and then the
And there's lots of factors like where the body was, how warm or cold it was outside or inside, if that's where they were, things like that.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So, indicates that you have the description here like you talked about, clad in a gray t-shirt with defects. What does defects mean?
I use that just to describe if there's holes or something abnormal for the shirt.
Okay. In this case, there were bullet holes in the shirt.
They appear to be, yes.
Okay. Blue denim pants, navy blue boxer shorts. Describes the contents of his pockets, things like that. Indicates the body of a well-developed, well-nourished Hispanic male whose appearance is compatible with the stated age of 25 years. Indicates he's 217 pounds, 68 inches. 68 inches, that's 5'8", correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, and then we just have a general description of his appearance, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, in this case, there's no evidence of therapy. Sometimes people come to you having been intubated or they'll have done various surgeries on them, things like that. None of that was true in this case, correct?
That's correct. He didn't have any therapy on the body.
Okay. Okay, so let's talk about, excuse me, evidence of injury. Can you describe what you saw in terms of injury?
Yes, sir. So, as I mentioned, the decedent had several wounds that looked like they were gunshot wounds. There were 3 wounds actually, so there's essentially 3 holes. 2 on the upper shoulder, upper back, and then 1 on the back of the neck. The 2 lower ones on the back were very superficial, meaning the bullet probably just going just underneath the skin and came back out. There was actually a little piece of skin between the 2 entrance, or between the entrance and exit wounds, and some abrasion which is pretty typical to see with gunshot wounds. And then just superior to the middle wound was the entrance into the posterior neck, so we call it a re-entrance wound. So essentially the bullet went in, came out, and went back in. His neck and his shoulder were very close proximity to each other. Once the describe after re-entering the body?
Well, let's talk about we'll talk about that in a moment. Let's look at the injuries real quick. So I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 42. And what am I looking at there?
So this is kind of as I described, the body's tilted onto its right side so that we can see these injuries on the left upper back and the left side of the neck. And so it actually kind of looks like one long wound, but it is actually 3 individual wounds. It was hard to manipulate the head to get a better picture, but the lowest part closest to the sticker is the first entrance wound. You can see again that strip of skin, and then it exited, and then it re-entered up on the neck.
Okay. As we can see here, and here's a State's Exhibit 43 is a little bit closer look at that, but we can see that here we still have intact skin, so we kind of have an entrance, an exit, and then another entrance. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, so can you describe where is the final entrance there?
So it's essentially the re-entrance is at the base of the left side of his neck, or at the bottom of the neck.
Okay. And where did it go from there?
So once the bullet entered the left side of the neck, it was traveling, at least in the body, in an upward direction, and it went into the skull at that point, traveling through the bone, the back of the skull, the occipital bone, and then it passed through the cerebellar hemisphere, the lower part of the brain on the left side, really closely to the brainstem itself, crossed through the brain to the right side of the brain, and ultimately came to rest in the right frontal lobe, or the front right side of the brain. And the bullet was there, and we were able to recover that during the autopsy.
Now, so it went through the skull into the, and if you just state again what the trajectory was as it went through.
So you'll see that the trajectory is written there in the autopsy report. And so what that means when we're describing that is just
as you stated, that is, you're speaking anatomically. In other words, you're not making a comment on which direction the bullet was traveling in space.
Right, so it's just a description of where the bullet traveled once it was inside the body. It doesn't really tell me much about positioning of the body or position of where the bullet came from. As long as there's nothing in the way of that part of the body, then it's feasible that you can have a lot of different paths that the bullet could have taken before it got to the body. So that's what we just described what happened once it's in the body.
Okay. Because people move, and depending on the position of the body at the time it was that the bullet entered, you know, if for instance a person was bent forward and the bullet went in, it could have this sort of trajectory. So even though the bullet might have been traveling straight in space, the way it will be described in autopsy is moving upward, because that's the direction of travel through the body, anatomically.
Yeah, right, that's right.
Okay. Now, was this wound, can you tell us, give us an idea of what would have happened to the decedent when this bullet went through his head?
So as I mentioned, the bullet went through his skull, or into the skull and through his brain, and crossing both sides and involving the brainstem. So a wound like this, I would expect to be immediately incapacitating and almost instantly fatal.
So this was not a survivable injury.
No.
Okay, and then what other injuries did you note?
So the other injuries that he had were all on the face. He had some, basically they're all what we refer to as abrasions, meaning just the top layer of the skin has been rubbed off by some object, either the body hitting something or something hitting the body. So he had some abrasions over the left eyebrow and a few more abrasions on the left side of the face around the left eye.
Okay, so I'm going to show you, let's see here. Well, first let's do this, so that we can see, what am I, this is State's Exhibit number 44. Can you tell us what we see here?
Yes, sir. So this is the x-ray that was taken at the time of the autopsy. As I mentioned, anybody with suspected gunshot wounds would be x-rayed in order to determine if they have any retained projectiles or fragments of projectiles. In this case, we saw in the head there was what appeared to be a bullet, and in fact was. We were able to recover it during the autopsy.
Okay, so we can see there. We can see there in State's Exhibit number 44, this bright spot in sort of the, as we're looking at the photo, the top left corner of the skull there, is where we see that bright spot. Is that the bullet?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's where it came to rest.
That's right.
And then State's Exhibit number 46, what is this?
This is a photograph that I took after the autopsy. Once the bullet was retrieved and cleaned off, I would photograph it with the envelope that it was ultimately sealed in.
Okay, so that's the bullet that was retrieved from Mr. Velasquez's head.
That's correct.
Now, we described these abrasions. I'll show you State's Exhibit number 2. We can kind of see here on the front side of the head a little bit, and then State's Exhibit number 45. Now, do these abrasions appear to be contemporaneous with the decedent's death?
Yes, I mean, based on their appearance, they likely occurred at or around the time of death.
Okay. And how would you describe these?
So essentially just as red tan abrasions or red purple abrasions, just depending on, and it, like I said, they're just disruption of the most upper layers of skin, usually resulting from the skin rubbing against one surface.
Okay. So these injuries would not have been fatal?
No, they were not.
Okay. Now, we can see here these sort of striations along this abrasion. What does that indicate?
There are some linear injuries or kind of straight looking abrasions there. It might represent a pattern of whatever the object is that caused the abrasions themselves.
Okay, and would it indicate that the skin was basically dragged, for lack of a better word, dragged across a rough surface?
It could be, I mean, an abrasion in general is basically just having the abrasions essentially is due to something rubbing on the skin surface.
Okay. And that could potentially indicate, I guess, the motion of a body against the ground.
So the abrasions don't really give us any sense of direction, but I mean, like I said, it's definitely the body rubbing against something or something rubbing on the surface.
Okay. And up here we have this discoloration here at the top of the abrasion. What does that indicate?
I think that's just more, it looks like it's more just like a confluent area of abrasion, just kind of like what's over his eyebrow.
Okay. And would that potentially indicate maybe where the head actually struck, and so that's why it's darker than the rest of the abrasion that leads from it?
It could be, given that it's probably a more, or slightly deeper injury than the rest of it.
Okay.
Possibly.
So this is the deepest part here, and then we have these striations that start here, but that continue down across some of the face there.
That's right.
Now, let me ask you hypothetically, would this be consistent with a person being shot? And may I approach, Judge?
You may.
Would this be consistent with a person turning and being bent in this kind of fashion when the bullet hit the shoulder and then up into the head?
Sorry, can you,
Okay, if a person, okay, Judge, can I have my co-counsel step up as well?
You may.
Okay. All right. So come, stand here, and so I kind of want, it's okay if the doctor steps on as well,
He may.
so that we can do this where everybody can see. We can see from the photographs that the injury is basically kind of on the left-hand side, and that it travels through the upper part of the shoulder, correct?
yes.
And then into the base of the neck and on through the head. Now, from the position of the, or from the trajectory of the bullet, it ends up somewhere up in the top right area of the skull, is that correct?
More the front, right? But
The front right, okay. So that would indicate a trajectory that's kind of going like this if the person's body is in this position. Would that be correct?
yes, it applies in that position.
Okay, so based on the injury that we see, based on the trajectory that you observed, based on where the bullet landed, would it be consistent with a person who is in, and also based on the contusion, which is to the left side, would it be consistent with the person, I'm sorry, I'm hurting back here. With the person who was ducked, shot, and then continued forward and landed, you don't have to do that, buddy. Continued forward and landed on their face, causing the contusion on the head and the scrapes along the side of the face. Would that be consistent?
It could be.
Thanks, Doctor. Now, you indicated that you do an internal exam. Were there any other injuries that you observed during your internal exam?
No, there were no other injuries.
Okay, so the only evidence of injury that you have in your report are going to be under head and neck, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Everything else is cardiovascular, respiratory, hepatobiliary, his gastrointestinal system, all those appeared normal?
Yes, all the organ systems during the internal examination appeared appropriate for a normal, healthy 25-year-old.
Okay. Now, we do see here that toxicology was performed, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What came back on the toxicology?
So the toxicology was positive for ethanol or alcohol and cocaine, essentially. Everything else is either a combination. Coke-ethylene is a compound that is formed from when cocaine and ethanol are both present in the body. And then the other two things that are listed are both metabolites of cocaine and just breakdown products of cocaine. So essentially what's it's showing is that he had alcohol and cocaine in his blood at the time.
Okay. So, because we see here cocaine, coca-ethylene, how do you say the next one?
Ethylene, methyl ester, and benzoyl-adenine.
Okay, I'll take your word on those. So, but those don't indicate four separate substances. That's just, the substance goes into the body breaks it down, and as it disposes of those, it turns it into other things. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. So we have a mixture of alcohol and cocaine in the system.
Yes, sir.
Are you able to characterize whether this was a lot or a little of cocaine? Can you say that?
So I can't really speak to the level of cocaine or what its influence might have been on a particular individual without knowing anything about their use history or when they used it.
Okay. What's the cutoff level for testing, where it's going to show up?
I actually don't know the lower limit
Okay.
for our testing.
Okay. And can you tell us what effect cocaine has on the body?
So cocaine is a stimulant that has numerous different effects. It usually causes the blood pressure to go up. It usually causes the person's heart rate to increase. It can cause more alertness or awakeness. It can cause a person to be energetic, things of that nature.
And can you tell us, if you know, how long do the effects of cocaine last in the body?
So essentially they're pretty short acting, at least the primary effects, usually less than half an hour. They can be longer than that, but for primary effects of cocaine, the effect is fairly short.
And is that affected by a person who uses cocaine frequently? Or would it last maybe longer for someone who uses it infrequently versus someone who uses it frequently?
It could. It really depends from person to person how it's going to affect their body.
Okay. And same with alcohol. How does that affect the body?
So alcohol is a depressant. It actually is meant to be more, or it slows things down more in the body than something like a stimulant would. But it can have all types of various effects, whether it be increasing somebody's energy or causing loss of inhibition towards judgment, things of that nature. But as far as the physiological effects on the body, it should be more of a depressant than a stimulant.
Okay. And what about when those two are mixed?
So if someone uses cocaine and ethanol, you can get the byproduct of coca-ethylene, which you see there. It actually is known to have, or described to have more stimulant effect. It kind of enhances the effect of cocaine. And so it might just make those things that I referred to before, as far as like high blood pressure, increasing heart rate, things of that nature, more pronounced and may even cause them to last a little bit longer.
Okay. And might make somebody stay up all night, that sort of thing.
It could.
Okay. So can you tell us, were you able to make a determination as to the manner and means of death?
Yes, so the manner of death refers to how the cause occurred. And in this particular case, the manner was ruled a homicide, meaning that suicide, natural, accident, and undetermined.
And this one was ruled a homicide, and what was the means of death?
So the means of the cause of death was ruled a gunshot wound of the neck into the head.
So a gunshot is caused by a firearm, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and a firearm's a deadly weapon?
yes, it is.
Okay. And would shooting someone with a firearm, would that be an act that would be clearly dangerous to human life?
Yes, it can be.
And then just, we see lots and lots of, you signed this first, and then we see lots and lots of other signatures. What's the purpose of all the signatures?
So in our office, it's just a standard protocol that every medical examiner that's available will review any case that's going to be ruled as a homicide. Essentially, they're not necessarily reading every word of the report, but we're looking at the cause and manner and the findings to make sure that we're all in agreement. And so then once that's done, all medical examiners also sign on it.
Oh, one other thing I forgot to ask you, Dr. Lindquist, is that the alcohol and cocaine in Mr. Velasquez's system, would that have in any way contributed to his death?
With a type of injury like this, it would not have been a true story.
Thank you, Doctor. I'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. Dr. Lindquist, I'm going to have some questions for you. If you don't understand any of my questions, just let me know, okay? You and I spoke on the phone a week or two ago.
Yes.
No. I appreciate you taking the time to talk with me. So kind of starting at the end of your testimony, the manner and means, the finding of homicide, that is a technical term for a medical examiner that doesn't exactly match the legal realm. Is that fair?
Yes, so when we rule in a manner that they're essentially medical technicians from the field of forensic pathology and don't have criminal implication. In this case, like I said, the homicide indicates just that the cause was the result of the actions of another person.
Right, so put simply, homicide doesn't mean murder.
That's good.
And homicide, for you, doesn't take into account legal defenses, self-defense, and that sort of thing.
No, it doesn't when we're trying to rule in a manner.
If someone causes the death of another, whether it's accidentally or involuntarily, for a forensic pathologist, that's a homicide.
For the most part, yes.
The injuries to the face, after a person dies, blood accumulates in certain spots depending on how the body's laying. Is that fair?
Yes.
So if a person's body is laying face down for any period of time, the blood is going to start accumulating in, if I'm laying face down, then the blood is going to start accumulating here and other parts of my body that are making contact with the ground.
Yes, so that can happen. That's what we refer to as livor mortis, settling of blood after death. But that it's still there, even though we were seeing them on their back, it would indicate that they've been in that position for usually at least 6 to 8 hours, or at least a little while. And so in this case, seeing that stuff on his face, those are all consistent with abrasions. That is not related.
Okay. I want to talk to you for a moment about blood alcohol concentration and how it's determined in your field as a medical examiner. Okay?
Okay.
When a living person is suspected of being intoxicated, like if they get pulled over for DWI, their blood can be tested either via breath or via blood draw, and that whole blood is a pretty accurate determinant of their level of intoxication at that moment. Is that fair?
Yes, that's fair.
After a person dies, the testing of the whole blood is not as straightforward when determining the level of the accuracy. Is that right?
It wouldn't vary that much unless they're decomposing, which can have some effect just because decomposition can produce ethanol. But if there's no indication that the person's decomposing, the levels that we see should be pretty accurate to what it was when they died.
Yeah. To be fair though, I mean, after death, maybe decomposition is not the right word, but the invasion of the body by microbes, by yeast, by bacteria begins pretty much immediately.
Yes.
And of course it gets more over time, obviously.
Correct.
And those microbes produce what I would call alcohol, but the technical term is ethanol.
They can.
And so other factors like chemical oxidation, evaporation, there's a lot of things that can affect that alcohol level as time goes on.
They could, but I mean, unless there's, like I said, some evidence that the person's been dead for at least a while, I would expect the alcohol levels to be pretty accurate.
So it's well known in the field of forensic pathology that when you're testing for blood alcohol concentration, you generally want to test multiple areas or multiple sites, like whole blood, vitreous fluid from the eye, etc.
It's pretty standard to test both of those, to test blood and vitreous if they're available.
And y'all did that in this case.
That's right.
And vitreous, again, was well known. So vitreous fluid is the fluid inside of one's eyeball.
That's right.
And because that eyeball is a self-contained unit, it is less susceptible to those processes we talked about, oxidation and evaporation and bacterial invasion.
That's right.
And so the vitreous fluid is known as a more accurate, or can be a more accurate determination of the blood alcohol concentration or level of intoxication at the time of death.
Yeah, so the way that we usually describe it is that the vitreous is a more protected fluid, and so it's not going to be quite as metabolized as what we're seeing in the blood. And so it's standard to see, like we see in this case, the vitreous is usually a little bit higher than the blood level, and what that indicates to us is that at some point the person was at least at that level that we're seeing in the vitreous at or shortly before their time.
Okay. And so I'm going to put State's Exhibit number 41, your autopsy report, up, and I'm going to go to the page that has the toxicology result of that. Thank you. Yes, sir. So we see here we see here alcohol from the blood was a .097,
That's right.
and the legal limit in Texas, is a .08.
That's right.
So 0.097 would be intoxicated.
Right, a little above the legal definition of intoxication.
vitreous down here, that's the fluid from inside the eye, is at the 0.129, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you said that that's at or near the time of death.
Yes.
So I think when we talked on the phone, you said within maybe 20 or 30 minutes, or definitely less than an hour, that person was at a 0.129?
Probably within that range.
Judge, may I approach the well?
No.
Okay. Turn to a fresh page here. Okay, Dr. Linkus, I'm going to write your name here at the top because you're the witness testifying. And you said that the blood alcohol that you tested it was 0.097 from the blood and 0.12, was it 129?
Yes.
From the vitreous. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that 0.129, you said that is, again, more accurate, close in time, and an indication that within 20, 30 minutes, definitely less than an hour, Octavio Velasquez was at a 0.129.
Yes, it's a reflective of the level that he would have been at prior to.
Okay. And so Octavio Velasquez is definitely legally intoxicated. All right, put that right in my halfway, so I can't see you. Let me move that back a little bit. So Mr. Velasquez is legally intoxicated on alcohol, and that's before we take into consideration the cocaine.
That's correct.
You talked about alcohol being a depressant, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you mentioned this earlier, cocaine, when it's taken with alcohol, it creates this new substance called cocaethylene. Or,
That's correct.
okay. And cocaethylene is what's known as a psychoactive metabolite.
That's true. Yes.
And it has a longer half-life than cocaine.
Yes, I believe so.
So when half-life means how long it stays in the body before the body's metabolism eats it up, for lack of a better term.
So half-life is how long it takes to metabolize half of what is there, and then again half after that. So it's not how long it lasts. It's just
Okay.
the process.
Yeah, fair. Half-life it's half of how long it takes for it to be metabolized, but it gives us an idea of how long it's in the body.
It can.
And so cocaethylene, you said that it kind of intensifies the effects of cocaine.
It can.
And it's well established in the field of forensic pathology and the literature that it prolongs and intensifies the intoxication effect of cocaine.
It can.
And we talked about, cocaine in and of itself. Mr. Worley asked about it. It gives you, it can make you more energetic, keep you up all, make you able to stay up all night, that sort of thing.
It can.
But it's also known in the literature to also create aggression in some people.
It's possible.
even paranoia in some people.
Yes.
And it's well known and studied in forensic pathology because it can also cause cardiac issues. It can kill you.
That's correct.
So in the toxicology you ran, you also found cocaine.
Yes.
And you found the metabolites of cocaine, and I'm going to butcher these, so I apologize, but ecogonine methyl ester
Yes, sir.
and benzoecogonine.
That's correct.
Okay, so aside from my terrible pronunciation, those are metabolites. So that is the body in the process of metabolizing or breaking down cocaine.
That's correct.
Those stick around longer than cocaine in the body.
Yes.
When you find cocaine, that means cocaine had been ingested relatively recently, within the last hour or so, hour to two.
It could be, cocaine has a relatively short half-life, usually less than 2 hours. So seeing the actual compound cocaine usually indicates recent use. Can't be super specific, but usually within a few hours.
Okay. I think when we talked, I had asked you and you agreed with me that the half-life of cocaine is about 30 to 40 minutes. Obviously there's some factors that can increase that, but in general. So we're definitely talking within a few hours.
Correct.
And cocaine concentration. So Mr. Worley asked you when the autopsy report says that the level of cocaine was 200.6 nanograms per milliliter, you can't estimate level of intoxication from that.
No.
There's too many factors, a person's usage and all sorts of things, right?
That's correct.
So from the levels in the autopsy, it's impossible for you to say whether Octavio was experiencing symptoms like aggression or paranoia, etc.
Right, there's no way of telling the influence that a drug might have on somebody.
But those we call them behaviors, or those symptoms are commonly found in people high on cocaine, especially when it's combined with alcohol.
I mean, there are known effects of cocaine, and cocaine mixed with alcohol, but again, they don't necessarily have to occur, and there's plenty of other side effects.
Sure. Don't have to occur, but they frequently do, not all the time.
But they can.
Cocaine in and of itself can make a person unpredictable or dangerous. Is that fair?
It's hard to say, but I mean, it can. It's a stimulant that can have that type of side effect.
It's amongst the known side effects.
That's right.
Alcohol can make a person unpredictable or dangerous.
It can.
I'd like to move for a moment and talk to you about the trajectory of the wounds, the wounds and the trajectory that they led you to conclude, okay?
Yeah.
So, in your autopsy report, you wrote that you determined that the trajectory was upwards, back to front, and left to right.
That's right.
Okay. And so, Mr. Worley asked you if that would be consistent with the person being bent over, correct?
Yeah.
But of course, the level that they're bent over would determine where the gun would have to be based on the trajectory that you noted, right? So if I'm bent over at 45 degrees, the gun's going to have to be really low, correct?
That's right.
If I'm bent over more at 90 degrees, then the gun could be more kind of hip level,
Right.
based on the trajectory that you noted.
Right.
You mentioned that when you say upward, you are not making a comment and you can't determine exactly where the gun was fired or where the person that was shot was in space.
That's correct.
So you're definitely not saying, I can 100% say that the gun was fired upward versus any other direction.
Right, we're not saying that.
Right. But just like it was consistent, it's a possibility with Mr. Velasquez being bent over, it's also a possibility that the gun was fired from below, like the ground.
It could be, yes, as long as the path lined up with the path you followed.
And you can't rule that out as a possibility.
No, like I said, the trajectory doesn't describe the position of the people. As long as the muzzle of the firearm has a direct line to wherever it enters the body and the line matches up with the trajectory, then that's possible.
Okay. So both of these possibilities, the possibility that Mr. Worley asked you about and the possibility I'm asking you about, the bent over versus from the ground, both possibilities that you can't rule out.
Correct.
Okay. So I wrote, can't rule out, gun went off from below, and then put ground in parentheses. Is that fair?
Yeah, I mean, I would add that to get the trajectory, you essentially have to be directly over the top of the gun. So, I mean, it's essentially straight up, and his head would probably have to be tilted back for it to end up in the front of his brain after entering the back of the skull.
Okay. Yep. Okay. Thank you. Moving back to the injuries that were noted on Mr. Velasquez's left side of his face. There's no way to determine with any certainty the way a body falls if it's standing, for instance. If I'm shot in a way that's instantly fatal, the way you've described, my body would go limp, and you can't predict how my body's going to fall. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that there's not a reproducible known, like, not everybody's going to fall the same way.
It's going to depend on a lot of factors, how they're standing, and a lot of factors.
You could.
If a wound is instantly fatal, like it goes through the brainstem, etc., that person, as they fall, they're not going to be able to brace, put their arms up, because it's instantly fatal.
That's true.
So you certainly can't rule out the possibility that Mr. Velasquez was standing over the gun when it went off and then fell, and that those injuries were from that either. Both of those are possibilities.
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, I think I described in the findings that the injuries are consistent with injuries you see frequently that are usually associated with what we call a terminal collapse. Meaning the person is essentially something occurred to them that has rendered them unable to defend themselves or do anything to stop their fall. And we see injuries to contact surfaces, so like the eyebrow, the cheeks, the elbows, knees, things of that nature. So yeah, I can't. Basically, he went from whatever position he was in to hitting the ground, and I think that's what caused those injuries on his face.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
Yes, ma'am. May I approach Judge?
You may. Thank you, Mr. Howard.
Yes, ma'am.
does. You know, we talked about variables. I'm gonna show you this up close real quick. These are State's exhibits 17, 81, and 15. The pictures of the decedent as he lay on the ground here. So we can see, just from various angles, and then we've got the close-up. Okay. So we talked about that, and when you are looking at those injuries and trying to determine what happened, I mean, obviously you do not make a finding of where the person would have been who was firing the firearm when the gun went off, right?
No, I don't.
Okay. So you can only go off the information that you have, and so when I talk about these hypotheticals, whether it's him leaned forward or him standing up with the gun directly beneath him, those are all sort of hypotheticals in a vacuum, right? Because there are variables that you just don't know.
That's right.
Okay. But we do, in this case, know where the defendant, where the complainant landed, correct? I mean, we can see that he landed face down on this this hard, rough surface here. Does that appear to be the case to you?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And I don't, I'm sure you, well, you may have, because there was a medical examiner and investigator there at the scene. Did you review any of the crime scene photos as part of your autopsy process?
So when our investigator goes to the scene, they would take their own photographs, and I did review those, and it would be standard to review those over the course of doing an autopsy and generating a report.
Okay. So you've indicated that when Octavio was shot in the head, that basically it's lights out at that point, correct?
Yes.
So he's not taking any more steps.
No, I don't think he would have done any volitional movement after the injuries.
He's not capable of voluntary movement at that point.
That's right.
Okay. So whatever direction his body is headed in when that bullet enters his brain is the direction that his body is going to continue. Is that fair to say?
It could be if he was moving.
Right, if he's moving. And we basically can look at these photos and see he appears to be straight out. He's got one arm kind of underneath him. Actually, both of his arms are underneath him. So it does not appear that, and from his injuries, it doesn't appear that he braced himself before he hit the ground. Would that be correct?
Yeah, it doesn't appear.
Okay. And so you talked about that in order to get the trajectory here, if the gun were to be beneath him, then I mean the head sits a little bit forward on the body, right? It's not there's not a perfect straight line. I mean, as much as we try to have good posture, it's not going to be a straight line from our heels to our heads. There's going to be there's a little bit where your head kind of is a little forward of the shoulders. Is that right?
Usually, yes, and there's natural curvature in the spine, so
Okay.
it's kind of sitting like that.
And we didn't see any of that in this case, correct? Any neck curvature of the spine, things like that.
Just, I mean, I just
Normal.
just normal curve, the way that our bodies sit.
And so that's I think why you were indicating that in order for that scenario to be correct, because again, there are things that we do know. We're not just looking at the wounds. We know where that bullet ended up, right?
That's right.
And it ended up here in the top right area.
That's right.
Okay, so in order to get that trajectory, the head has to be in a certain position at the time that bullet enters.
I think if the bullet's coming from below, then your head would have to be positioned like you just did.
Well, and coming up off the ground, it's gotta get past his rear end, right? It's gotta get past the shoulder blades. In order to enter at the shoulder, it's gotta get past all the things that are between, the ground and the shoulders, right?
That's great.
And then we need the body to be also, now, I can't,
Mr. Worley, if you could mark your space, we need to take our morning break now. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take our 5 to 10 minute break.
all rise. All rise.
You may be seated. I hate interrupting, but
It's okay.
it's been almost 2 hours, so.
I appreciate it. I was scared he was gonna make me lay down on the ground.
I thought Jay was gonna push it.
I've had someone do that before.
If I had younger co-counsel, maybe, you know, it's.
Women do it.
That's what
You
interns are
stayed,
for.
you stayed at that angle for a long time.
Malcolm, did you need to see?
No,
It takes a true, just a signature.
Sure. Doctor, you can stand down and direct me on, if that's clear. Or you can stay seated.
Come on, I have these stamps for a reason.
How many cases does he have? Just the one?
I think it's just the one.
She, excuse me. Okay. I was just like to go look at the application, make sure that. Okay, but it says she's.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Judge,
See you later.
does attorney need a signature for a bond?
Okay.
Good morning, Judge.
Good
How are
morning.
you? It's with Ms. Mitchell, and I just texted her, so I don't know if you want to go on break and maybe
Yeah,
come
I'm
back.
gonna rip
Yeah.
it.
Thanks, Judge.
I'll be
Do you
back.
want to hang on to it, or? let me just-
So she says she'll sign?
Well, we're waiting for the state to come down, so,
Oh.
yeah.
You just hold on to it
Okay.
until
Sure.
it comes and then she comes back.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you. You may be seated. That's fine. Deputy Sapper, since our microphones aren't working, could you turn your radio off? So it won't crackle or make noise. Thank you. And we have to stop, have a judge's meeting at 12:15.
Oh, okay.
What, and
4:15.
That sounds like fun.
what time do you think,
Remember when my wife used to work in the staff attorney's office when Carrie was down there? And every time there was a judge's meeting, Carrie would be like, okay.
The speakers are not
17.
working.
You get 17 people of any type together.
each in charge of their individual fight?
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's just, that's,
We're
I-
all big
I-
fish.
I can't, yeah, I mean, you get 5 people together and they can't agree on anything, much less 17. You're independent. And also, it definitely keeps me up at night. Yeah.
Which Catherine were you looking for on your case?
I'm sorry, Judge?
Which Catherine were you looking for?
Oh, no, Miss Mitchell, Brandy Mitchell.
Okay, oh, Brandy Mitchell.
Yeah,
Okay.
I just texted and called her, so I don't know if she's unavailable.
Well, them up, Mr. Tevin, we're ready for the jury. We're ready.
All right.
Okay, you may be seated. Mr. Warner, you still have the witness on redirect.
Thank you, Judge. Okay. And then just briefly, I want to talk about here, one other thing about based on the position of the body, based on the pool of blood there, based on where the injury is located, it would not appear that that body was moved, correct?
That's correct.
And so when we talk about these abrasions, okay, so you have indicated that the contusion up at the contusion over his ear on the left side of his, not, I guess not on top of his ear, but higher than his ear on the left side of his forehead there. That's not, that discoloration is not due to lividity.
Yes, sir.
And that is a deeper scrape than the ones that go down his face.
Right, that's right.
Okay. And based on the position of the body that we see him on the ground here, we talked about these striations that we see going down the face. And Judge, may I approach?
You may.
I want to make sure because I can't tell if it's really coming through completely on that screen there, but we have these striations that are going down the face there. Just want to make sure that everybody can see it, because I feel like I can see it better when I'm looking at it than it looks like it's coming across on the screen. You can see these lines that are sort of embedded in the injury there. It's safe to say based on the position of the body, that those striations, those scrapes that come from hitting the ground, didn't go from bottom to top, but they went from top to bottom, based on the way that his body is come to rest.
It appears to be that, yes.
And we can add to that because it appears that this part at the top is a deeper contusion, or I forget the word, is it a contusion or is it a laceration, what do we call it?
It looks like an abrasion, because
An
it's all
abrasion.
kind of mixed together. There's a confusion there also, but it does appear to be, probably just indicating that that's the actual site of impact is, as the body moved or the rest of the face came in contact with that surface, and got the rest of the injury below it.
Okay, because the way you describe it in the, excuse me, in the report is a 1 3/4 by 3/8 inch red abrasion is superior to the left eyebrow, the left temporal area, and left, say that for me.
It's the preauricular area, so the area in front of the ear.
Okay, so that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
I didn't know the word, but I was saying it right. Have a 4 by 2 inch area containing red-purple abrasions, contusions, and like I was talking about, the thin, linear, superficial lacerations. You say it much better than I do. The thin, linear, superficial lacerations. That would appear to be indicative of momentum as that body hits the ground, striking on the top area there over in front of the ear, and then continuing across the face as the body hits the ground.
Yeah, I think it's consistent with his, again, the left side of his face hitting the ground, and, just as he's falling, the rest of the skin is scraped.
And again, to be clear, those thin, linear, superficial lacerations would indicate movement, correct? Movement across a rough surface.
Correct.
As opposed to a more blunt force trauma that might come from just smacking against something.
Yeah, so I think it's more consistent, or the best way to describe it is something's literally rubbing against the skin surface, it's not just an impact.
Okay, so for instance, if a person was standing straight up, when they lost the ability to voluntarily move, and you might expect that a person's knees would buckle and that they would collapse and perhaps then smack straight into the ground.
They could, but kind of said there's no way, knowing exactly how they're gonna fall, but.
Right. Okay. Oh, there was one, I think I'm using it wrong. There's one other thing that I did want to, the very first paragraph under evidence of injury, at the very end there, you indicate there is no soot or stippling on the skin. What's the significance of that?
So soot and stippling refers to things that we can see on the skin surface that can give us an indication as to the range of gunfire, how close the firearm is to the body's surface area at the time of discharge. The soot being burned compounds, gunpowder, and things like that, and the stippling is usually caused by unburned gunpowder actually striking the skin surface. In this case, none of that was on his skin, which would indicate either something could be between the muzzle and the skin surface, or for most typical handguns, it would be fired outside of 3 feet.
Okay, so if you do see soot and stippling, does that indicate a certain range of fire?
It can, yes.
And what would that indicate typically?
So it just all depends on what all you're seeing. So it goes from contact wounds where the muzzle and barrel's literally against the skin surface, where you see the soot inside the wound tract itself. And then as there's more space between it, you get more of a spreading out of the usually indicates that the gun was within a foot to 12 inches, again, for most typical handguns. And then the soot is burned gases, so it doesn't travel as far as the unburned gunpowder. And so if you see just stippling, no soot, that's usually more indicative of a range that's usually between a foot to 3 feet. And again, it all spreading out kind of in a conical fashion. It gets bigger around the wound, and so if it's really tight right around the wound, it's probably more on the shorter end. And then if you see more what we refer to as loose stippling or spread out over a larger surface area, it's probably further away in that range.
Okay, and so if we don't have any indication that this shot came from within 1 to 3 feet.
No, well, we usually, to put the word to this definition of that there is no soot stippling, can be referred to as indeterminate, but basically this means there's nothing I can see to tell me what the range is.
Right. Okay. And one other question, did you notice any injuries to the decedent's knees?
No, I did not.
Thank you, I'll pass it this.
May I proceed, Judge?
You may.
Thank you, Judge. Okay, Dr. Linthus, talking about the soot and stippling. You said that if you see soot and stippling, that indicates closer range within 3 feet.
Usually yes.
And if you don't see it, then it's indeterminate. It doesn't necessarily mean that it was outside 3 feet, correct?
Yeah, so it usually means either it's outside of that range, or there could have been something like clothing or hair or intermediary object between the barrel and the skin surface. So if there's something in the way that prevents it from getting to the skin, that could be, like for example, on his neck, there doesn't really seem to be anything there. So if it were closer within the range where a soot stippling could be deposited on the skin, I would have expected to see it, but in this case, there's just nothing.
Okay. Yeah. And you explained, I can't remember if you explained this earlier, but you definitely explained to me that sometimes, as you said, an intermediate object like clothing or anything else can end up, the soot hits that instead of the body, and that can be an explanation for why there's not soot and stippling if it was at close range.
It can.
And stippling is the burning of the skin, correct?
No, so stippling is actually unburned gunpowder, so when the primer goes off, not all the gunpowder explodes, and so gunpowder is basically hard flakes of chemicals, and so when those come out traveling at the speed of the bullet, and it strikes the skin surface, it actually abrades the skin just in a very small area, and so it just looks like little punctate abrasions on the skin surface.
And if the soot hits clothing, sometimes you can find it, and sometimes you can't, because it doesn't burn the same way that skin does.
So it's none of this really burning is not really the best way to put it. It's just the deposition of the gas and or deposition of gunshot residue, basically.
Okay. So in this instance, the fact that we don't find soot and stippling, it's indeterminate. The shot could have come from outside of 3 feet,
Yes, sir.
and there's no way for you to determine whether that's 3.5 feet or 5 feet or 500 feet. You know.
Correct.
Okay. And if someone is on the ground with someone standing over them, that's 5'8", that's more than 3 feet, obviously.
Yes.
If two people are struggling or tussling when the gun goes off, we talked about how a body could fall. Two people struggling when the moment the gun goes off could affect the way the body falls, because of the person that's not shot could be exerting pressure or momentum that ends up affecting the way that body falls, correct?
You could, yes.
The impact of the bullet could affect the way the body falls.
You'd like to.
Yeah, I mean, likely because a bullet travels incredibly fast and that enters the body and when the body is impacted by something, there's a reaction and it causes the body to move in some way.
It could be.
Mr. Worley's questions to you about, based on the trajectory, if the bullet came from below, it would have had to pass through the buttocks and the shoulder blade in order to get to the top of the back. And that assumes that the shot we're talking about from the ground was coming from directly underneath. But if the person is on the ground with the gun is a foot back or a foot and a half back, that creates an angle that would miss the buttocks and the shoulder blades and all that, correct? Or at least could.
It could, yes. Again, the head would have to be positioned so that the bullet can travel back and front as well. So, I mean, that's the other part of this trajectory that's relevant. It's not just upward, but it's also going back to the front of the spring.
Right, because as we talked about earlier, we're talking about upward, also back to front, also left to right.
That's right.
Okay. And that's why when both of us are asking you questions about, could it be this, could it be that, you can't say, and I know you said this, but just to put the finest point on it, you can't say the bullet came from here and Mr. Velasquez was positioned in this way. You can't say that.
That's right.
And you can't rule out the possibilities that Mr. Worley's been putting out there, right?
Correct.
And you can't rule out the possibilities that I've been asking you about.
As they've been proposed.
Yeah, okay. No further questions.
Nothing further, Judge.
May this witness be kindly excused.
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you, doctor. You're free to leave and get back to work. Thank you. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, state the call, Frank Sarah, Detective, DPD.
Please go to the 265th if you need to see somebody.
I'm the Spanish interpreter. I was
For-
supposed to be here, but
I don't know.
for Estrada.
Okay, you need to talk to Stella, the court coordinator. And please, when we have a jury in the box, please don't come in through here.
Okay, I'm sorry, Judge.
Good morning, Detective.
Morning, Judge.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may be seated. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, would you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter, please?
Good morning. My name is Frank Sarah. The last name spelled is S-E-R-R-A.
Detective Sarah, how are you employed?
I'm employed as a police officer with the city of Dallas, specifically a homicide detective.
How long have you been in homicide?
I've been in homicide, it'll be 6 years next month.
And how long have you been a detective?
It'll be 15 years in November. I'm sorry, a detective, it'll be right around 8 years.
So you made detective before you were transferred to homicide?
Correct.
And where were you prior to that, prior to homicide?
Prior to homicide, I was an assault detective.
So you dealt with a lot of the same things that you would see in homicides, just not a fatality.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Can you tell us what kind of training you go through? First of all, just to become a police officer.
To become a police officer, we go through the basic academy that every police officer goes through. The city of Dallas has their own. It's roughly 8.5 months. Through that 8.5 months, you learn the Texas Penal Code, Texas Transportation Code, city ordinances, defensive tactics, how to drive a police car safely, arrest, search, and seizure. You learn all the laws, and you take the city has tests set up to test the knowledge that you're retaining the information properly. And towards the end of that, you have a state
what is the next position you held after just officer?
So after the academy, you're assigned, you were a control officer. I was a control officer, responding to calls, conducting traffic stops. And I was there for roughly 6 or so years. And during that time, I also had a stint in a uniform narcotics position. Through that position, I went through training on how to write search warrants, how to execute the search warrants, how to analyze the data. That's where I began the analyzation of the data that we retrieved from the search warrants from that, which is what geared me to know this is the route within the police department I want to go, is in the investigative route.
So when you took that next step up to the uniform narcotics position, did it require extra training regarding analyzation of evidence that you find in a crime scene?
Yes, a different type. Narcotics investigations are slightly different than murder investigations in the crime that you're investigating, but they often utilize the same tools such as cell phones and evidence that are found inside the house. So yes, we go through training as far as the search warrants that you're writing, the interrogation, the interviews of the witnesses, and that sort of thing for the narcotics end of it.
And after that, is that when you went into, when you made detective?
Correct. After my narcotics, I applied. There was a position open within the assaults division, and I applied for that. And then there's also training that is associated with that, which is just more arrest, search, and seizure, more case law oriented, and then there's certifications that you can take through that outside of the department on what you want to do as far as being able to analyze certain things.
What was the difference in your basic job when you went from assaults to homicide? Was there extra training associated with that as well?
Yes, more, there's classes that I've taken as far as crime scenes, as far as, in assaults, your victims are alive, right? So you can get a full picture of what happened, you can talk to them. When you're working a murder, you don't have that ability often. You have witnesses, so we go through training to be able to look at the crime scene and see, okay, evidence can't talk, obviously, so what is this statistically, or not statistically, but what is this consistent with seeing? Does this make sense versus this? Is this possible? And if it's possible, is it actually reasonable? And a lot of that is on-the-job training that you're learning from senior detectives, but there's also other classes that I've taken to go through with that.
And is that, that's the standard training that anyone that followed your path would have gone on?
That's correct, yes.
Is there any specialized training that you as an individual have undertaken?
Yes, I took an outside course regarding crime scene analyzation. It was done by PATC. It was an outside training that specifically talked about, positions, rigor mortis, lividity, the TPI, just things that as a detective that I wanted to enhance my skills, so I knew what I was looking at investigating, that I sought out to take. I also took being a younger detective, age-wise, I grew up with a computer, right? So the computer end is something that really intrigued me. So I sought out training in cell phone extractions, the analyzation of cell phone data, cell phone plotting when we make phone calls, where that is, the analyzation of that. I've taken 2 separate classes and have been certified as an expert in those as well.
Specifically when you talk about crime scene analyzation, describe to me how that would play out when you first encounter a crime scene and you're on the scene.
So when you first get there, you want to get a basic story from the patrol officers who have talked to, if there are any witnesses or what they know. But then outside of that, you want to look at the totality of everything that is out there. Is this a case that I'm going to have surveillance video? Is this a case that I might have something tangible at the scene that I could ask our crime scene to fingerprint? Is there shell casings that need to be collected? Where are they? Being that it's Dallas, it's not uncommon to be at a location where shots have been fired previously. So are these shell casings old? Are they new? Are they ran over? Do they appear to be weathered? All that sort of thing is the analyzation
looking at objects that are near an individual who's found deceased. Is there a car there? Is there a wall there? Could that play a factor in when the individual might have fallen down, regardless of how it happened? Would they have hit that car? Is it possible that someone touched that car? So we want to look at everything that is possible, because once we leave that crime scene, contrary to the TVs, we can't just go back and revisit the crime scene at any given will. So we need to encompass everything that we think we may need, even if we don't need it. We're going to look at it, we're going to determine if it's something, and we're going to collect evidence that sometimes means nothing, but because we can't revisit it. And all that goes into the analyzation of the crime scene.
And that's not the end of your interpretation of the evidence. Once the crime scene is released, there's additional things that occur in terms of looking at the evidence collected and making determinations from testing and such.
Yes, absolutely. And each case is different. Some cases you may visit with crime scene to go back over what evidence is collected, where it was collected. Is this something that's going to be reasonable to test for evidence? We'll go through and look at the crime scene photos again, the body worn camera from officers. That is on continuously, right? So they may not have said something, they may not have saw something, but their camera might have captured something that is going to be beneficial, that was unbeknownst to us at the scene, that now we know we need to look at. So we're continuously analyzing the evidence that we have collected. It could be out there, that may be out there, and just responding to the crime scene is the very, very, very first step in analyzing any of the evidence.
And that includes everything from DNA to ballistics to gunshot residue swabs.
Yes.
That kind of thing.
Yes, sir.
How many, and I know you might not know, but approximately how many homicide investigations have you been a part of?
I've been lead on approximately 60 to 65. We average as a detective about 12 cases a year. With that being said, I've been an assistant detective on anywhere between 300 to 450 murders, just depending on the availability of other detectives and the assistance that's required.
I believe you said earlier that you had been certified as an expert prior.
Correct.
In what?
In cell phone records, cell phone analyzation, and discussing my tenure as an investigator.
Okay,
which
so
is, seen.
so basically in the practices of detecting.
Correct.
And I'm sure you've testified almost more times than that.
Yes, I've testified quite extensively.
I want to draw your attention to the morning of January 23rd, 2022.
Yes.
Do you recall being called out to an apartment on South Vernon Street?
Yes, sir.
And may I first witness your honor?
You bet.
Do you recall at what time that call went out?
I don't recall the exact time, sometime early morning, between 6, 7, 8, 30-ish, maybe around that time when I got the call. I don't recall the exact 911 call sometime.
If I were to show you the call data sheet, would that refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir. Yes, so this first phone call was put in at 7:46 a.m. on the morning of January 23rd, 2022. I would have been notified thereafter. I don't recall the exact time.
And does this reflect what time you actually arrived on the scene?
No, this will not.
But it was, within a short amount of time of the 911 call.
That's correct. Once homicide is notified, we have an hour from the time that we're notified to respond, and it doesn't take an hour to get there. So sometime within the hour after we notify.
What's the first thing you noticed when you got to the scene?
When I got to the scene, I noticed that the scene was secured. It wasn't a large scene. It was an apartment complex. There was no out there. I noticed that there was a black vehicle next to the complainant who was laying in a pool of his own blood.
And you spoke to an officer at the scene prior to making your own observations?
That's correct.
What did you learn from that?
I learned that the 911 caller was still at the scene inside of the apartment with another witness in the case. I learned that the story that was provided to the initial responders was that the 911 caller had stated that his friend who left the location and heard a jiggle on the door, and when he heard it, then shortly thereafter heard a gunshot, and waited 40-ish minutes to call for police. Or to look outside, and when he looked outside, he saw the victim on the ground, and that's when he called for police.
So given that information, what's the first thing you did as part of your own investigation?
So I'm kind of multitasking, right? As I'm walking through the scene, looking at it, I'm looking for a surveillance video, but if there are any cameras out there that we're going to need to go, and as I approach, it becomes a determination, we're going to need to talk to the 911 caller and see what they know. Often, patrol is kind of, I was a patrol officer, kind of one-track minded, right? They just want to get a quick story. They may not know things that we know. We always want to conduct another interview. Sometimes that statement may be identical, sometimes it may not, just based on the questions that in the 15 years as a police officer I've learned to ask that they may not have asked. And I'd rather hear for myself and ask the questions that may be presented at that point. So at that point, we were determined that that's what we needed to do.
So the first thing you did was go to the source of the information on the 911 call.
Correct.
And where did you find them?
They were inside their apartment still.
And you recall what apartment that was?
113, 114?
Would consulting your notes give you a better idea?
Yeah.
And just regarding that book you're consulting now, what is that?
This is the murder book we create for every murder that we work. It includes all of our paper copy, sometimes discs of videos, depending on how it was reported. Every murder that's in Dallas has a book. It's called the Detective File.
Is that your entire file for this case?
This is my entire physical file. Via the day of digital data, there's also a digital file as well, which has videos, audios, and all that. And yes, they were in apartment number 113.
As you entered apartment 113, anything you noticed about the apartment itself?
Initially, I mean, it was a clean apartment. There was nothing that physically to the apartment that stood out.
And where was the 911 call?
He was inside the unit, if I recall correctly, sitting on the couch.
Who else was there?
Patrol officers were in there. I believe my sergeant was in there, and then the 911 caller's girlfriend, the witness, was there as well.
Were there also children in the house, in the apartment?
I don't recall exactly if they were in there at that time. I know that they were, and may have been, I don't recall at what time that they were removed from the apartment, but I do know that there were children, young children inside the apartment.
What specifically did you begin talking to the 911 caller about?
The moments that led up to him calling 911, what he saw, what he heard, what he observed, what he knew.
And is that person that you spoke to at this point in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you describe their location and what they're wearing?
He's wearing a red shirt, black tie, and he is the fifth from counting from right to left.
Let the record reflect that these defendants have been identified.
The record will so reflect.
And of course, this apartment is in Dallas County, state of Texas.
Yes, sir.
What did the defendant tell you when you started questioning?
The same thing that the first responding officers had said, that, you know, they were out for a night out in town with their friends. They came back to the location. There was a friend, the victim was there. Said that he left to go get some cocaine.
appear distraught?
I don't know if distraught's the right word. I mean, the whole encounter seemed odd and off.
How so?
Through the academy, we go through these trainings, right, where we talk to witnesses who it is clear and obvious, based on their physical demeanor, based on their statements, that something is just not right. They're not telling me the truth. And this was in 15 years, is about as classic of an incident that I've ever recalled, that I knew the individuals that I was speaking to had well more knowledge to what truly happened, but did not want to tell me.
So you were suspicious.
Absolutely.
Did the wife or girlfriend that was there with him corroborate what he was saying?
She had mimicked the same statements-ish. I mean, it was more in line with what he was saying, which was not making any sense at all to any of the.
So how did you proceed from that point after getting what the facts he told you and your own impressions of the way he told them to you? What did you do next?
We began starting to find evidence that we could use as leverage to get them off of the statement that we knew was a lie. And through that, there were surveillance cameras out there, however, they didn't record. So we'll use things that hey, the video's going to show the door opening here. We know it's not, but we will often use that as leverage. At the time, we didn't know it was recorded, that they did not record. But we'll use that as leverage as far as what can we use to get them to come off with the story. We separated the two, and further, once the separation happened, the suspicion continued to rise, because they know something more than it being explained to us.
Why did the suspicion rise?
Just based on the physical demeanor of the witness. I mean, it immediately began crying and saying that it was because of arguments that she has with her boyfriend, which there's a lot bigger picture to this. We're crying about that now when the best friend of your boyfriend is lying dead feet from where we're standing.
Armed with the information you got, and by the way, was the defendant disheveled in any way? Did he appear that he had any injuries at all, any visible injuries?
No, I didn't observe any visible injuries to him.
His clothing wasn't unkempt or with things on it, like scrapings or anything like that?
Correct, I did not observe any of that.
And he certainly didn't tell you about anything like that?
Correct, he did not.
So armed with that information that you retrieved from the two people in the room, where did you take your investigation next?
The investigation went outside to the physical evidence. We want to look at what's out there. We're near the victim. There were 2 fire cartridge casings and 1 live round. So we began the investigation through that. And as police officers, we have limitations to people's rights. Sometimes, unfortunately for us as investigators, we have to just leave and continue our job, even though we know our best evidence is right in front of me. He's not telling me what I need to know. Neither is the witness. And in this case specific, we got to that point. We began to leave. And once we left, we were able to find evidence on the way out that led us back to the location that now we have leverage.
May I approach the witness here?
You may.
We're going to show you what's been previously entered into evidence as exhibits 27 and 31, which are photographs, and exhibits 36 and 35, which are physical objects. You mentioned the cartridges
Yes, sir.
and unfired bullet. So, I believe this under, on State's Exhibit number 27, you see an evidence cone number 4.
Mhm.
And what is that?
Item number 4 is a fired cartridge casing.
Do either one of these physical objects, do they belong to that representation on the floor?
Yes, it would be this one right here. It's labeled number 4 to correspond with the item marker that crime scene is collected and has the case number and the tag number as well.
And when you see a fired shell cartridge next to someone who's been shot, you draw conclusions, is that correct?
Absolutely.
And what was your conclusion that you drew based upon this juxtaposition?
Based on that, that fired cartridge casing is one of the casings that was fired that they struck with it.
Now, why would there be an unfired bullet relatively close to the body as well?
And in talking about the crime scene analyzation for this is specific, something that stood out to me as the investigator on this. There's only 3 ways that you have a live bullet at the scene. 1, it falls out of your pocket. 2, it comes out your magazine. Or 3, you wrap around with a round already in it and it expels out. And of those 3 probabilities, the most reasonable and the one that I have seen consistently since my time as a police officer is that's because somebody manually wraps that round and it expels that round out.
Well, you described just there 3 other possibilities.
Correct.
And there's also the possibility that someone unrelated to this crime dropped it.
Correct.
But you're saying that those, although while possible, those solutions are not reasonable?
Correct.
Would it make any difference to your analysis of that crime scene, knowing that the bullets don't appear, or the casings don't appear to be of the same make?
It does not surprise me at all.
And why is that?
Most of the individuals in these cases that we're working aren't going to the academy and buying the gun themselves recreatively, right? They're coming from secondary locations and they're buying the ammo that's put in there. So they're not going and saying, I want a box of laser ammunition so I can have it. More often than not, we do not have consistent rounds of ammunition inside a magazine. Mine are all the same as the city gives them to me. And so typically, with the work that we do not consistently see the same ammunition, same manufacturer of ammunition as in magazines.
So the fact that these 2 exhibits seem to be of different manufacturer is not something that affects your analysis that they probably went the same way.
Correct. Given the close proximity.
Were you able to determine where the shooter, in this situation, where the shooter was positioned when the complainant witness was shot?
Yes, after looking at everything we saw at the scene, the crime scene photos, the autopsy, I was able to formulate my opinion based on the physical evidence and the facts of where it was.
What physical evidence and what facts?
The fact that the victim has a road rash on his face, the trajectory of the rounds, where the fired cartridge casings are found in correlation to where the believed to be shooter resides. The victim, to get road rash like that, you have to be moving forward. You know, if you're just shot, you stand, if I'm shot standing still, I'm gonna fall forward, back, left, right, maybe even back. But to have the inertia of your body going forward where you're gonna have a rash on your face tells me that that person is moving away from that location. And specific to this, he's moving away from the location, which is the fired cartridge casings are right behind his feet. And behind that is where the suspect lives. So it tells me that
at any rate, he's moving, does he appear to be faced away from the shell casing and the live round that was found?
That's correct.
So that would indicate that he's at the very least looking away.
Correct.
And I believe you mentioned that the scraping on his face indicated to you that he had forward momentum
Correct.
when he fell, and that caused the motion that scraped him.
Correct.
And of course, his head fell away from the area that you're describing where the shooter had to have been.
Correct.
Why would someone have to rack a gun instead of just shooting?
There's a couple possibilities of why. Sometimes people do it that I've seen through my work, is sometimes people do it as intimidation, right? Like, I'm gonna rack it, this is what I got, I need business. Sometimes people forget if they keep one in the chamber. Depending on the gun, not all guns have traditional thumb safeties. Some of the Glock has a safety within the trigger, so some people don't feel comfortable carrying a gun that has one that's in the chamber. And the only way to get it into the chamber to fire it is to physically manipulate the weapon and rack it around into the chamber.
So even though it's an automatic weapon, you can't just pull the trigger and expect the bullet to come out unless a round has been chambered.
Correct.
And it's my understanding that that has a very distinct sound.
Yes, it's very distinct.
And because of that distinct sound, that's why people use it to intimidate?
Correct.
What other observations did you make at the scene at that time?
After the point where we had collected the backpack?
Oh, no, we're not gonna have a problem there yet.
Okay.
Where you look at the body, you look at the casing and the live round, you've interviewed potential witnesses. What did you do at that point? Is everything over?
Medical examiner comes, they conduct the field interview, or field investigation. We'll look at the injury with them. The body is not touched outside of the fire department pronouncing the individual deceased. No one goes to their pockets until the medical examiner arrives. That individual, which is unfortunate for the families, could stay out there for quite some time depending on how long it takes them to get there. But at that point, once the medical examiner gets there, we'll go through pockets, look for identification, look to see what other injuries are there. This situation, he was face down. We didn't initially know if he had any injuries to his front, his arms, his hands, his feet, anything like that. So we'll do a preliminary investigation into that with the medical examiner before they go to the autopsy. And that's because we don't get the autopsy results right away. There's some time that goes into it, and there's going to be some investigation that has to take place before I get those results. I'm going to need to know angles, what is here, what's not here, where's the entrance room, is this possibly an exit room, all that sort of thing.
Were there any other significant observations you made between that time and the time you wrapped the scene up?
Just the significant observation, the trajectory, the wound that was observed on Mr. Velasquez.
And would you describe that trajectory?
Yeah, it's not traditional, like if someone's standing in front of me, my trajectory can right at him, right? In this situation, it is like an upward angle, which encompassing that upward angle with the fact that he has road rash on his face shows me that when he was shot, his body was falling down or moving in that direction, and with the angle, reasonably is the only way that you get that trajectory with that facial injury, given facts.
And given the fact that a round had been racked, if what you described actually happened, a round is racked, that person is aware of the threat that he faces.
That's correct.
So it would be reasonable for that person to duck as they moved away.
It would be my instinct if I was someone who heard that. I think it would be reasonable for anyone's instinct to hear that. To remove themselves
would contribute to the trajectory of the bullet going straight up into the head as opposed to more of a flat trajectory.
Correct.
Mr.
Okay.
Duplantis, I'm so sorry. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, once a month, all 17 felony court judges have our monthly meeting, which is today, and starts at 12:15. That clock is 4 minutes fast. So I'm going to give you a little bit of a longer lunch. I expect you back in the jury room no later than 1:30 p.m. Remember your instructions. You cannot discuss any of the testimony that you are. We are in recess until 1:30 p.m.
All right.
If you want to get with Brandy and just either, she can leave me a note with the paperwork.
She can down judge and talk to Catherine, so Catherine can come out, so you have a minute.
Well, is there no agreement?
There's
Okay, we'll just write it down on a sticky note, or have Catherine do it and leave the paperwork right here, and I'll sign it for you. Were you gonna take it to the RIT test?
Yeah, there's one issue, there's, he has not been arrested for it yet, and I was gonna talk to people who waive and all that, but,
Has the state agreed to that?
yes.
All right, that's fine, yeah. I'll get it out of it, yeah.
Correct. Basic detection,
You're an expert in detection. That's a very technical.
basic detection and investigation.
I had to swallow so hard at that moment not to laugh.
You ought to see the way he can smell a fire.
Just
He's a
detect-
veritable smoke detector.
Detector.
That was on my list.
Do you know, I know there's a ton of,
I just find, I don't know the person,
Oh.
I know the name, I think that's all. Okay.
We were like pushing promoters.
Right.
One of my best friends. I haven't seen him in years. But
Oh, wow.
and every once in a while, you know, I'm like,
Right.
like I should, I should have had a case
Somebody-
with him. Yeah, I've never had a case with him.
Right.
It's weird.
Yeah.
But I've seen his name in court, but he's always like, you know, the officer is like,
Right.
oh, or whatever.
Right.
So anyway, but yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, it's good.
It's some real food today. Yeah. And I was thinking about this morning, I was like, I need to like get ready quickly to bring actual food today. The last couple days I've been starving.
Yeah, I just had like a bar
Yeah.
and,
I've been having beef jerky and I'm like, I can't do this anymore.
we're gonna go to Subway. Next room, do you wanna come with us?
I'll come with you guys, but I will get my little bars here on my way.
Would you wanna go? Yeah, but I figure if you come, we can kinda chat.
That's what I was thinking.
Hey man. What's up? Go on. Yeah, so we're not, oh yeah, no, we've got time. Oh, perfect. We're,
Marisa looked at me, she's like, and then the investigator looked at me like, and then she looked at me and she's like, and I was afraid to even open the door because it's gonna project more. And I'm like,
Yeah.
I was like, ew.
So my license came in yesterday, finally.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, so that's what the call was about.
Oh, okay.
But I didn't know it was gonna
Yeah,
spread out like that.
I heard,
Sorry,
but
man.
to me, I'm like, okay, they can hear, yeah, but
Yeah.
until they start looking at me and she looked and.
Attorneys go back there all the time. They don't say nothing.
Who?
Attorneys.
Oh, yeah. Like, oh Lord. She's on the.
I don't know, man. Something is bugging her. 'Cause she don't use.
Yeah, probably the stupid speakers that's not working, and then she says turn the radio off, and she's pressing button, making all
Well,
this
really?
noise herself.
Really, that's a violation.
I know, yeah,
'Cause when she
that's
said
what I would say. I would give a call, and then the sergeant called, and now they cannot turn the radio off. I'm sorry. Let her speak, hear from the sergeant or the lieutenant, because some shit happened across, and then
I know.
they could. Oh. So, yeah, something happened across and then they're calling us or, officer assist across and we can't hear, right? One of y'all didn't go there, because the radio's off.
Yeah.
And then, yeah.
No. Oh man.
Yeah. Mm.
Oh man, too late. Yeah, man.
So, put your license in, so what's gonna happen? Now you can work?
Oh, you didn't know? Catfish too. I say that again?
So your license is in, so what's gonna happen?
Oh, my license just started. Man, let me make these picks. You football fan?
No, really. I don't know much about football.
You know?
The only time I watch football is Super Bowl, halftime show. I like the
That's
music,
it?
the music in the show, yeah. The commercials are funny. That's the only thing.
Okay, let me see.
Like they say, that three things that you don't argue and discuss about it. Religion, women, and football.
Yeah,
So,
I don't know about this, so I'm going with 1 point. Dallas and Saints. Now you would figure the
Saints.
Dallas, no.
I'll go for the Saints
And,
instead
and,
of Dallas.
and Saints coming here too? No.
I mean, Saints is a good.
Ravens in Vegas. I'm going with the Ravens. Giants in Washington. That's a sorry game. I don't know. I'll come back to that. Chargers in Carolina. I'm going with the Chargers. I'm only going to put 4 points on it. Colts at the Packers. Oh my goodness. I don't know, man. I don't know. I come back to that because if Jared Love playing, I go with 49ers and the Vikings. I don't know. Jets. I'm going with 10.
I
Detroit.
don't have a marathon now, so.
13. Oh, I don't know, man. Rams. Pittsburgh. Oh, you know what? You back up, man. Houston. Eagles. Let me mix these points up a little bit more. I go with
100% French trained cup, USA made. If it's USA made, you can look over. It's 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 5 years. Sad, sad, sad.
So, I went out there, man, and I picked up Aaron Rodgers. I was shocked.
Yeah, he cut us today.
And I picked him up today, too.
Now, I did a little research on Aaron too. So I was about to pick him up at first. When I saw the waiver wire, the reason I did, he had a 300-yard passing game since 2021.
He got a what?
Yeah, he had a 300-yard passing game since 2021. But he's still Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
That's the reason I'm picking him up right now. Seems like a great touch him. Real bad.
And see, Aaron Rodgers still hadn't played in the Jets offense yet, so he still got to give him time, man.
And here's the kicker. Once they got down with him, he came over to Green Bay with us. Aaron Lazard, he had to go for Lazard numbers. You missed out on Williams, but you probably still get Lazard if he's free.
He free. I saw him out there.
That's Aaron Rodgers' number one target.
Is it?
Yep. Those are the numbers from last week. He did decent against the Niners. Aaron Rodgers' number one target right there. It's probably going to be Lazard and Thompson. I go to Thompson. I really didn't want to cut Thompson.
You want to
But
put
he
who?
was a casualty of war. So I went and picked up that running back as well.
Cook, White, Chase, who would have been? They been in Kansas City. We, you know what? Chase might not play.
up public lands and do a 21st century equivalent of 40 acres and a mule. It should basically get out of the way of people and let them achieve and rise through merit.
And what about the people who fall through the cracks?
There will always be people who fall through the cracks, and I don't mean to be glib about this. I ran away from home when I was 16. I lived on the streets. I know how poor is. So I'm never glib about poverty. But you say compared to what? Compared to what system? Libertarianism provides the greatest prosperity for the greatest people, and prosperous nations are where charity occurs, where opportunity occurs.
Roy?
Well, I think if we're talking about public assistance, that we just focused on poor people, I think there'd be a lot more support for these sorts of things. Unfortunately, in this country, we've decided that when we start a new program like the prescription drug program, it's not just for poor people who are 80 years old, can't take care of themselves, it's for everybody over 65. Including members of the Rockefeller family, or I imagine Bill Gates Sr., and there's this sort of a fire hose effect. You just take a fire hose and spray money all over the place. And there's no limitation to it. It seems like the government's taking care of not just people who can't take care of themselves, but almost everybody in society. The health care bill now covers families up to about $60,000 in some instances. So we've gone well beyond any sort of limited type of assistance for people who can't care for themselves. Instead, it's just a giant universal entitlement system.
And they say that's what makes them popular. People like that.
It's way too expensive. I mean, with all these things, we're spending tons and tons of money that we don't have, and we're now in a printing press sort of culture, and I think we're going to have huge inflation as a result of trying to take care of everyone at the same time, rather than focusing a little bit on people who really have no other options.
David? You keep asking, what should we do about people who are poor in a rich country? So the first question is, why is this a rich country? Why are there rich countries in the world? Because 5,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, 500 years ago, there really weren't rich countries in the world. There are rich countries now because an increasing part of the world is following basically libertarian rules. Private property, free markets, individualism. You do make it by your own efforts, by your own achievement, and that's what has taken us. The most important way that people get out of poverty is economic growth that free markets allows. The second most important way, maybe it's even the first, is family. There are lots of income transfers within families. Third would be self-help and mutual aid organizations. People join groups. This was very big before the rise of the welfare state. People let's just clarify that. There were mutual aid societies before the welfare state that were driven out of business because people said, oh, well, the government's going to do it. Now the government's taking care of it. But there used to be groups of working men, of immigrants, of working women who joined these organizations that we now know only vaguely through old cartoons. They're the Odd Fellows and things like that. They were sexist and racist. They helped people of their own kind. Yes, there were those for African Americans and those for Italian Americans and so on. But that was one of the ways. And then there's charity. And there is a lot of charity in America. And the last place people turn to get out of poverty is to the government, and there what we find is a system that traps people in dependency. It gets them into multi-generational dependency, causes them to live in neighborhoods where nobody works, where there's high crime, where there are not fathers in the home, dysfunctional, broken down families because of our welfare system. That's not a record of success. That you should be asking advocates of that system, why don't you care about the poor? Because they have delivered, maybe next week, they have delivered broken homes, dependency, crime, and lousy schools. One way you get out of poverty is you get an education. And some people say in this country everybody's entitled to a free education. Yes, but in the inner cities you don't get much of an education unless you're really driven yourself. All right, one more question and quick answers. When I make speeches around the country, the first thing people say is, how can you defend capitalism? Look how it just failed. And obviously, government has to manage this better. Jeffrey?
I think that government was enormously responsible for our recent ups and downs in the economy. It's partially housing policy that subsidized people to buy houses who couldn't afford them. It's partially Federal Reserve policy. It's a bunch of other things. We have not had real capitalism, okay? not for a long time. We've had an enormous amount of government interference, so it's completely backwards to say, doesn't the recent evidence show that capitalism doesn't work? We weren't trying capitalism nearly as much as we should have been, and the specific failures we experienced were from government actions that created the crisis and the meltdown.
And David, the Federal Reserve was created to eliminate the... It was created to eliminate panics and depressions, and what happened 15 years after it was created was something called the Great Depression. And that's a great example. In 1920, there was a depression, and the federal government basically did nothing. Have you ever heard of the Depression of 1920? Not really, because nothing much happened. Have you heard of the Depression of 1929? That's the one where the government decided we're going to use these modern tools of economics to cure this depression, and it became known as the Great Depression, and it went on, some people say until World War II. Really, it went on until 1945, when the government finally stopped the depression, the New Deal programs and the war, and let the economy produce.
When we return, we will talk about Iraq, Afghanistan, Iran. We libertarians say we can't solve the world's problems, but does that mean we shouldn't have entered World War II or Afghanistan? When we return.
When President Lyndon Johnson launched his war on poverty in the 1960s, he pledged to eliminate poverty in America. But more than 5 decades, several welfare programs, and $25 trillion later, the welfare system has largely failed the poor. Currently, the United States spends about $1 trillion a year on over 90 different federal, state, and local welfare programs. Yet around 12% of Americans are still considered poor. We are clearly spending a lot of money. So why do we still have such a high poverty rate? The simplest answer is that the government does not count most welfare benefits as income when measuring poverty. That means taxpayers can spend and spend, but the poverty rate will always seem to remain unchanged. In reality, not even the government can spend $1 trillion a year and have no impact on poverty. Once cash, food, and housing benefits are measured accurately, the poverty rate falls from 12 to 4%. But does this mean the war on poverty has been a success? Not really. In launching the war on poverty, President Johnson declared that he wanted to address the causes, not just the symptoms of poverty. He said he intended to shrink, not increase, dependence on government. His goal was to increase self-sufficiency, the ability of individuals to support their families without reliance on government handouts. And that should remain our goal today. Unfortunately, by that very measure, the current welfare state is an absolute bust. What has gone wrong? Well, the main problem is that our welfare system discourages work and it penalizes marriage. Work and marriage clearly raise incomes, but more importantly, both are inherently linked to a person's well-being and happiness. For example, marriage is the #1 factor in promoting upward mobility for children. Because welfare is anti-work and anti-marriage, it inherently harms the very people it was supposed to help, especially children. Why does this happen? Well, as welfare benefits grew over the years, they increasingly served as a substitute for a working parent. Single mothers were discouraged from marrying the fathers of their children because that reduced their benefits. And as the role of the father was undermined, mothers were increasingly left to raise their children on their own. Sadly, that cycle continues today, as many children who grow up on welfare eventually follow in their parents' footsteps when they have families of their own. So what do? Well, we need to reverse the current system, which discourages work and penalizes marriage. Work is the fastest and most effective way to get out of poverty and become prosperous. Welfare programs should require those who can work to work, or prepare for work as a condition of getting aid. And the substantial penalties against marriage, those should be removed. Finally, it's important to be transparent about the dollars spent and the benefits received. It's hard to reform a government program when how much it truly costs and how many people it's actually helping is not clear for taxpayers. Most Americans want a social safety net that helps those who can't help themselves. As we wage the war against poverty for the next generation, let's fight smarter.
Friedrich Ebert Stiftung's Academy for Social Democracy explains the relationship between the welfare state and social democracy. This is Juliana. She's an active campaigner for social democracy. But what do its core values, freedom, justice and solidarity, really mean for the welfare state? In a democracy, all citizens have the same rights to freedom, security and participation. This means that everyone can play an active role in politics and that in the eyes of the law, everyone is equal. However, in order for everyone to be able to exercise their rights, the welfare state must create the necessary conditions. For example, everyone should receive basic material security and have access to education and information. The welfare state thus turns a democracy into a social democracy. A welfare state is made up of three components: financial services such as pensions or unemployment benefits, social services such as medical care or education, and non-cash benefits such as medications. These components are financed using tools such as taxes and contributions. Depending on how these are distributed and combined, the architecture of the welfare state can be changed. The Danish political scientist Gosta Esping Andersen split these into three types. The liberal welfare state can primarily be seen in the USA, the United Kingdom and Australia. In this model, the citizens are strongly dependent upon earning their own living by any means of work, as there is only a basic security net of social services. Only those who can afford it are able to take out private insurances. This means that there is a rather big divide between rich and poor. The conservative welfare state is often seen in continental Europe. This model clearly distinguishes between different occupational groups according to income and gender. It primarily favours the archetypal male single earner. Modern family models and types of work, as well as working mothers, all fare badly in this system. Scandinavia is characterised by having a social democratic welfare state. This is funded by high taxation, but the best social services are provided in return, irrespective of income or social status. Public services in sectors such as childcare or healthcare are accessible for everyone. This means that this model is best equipped to ensure freedom, security and participation for all of its inhabitants successfully. It is the ideal of social democracy. However, the welfare state is just like a house. It is never finished. The world changes continually, and so too do its demands. The welfare state must always adapt to deal with globalization, economic, demographic and social changes. It must use smart redevelopment to do this, not a wrecking ball, so that it does not become an old building, but rather a modern living space that's worth fighting for, just like Juliana does. You can find further information and other resources about the topic of the welfare state on the Academy for Social Democracy website and on the Department for Economic and Social Policy website. Everything from, at, and with the Friedrich Ebert Stiftung.
Yeah, we all went downstairs. Huh? No, we all went downstairs.
bueno.
How you doing today?
Blessing you, Tops, how you doing?
I'm doing good.
I have a question for you.
What's up?
So, what is the case number?
Uno momento.
So, I don't think y'all gonna end tomorrow, but y'all might.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
I'm requesting extra security.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that's smart. That's a good idea.
I'm gonna wait to see if y'all gonna finish tomorrow or is it gonna go to Monday?
There's a good possibility, I think. Don't have it memorized, unfortunately.
That's okay.
Okay, so there's two case numbers, but the primary one is F2275091.
2275091.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you, dear.
Of course.
Number of record bearer. That's a 1.
Did you get a real lunch today?
Sort of.
Sort of.
I ate my breakfast for lunch, so.
That's always good. Breakfast for lunch, breakfast for dinner.
Did you find those pictures we were talking about, Stephen? The pictures of Jordan?
No, I did not.
Found all that.
That's a good idea. There you go.
I might. Yeah, I always have to I'm always trying to shave the time and have to get it up, but I totally get you.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Wow, really?
I know, isn't that shocking?
Would you take it?
All right.
Thank you, you may be seated. I think I have to do my
Right. Yep. Now the second one. My heart to go. That's how you know how much, with my back. Because I was taking Tylenol and Advil and gabapentin. Yeah, I was just like, I can't even, yeah, you got to.
All right, we're back in. Thank you. Okay. Where's Mr. Worley? Oh, there he is. So we're ready for the jury. Thank you.
You didn't want to give me
may be seated. All right, Detective Sarah, you are still under oath, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Worley, you may proceed.
Thank you.
Or, I'm sorry, Mr. Duplaner, excuse me.
Okay, Detective Sarah, when we finished last, we were sort of wrapping up the crime scene. Earlier, Detective Brewster Billings testified.
Yes.
And you know him, right?
Very well, yes.
Okay. And was he there at the scene with you?
Yes, sir.
And what was his role there?
His role was to assist me with whatever duties were needed at the scene. Not one person could work a murder, just due to the nature of the investigation.
And as you guys were wrapping up and people were starting to leave, had you made a decision to arrest Jordi Estrada for this murder?
At that time, no. We were clearing the scene and leaving.
Did you have an opportunity to go back to the scene shortly thereafter?
Yes.
And why is that?
As Detective Billings was leaving, he observed a backpack in a field, which was odd. So based on where we parked, he went one way, I went the other way. He had called me at that time, letting me know what he found, and that's when I returned to the scene.
And what he found was, may I approach you?
You may.
Was what is marked as State's Exhibit number 21, I believe, 21. A black backpack, right?
Yes, sir.
And he told you what regarding that backpack?
That it was open and that there was paperwork in there belonging to Jordi Estrada.
And was there also cash?
Correct.
And that ignited both his and your suspicions?
Correct.
What did you do at that point?
At that point, I determined we needed to confront him with the evidence that we found. Living so nearby, due to the facts we have at the time, why is his backpack abandoned open in a field just behind the area where he resides? So I went back to the offense location to make contact with Jordi Estrada and his girlfriend at the time.
And did Detective Billings go back with you?
Correct.
And what did you see when you got back to the scene?
As I arrived back at the scene in the common area of the apartment complex, I observed Jordi and his girlfriend. His girlfriend was behind him. Jordi was crouched down by a grill and he was reaching for something. At my initial area, I could not see what he was reaching for, just to the distance. And as I started getting closer, I had him stop what he was doing, just in case it was a firearm for my own safety. And he complied, and at that point, he had him sit on the ground and separated to conduct another interview.
And you saw what he had pulled out from the grill, correct?
Correct.
But he was there when you arrived.
Correct.
So it's possible he could have pulled more things out that you didn't see him pull out,
That's right.
such as the things that were in his pocket when he was later arrested.
Correct.
Okay. When you had been at the scene previous to all of this, had you obtained consent to search the apartment that Jordi and his wife lived in?
Yes, we did.
And was the apartment searched thoroughly?
It was.
And I'm sure that the crime scene in the area around the apartment was searched thoroughly as well?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't find really anything that moved the ball?
That's correct. We did not.
You certainly didn't find a gun?
No, sir.
Or the murder weapon?
That's correct. We did not.
So you come back, you see them doing things that are suspicious. What do you do with them at this point after you sit them down?
We separate them and conduct another interview of each one.
And what did you learn during the course of that interview?
During the course of that interview, I had pulled the witness, Jocelyn, aside, and now, armed with the leverage that we have, the lies of the story, now we're finding a backpack with their property, with Jordi's property in it, and now as I come back and confront him, the both of them with that, I find them digging in a common area apartment complex. I confront her with all that and tell her the gig's up, and ultimately she gives me the statement that what transpired that led me to have the probable cause to arrest Jordy for the murder.
And at that time, did you in fact arrest him?
Yes.
And when he was arrested, was there a search of his person?
Yes, sir.
And what did he have on him in addition to the items in his pocket?
He had cocaine and marijuana.
And it wasn't a small amount of cocaine.
No.
It would have been a felony possession for sure.
Any possession is a felony, but more than just a usable quantity.
Okay. So the unit brings Jordy to where? To the,
At that point, he was transported to Dallas Police Headquarters.
okay. He's in Dallas Police Headquarters, and at that time, does he have his photo taken by the physical evidence?
That's correct. Yes.
May I press word here?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been marked for identification purposes in States Exhibit 48 to 52. Do you recognize these photos?
Yes, it is.
Do you recall these photos being taken?
Yes.
Do they fairly accurately represent what Mr. Estrada looked like at the time he was arrested?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we'd like to offer exhibits 48 through 52 for all purposes tendered to the defense counsel for objection.
What is, I am missing State's Exhibit 47. We ended with the autopsy photos at 46. Let's go off the record. Mrs. Garza, if you could please show.
We should have started at 47. Yes.
Do you want me to renumber them, Judge?
No, we'll just say 47 is, nothing.
Okay.
And we're back on the record.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, State Exhibits 48 through 52. The photographs are admitted for all purposes.
May I publish to the jury?
You may.
So, if he had had any injuries whatsoever, they would have been discovered probably before this, but certainly when these pictures were taken, correct?
Yes.
And again, his clothing doesn't appear to have any sort of evidence of him having been on the ground or that kind of thing.
That's correct.
State's Exhibit 52 shows a picture taken of Mr. Estrada facing the wall, and you can clearly see the back of his sweatpants and jacket. Do you see any dirt or anything that would indicate he'd been on the ground?
No, sir.
And going back to your discussions with Mr. Estrada at the apartment complex at the scene of the crime, you spoke to him twice, correct? Once when you first arrived,
Yes.
and then when you came back after this discovery of the backpack and placed him under arrest, you talked to him again.
Correct.
At any
Prior to him being placed under arrest.
Correct.
Yes.
At any time during those two conversations, did he ever indicate to you that he had been accosted by the victim in this case?
Never once.
That he had fallen on the ground as a result of seeing of a confrontation with him outside of his apartment?
No, sir.
that he had accidentally shot his best friend?
No, sir.
Did he stick with the story that he originally gave when you came back the second time?
If I remember correctly, yes.
As part of your investigation, Detective, you obtained several phones, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
One of the phones belonged to the deceased, correct?
Yes.
And that's the phone, may I approach you?
You may.
Showing you what's been marked, or what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 37. Is that the phone that's lying next to the defendant? I mean,
Yes.
next to the victim as he's on the concrete?
Yes, sir.
And this phone, it's possible to go into phones and find the information that they contain, correct?
Yes.
And in the normal course of events, you get a warrant for that,
Depending on the facts of who the phone belongs to,
or at least consent.
or if the individual is no longer with us,
Or-
we do not need a warrant.
Yes, in this case, there's no one to get a warrant for, so it's just evidence. Correct. So you did go into this phone, or the Fusion Lab, part of DPD, attempted to break into this phone to get the information out of it, correct?
Correct.
And you also obtained consent from Jocelyn Rodriguez to search her phone as well.
That's correct.
I'm going to approach again. If that's okay. Detective, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibits 53 and 54. Can you tell me what 53 is?
Yes, sir. 53 is a consent search form that was completed by me in the presence of Jocelyn Rodriguez that has her signature at the bottom as well as my signature, giving me permission to get a extraction of the site.
And what is Exhibit 54?
This is a search warrant for the device that belonged to Jordy Stroud.
And did you present this search warrant along with the attached affidavit, sworn affidavit, to a judge?
Yes, sir.
And did a judge sign this search warrant?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we offer State's Exhibit number 53 and 54 for record purposes only, intended to the defense counsel.
No objections to it for record purposes, Judge.
All right, State's Exhibits 53 and 54 are admitted for record purposes only.
So after obtaining these, there was also a fourth phone, correct?
That's correct.
And were you ever able to determine who that phone belonged to?
I believe it belonged to Mr. Estrada based on how it was found.
And how was it found?
When he was crouched digging under the grill for his money, it was right in there with all the land.
So there were 4 attempts to obtain data from phones.
Yes, sir.
And of those 4, was any data received?
Yes, sir.
And what was the process by which the data that was downloaded was placed into a form where we can look at it and see what it is?
what's the process of it? It's hooked up to several different programs depending on the capabilities of the phone, the software, Apple, Android, the software versions, either Grey Key or Cellrite, the two companies. Basically, you hook it up, and if it needs to break the password, it runs an algorithm based on it, you know the password, so it makes it easier. And once that is able to bypass the password, we're able to make a digital copy of the contents that are on that phone, or what it's able to based on the software of Cellrite and the cell phone. What is it available to be copied over, and it's put into a readable format rather than just hash values and a bunch of language that is extremely hard to read with that place.
It's not always possible to break into a phone, is it?
That's correct.
But were you able to obtain data from all four of these?
Yes.
Which ones did you receive data from?
I was able to, we were able to obtain data from Jocelyn's cell phone and the victim's cell phone as well.
Detective Sarah, tell me about your experience with data, with putting data into this type of format. Do you have any special training regarding that?
Yes, so I am certified in Cellrite as an operator to be able to conduct the extractions. Through that training, they teach you how to, I'm also certified in the application of examining those, the presented format, and through that, you're able to create several different reports. You're able to look at call logs, the health activity if you have an iPhone and an iWatch, kind of how someone's heart rate might be monitored. You're able to create all kinds of reports within that phone, as we all know our phones are walking computers these days, so there's a lot of information.
And you've done this many, many times, I see.
Yes.
About how many times would you say that you've worked on phones this way?
Since I was in narcotics, I mean, it's been 9+ years that I've had some sort of phone related to some sort of case I was investigating.
And as a result, you've had to testify many times as well.
Correct.
And have you ever been considered an expert in your testimony regarding this?
Yes.
You know, if I can approach the witness again.
You may.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 55.
Yes.
Do you recognize this?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
That's the external hard drive that stores the cell phone extractions.
So all of the data that you received from these phones, you stored over here.
That's correct.
What did you do with this device when it was time to make a report?
I put it in my computer, open up the program that it spits it out on, and through there is where you're able to generate the report.
And that's how we got text messages between the defendant and the victim, and the defendant and his girlfriend.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time the state would offer Exhibit 55 for record purposes only.
No objection.
All right, State's Exhibit 55, the external hard drive, is admitted for record purposes only.
And as a result of your making a report, did you obtain these text messages that are in State's Exhibit 56 and 57?
Yes, this is the report I've created for the text messages.
Does this accurately and correctly reflect the results you received from your downloading and forming it into a report?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, the state would offer Exhibits 56 and 57 for all purposes. Continue with your defense counsel.
No objection.
All right, State Exhibits 56 and 57, the text message download packets are admitted for all purposes.
Your Honor, if I can approach again.
You may.
So these 56 and 57 state's exhibits are divided into two little mini packs. And these aren't all the messages you retrieve, right?
That's correct.
But these are the ones you retrieve that's what are these?
The purpose of the case. One's the day of the offense, one is the belief to be motive behind it.
Okay.
Or place of motive behind it.
So all of these, all of the texts in 57 are from January 23rd, 22, which is the date of this offense?
That's correct.
And the texts in 56 are from New Year's Day, January 1st of 2022. So approximately 20 days or so before.
Yes, sir.
And, I believe you said it was your belief that the texts from January 1st provide motive, a motive potentially for this case? I'm going to leave these up here with you. And I've made my own copies. And with the court's permission, can I read like Jordy's, or can I read Octavio's text and let the detective read Jordy's?
Certainly, you can present and publish the evidence however you want.
Thank you. Okay, starting with the first. And so the way I'm reading this is that the blue texts are from who? Jordan.
And it says it up at the top.
And the green texts are from who?
Octavia.
And also, along with the identification of who's who, there's the date and the time as well, correct?
That's correct.
So it's a pretty accurate reflection of what was going on at that particular point in time.
That's correct.
All right, and if you'll just bear with me, Detective, I would ask that you read the blue texts and I'll read the green.
Yes, sir.
And we'll start on that first page from the 1st of January. And that's State's Exhibit 56, is it not?
Yes, sir.
And if you'll start?
Send me your address, LOL. I'm gonna send Jocelyn for you.
And that was on what day?
That's on January 1st at 5:14 a.m. It says UTC -6. That means it's already converted to Central Standard Time. So everything on here is already converted to Central Standard Time.
So that is the accurate time for Dallas, Texas.
Yes, sir.
So 5:14, that text goes out. LOL, huh?
Send me your address.
990 Singleton Boulevard.
WYA.
What is that, in your experience, what does that mean?
Where you at?
The crib. What's up?
Jocelyn gonna go talk to you.
Talk to me? About what? Question mark, question mark, question mark.
She's outside for my pill. LOL. Give her my pill for me, bro.
Do I go stay the night?
No, just give her the pill. LOL.
And in common vernacular, LOL means?
Laugh out loud. Next message is my daughter here.
What was she gonna talk to me about?
The pill. LOL. Just go give it to her before I fall asleep.
Do you have any idea what they're talking about, this pill?
Not entirely.
LMAOOO, is that, do you know what that means?
Laughing my ass off.
How late you gonna be up?
I'm gonna refrain from saying that first word. I'm falling asleep right now.
LOL, bro. So that's all she was gonna say, just about the pill?
She owes me a threesome with Daisy. Just have her come inside of her mouth so she can be quiet.
LMAOO, what? And in the next text, does that appear to be from someone different than Octavio?
It does.
And who does it appear to be from?
This, based on the context of the text, content of the text, it's from Jocelyn.
So it says, babe, my phone died, it's me, Jocelyn.
Yes, sir.
And that's at 6:03?
Yes, sir.
And does that indicate to you that Jocelyn was then with Octavio when her phone died?
Yes, sir.
And she's now communicating with Octavio's phone to Jordy?
Correct.
And her next text to him is in Spanish. I don't speak Spanish.
Fortunately, neither do I.
It says, ya mi boy, ulo traigo a la casa, babe. I will maybe have someone enlighten us on that later. And then Jordy responds,
Don't bring him here either. Do it there or you come. Because Anaya waking up, so hurry, and I'm falling asleep big time. Like I can't keep my eyes open.
and is it your understanding that Anaya is one of their children?
Yes, sir.
Okay, babe, I'm going then. Sorry.
You didn't tell Lio anything, right, bro?
And what time is that?
That's at 8:53 p.m.
On what day?
on January 3rd.
So a couple days after all of this went down.
Correct.
And so, so what does he appear to be asking with that text?
It's my belief he's asking if you tell him about him and his relations with Jocelyn.
Nah, bro. Why?
He asked me about the Viagra. I'm like, huh? He like, let me have it.
So when he brings up Viagra there, does that indicate to you that the pill that they were talking about was Viagra?
That's what I recently believed based on that text.
Yeah, he asked me about it earlier, if I would let him use it. He wants to fuck his girl, I guess, LOL. I told him I gave you the whole thing because I didn't want to cut it. I told him you have the rest. I told him to call you and ask you for it.
Oh, okay. I was getting kind of worried. I was like, fuck. But my bad, I couldn't answer earlier, bro. What's up?
Yeah, nah, he was just asking me about the Viagra. I didn't say nothing. And nah, I was gonna ask if HB ever got back to you. We don't know who HB is, do we?
I believe HB is slang for homeboy.
It could be any homeboy.
Correct.
It's like homeboy in the royal sense.
Correct.
The royal we. All right, now turning to Exhibit 57. And what's the date on 57?
January 23rd, 2022, 6:14 a.m. Again, UTC -6, which means it's already converted.
And this is the morning of the killing of Octavio Velasquez.
Yes, sir.
All right, the first text is in 6:14, and it's from Jordy?
Correct.
Will you go ahead and read the blue again, and I'll read Octavio's?
First message says, come. Second message says, at my crib.
How do I get over there?
Tomorrow, fuck it.
I'm gonna go right now. I'm gonna go RN. Does RN mean right now?
Yes, sir.
I already ordered the Uber.
We go into bed just tomorrow.
Don't go to bed. I already ordered the Uber. I can't cancel it.
The kids woke up just tomorrow.
I can't cancel it though.
Good night.
What does that indicate to you? Is that although he's the person that first texted and said, come on over, it seems like he's now like, I'm tired.
Correct. Yes, sir.
And so, don't hold me laughing my ass off. The Uber's about to be at my apartment laughing my ass off.
Tomorrow.
But I can't cancel it though. Like it won't let me. I'll pull up in like 10 minutes or what?
Cancel it.
It won't let me. Since the driver's almost here.
SMH,
What does that mean to you?
shaking my head.
It's too late. What do I do?
Cancel it.
Oh, well, I tried, but there's no way. The person is 4 minutes out. Question mark?
Come.
Okay, and that text that you just read, that comes at what time?
This is 6:24 a.m. on January 23rd, 2022.
So that would indicate that he's waffling on the issue when it wasn't covered.
Correct. The next message is WYA, where you at?
Wait yet. Still waiting for the person to pull up.
Tomorrow, good night.
I, like you, will not read that word. I'm gonna say that in 1 minute away. I'll be there 10 to 12 minutes. That cool? Yeah? And then there's at 6:31, a text that doesn't appear to have any content. And the next one is, I'm passing Colorado. I passed Davis. So you for real went to sleep, Wade? I'm pulling up. Damn, I'm here, Wade. I'm out your door. G? And
Okay.
What time is that text?
That's at 6:40 a.m.
So 6:40 a.m., the victim is saying, I am right outside of Jordy Estrada, the defendant's door.
Yes, sir.
And what is his response?
Okay. Jocelyn, go.
Bet. What does bet mean?
Okay.
All right, so that is, what time did the okay sign come from? Not, at what time was the okay message?
That was at 6:41 a.m.
No. And so the next message from Jordy to Tabito is at what time?
This is at 7:01 a.m. Still on January 23rd.
Okay, so 20 minutes late.
Yes, sir.
And what does that message say?
You can go, G.
So Tabito was in the apartment from roughly 6:41 to 7 o'clock when, and his response is, all right.
Yes, sir.
And that time is what?
7:01:27, 5 seconds after the you can go.
So these texts indicate that Tabito was in the apartment from roughly 6:41 to 7:01.
Yes, sir.
And we have no indication that Tabito did anything but what he said.
Correct.
He left. And for sure.
You bet.
Your Honor, pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, Detective Sarah, we have some questions for you. Just let me know if you don't understand my question, okay?
Yes, sir.
I'll pick up right where y'all left off. The texts that you were just reading between Jordy and Octavio on the early morning hours of January 23rd, 2022.
Yes, sir.
I was trying to keep count. I think I lost count at 10. I think Jordy tells Octavio not to come 10 different times in different ways. Tomorrow, cancel it, kids are asleep, etc.
I didn't count, but yes, he does say it several times.
Your role as a detective, unlike your role when you were initially a patrol officer, you're arriving at a scene of a suspected crime later in time.
Correct.
And like patrol, but especially for you, you obviously weren't there to see what happened.
That's
You talk to witnesses, look for leads, investigate the best you can with what you got.
Yes, sir.
But, like you said, in a lot of instances, there are no cameras, right?
Yes, sir.
Or there are cameras and they're not recording, like in this instance.
Or just not good quality.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Or they're recording and they get deleted or whatever.
Yes, sir.
You have to make do with what you have.
Yes, sir.
But you obviously weren't there when the gun went off.
That's correct.
And you don't know for sure what happened when the gun went off.
As a fact witness, you didn't know, I do not.
Yeah. Your job is to investigate.
Correct.
And come to conclusions based on the evidence that you find.
Correct.
And decide whether or not you have probable cause to make an arrest and file a case.
Yes, sir.
And then after that, it's the prosecution's job to take it forward or not.
I mean, there's still work that we do as far as what we're going to test.
Sure.
But at the end result, yes, sir.
Yeah, no, I don't mean you stop investigating,
Correct.
Instantaneously, but once you've conducted your investigation, other than coming to testify or maybe following up on any leads that come up later in time, it then becomes the DA's office's job to prosecute a case.
The end result is yes, the DA's office.
And then the jury's job is to decide whether the evidence proves a case beyond a reasonable doubt.
That's right.
You're not here to tell the jury, and you never would, whether a person is guilty or not guilty. That's 100% their job.
Absolutely.
And so earlier you were using the word reasonable, that this was reasonable, this wasn't reasonable. You mean in your role, your opinion, you're not in any way, shape, or form telling this jury whether or not something is beyond a reasonable doubt or not, because that's not your role.
Correct, that's not my role.
Mr. Duplantis asked you about your training. I'd like to talk a little bit about your training.
Yes, sir.
You received a lot of training as a police officer.
Yes, sir.
And even more to become a detective.
Yes, sir.
Some of that, for instance, is using a firearm safely and effectively in the line of duty.
Correct.
You're aware of the Dallas Police Department General Orders document, right?
Yes, sir.
It's a very big, like I think 500-ish page document that goes through every bit of the rules of DPD.
Well, it's very general, hence the first word, general orders, but yes,
Sure.
it dictates a lot of what we can, cannot do, should not do, those sorts of things, but it is not specific.
No. It doesn't go into specific everyday everything, but it gives you, like for instance, general guidelines on safely handling firearms.
Correct.
Like for instance, and I would never ask you, what is 418.06? I'm not here to play a trick on you. But one of them, and it's 418.06A1, but says you're always to assume a firearm is loaded. And that's pretty common practice amongst a trained, educated firearm user.
I believe that's the practice that's instilled into any owner user.
If they're trained, if they have education on it. I'm assuming in your role as an officer, you've run across a lot of people that unsafely handle firearms.
Unfortunately, so.
Of course. Because at the end of the day, if you don't keep your firearm pointed in a safe direction, especially if you don't keep your finger off the trigger or outside the trigger guard, whether intentionally or unintentionally, terrible things can happen.
They could.
Good, yeah.
Yes.
And I'm sure you're familiar with the involuntary or accidental discharge of firearms. It's a big problem that law enforcement studies to try to figure out how to prevent those things from happening to their own officers.
I wouldn't say big problem, it is something that does occur, but given the scale of police officers in the United States, it's not something that happens every day.
Oh, yeah.
It does it happen in police world, yes. Does it happen in civilian world, yes.
Sure. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I'm not trying to say that you guys are accidentally shooting yourselves all the time.
Right.
But I mean, it happens more than we would like, than is acceptable.
Yes, sir.
And it happens to trained officers who know better than to keep their finger outside the trigger guard.
Correct.
And there's been studies that say even when officers think they're keeping their finger outside the trigger guard, they unconsciously sometimes put their finger on the trigger guard. That's why you're taught to to really, really focus on keeping your finger out. Is that fair?
I don't know if there's any studies on that or not.
You're not you've been trained on how to safely and effectively use a firearm, right?
Correct.
But you're not a firearms expert in other senses.
Correct.
We
I
heard.
don't present classes to train.
Sure. You don't train people. You know how to effectively use your service weapon, but you're not a firearms expert that trains people.
Correct.
One of the terms that the jury has heard about, and that obviously is a big part of murder cases and also just assault cases, which you have a long history in being a detective, is the words deadly weapon.
Yes.
And you're very familiar with that.
Yes, sir.
As you know, a deadly weapon, a firearm is a deadly weapon.
Yes.
Kind of by default.
Correct.
But also anything as it's designed to be used or it's actually used, if it is capable of causing death or serious bodily injury, that can be a deadly weapon.
It could be, yes, depending on circumstances.
Right. Like my hands could be a deadly weapon, right?
Could be, yes.
Yeah, but that doesn't necessarily mean they are.
Correct.
Right. And you, I'm sure, have investigated cases where hands were a deadly weapon.
Yes, sir, I have.
I'd like to talk to you a little bit about intoxication and your experience with intoxicated people in your role as an officer.
Okay.
You would agree with me that intoxicated people can be unpredictable.
Depending on what they're intoxicated on, depending on the individual, they can be, they cannot be as well.
Sure, we all know the relaxed or happy drunk.
Exactly.
We also know the angry drunk.
Yes, sir.
And sometimes the happy drunk has a bad night and becomes the angry drunk.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you would agree with me, again, and I'm using the word can, intoxicated people can be aggressive.
They can, yes.
Even if they're not aggressive in their everyday normal demeanor.
Correct.
And I've been using the word intoxicated, and of course, as you pointed out, it depends on what you're intoxicated on.
Yes, sir.
Cocaine, for instance, has different effects on people than alcohol.
Correct.
And you know cocaine is a stimulant, and it can make people hyper, agitated, aggressive, all those things.
Could also be calm, cool, collected. It all depends on how much they use, how often they use, how pure it may or may not be.
Fair enough. As part of your investigation, you learned that Octavio was intoxicated at the time of death.
That's what, to the extent of his level, I do not know. I do know that he did have alcohol and cocaine in his system. Yes.
Okay. And if the autopsy report said that it was a .129 blood alcohol level from the vitreous fluid, you would certainly agree with me that's over .08, the level of intoxication.
For driving, yes, sir.
Yeah. And then on top of that, he also had cocaine in his system.
Correct.
And you're familiar, I assume, that when you combine alcohol and cocaine, alcohol tends to have an intensifying and prolonging effect to the intoxication that cocaine provides. Are you familiar with that?
I don't know if I can accurately say that.
Okay.
Obviously, I've never used the two of them together, and very few times can I recall being in the presence of someone and that's all they're using and seeing the reaction. So I don't think I can accurately and fairly give an answer to that.
You're an expert in detecting and in cell phones, but not a toxicologist.
Exactly.
You talked about, so you arrive at the scene and you talk to Jordy, right?
Yes, sir.
That's pretty much the first, I mean, I know you talked about you're doing things simultaneously, you're looking for surveillance cameras, you're walking the scene, but very early in you arriving at the scene, you talked to Jordy.
Yes, sir.
And before he was under arrest, he consented to the search of his home.
Yes, sir.
And then after arrest, you got a search warrant for his phone.
Yes, sir.
You didn't get a search warrant for his blood, though.
That's correct.
And so if you had gotten a search warrant for his blood, we would have known or could have known whether there was alcohol or cocaine or anything else in his system if it showed up?
It could have showed that, yes.
After the arrest, you spoke to Jordy at DPD headquarters, correct?
Yes, sir.
Both you and Detective Billings went into the room kind of separately and both spoke with him.
Yes, sir.
And Jordy cried while you talked with him.
Well, I talked with him after the fact that I told him he was arrested for murder. This was the end of the crime.
Okay. And he cried. Did you watch the video of him in with Detective Billings as well?
I have seen it, yes.
Okay. So you have personal knowledge then that he cried kind of in Detective Billings' arms.
Correct.
For a while. Okay. Shuffle on my questions. We looked at States Exhibits 48 to 52 a minute ago. Second, put these back in order. Okay. So these are already into evidence. States Exhibit 48. So these are pictures. Are you taking these, or are you having another officer take these?
I'm having another officer.
But you're right there as this is going on?
Yes, sir.
And I assume you're kind of directing. You're the lead detective?
Yes, sir.
So you're directing, because you know so far the totality of all the investigation to this point.
Correct.
So you're the one saying, I need pictures of this, I need pictures of that.
Correct.
So get a front shot of Jordy with his shirt and sweatpants and sweatshirt, or maybe that's a jean jacket on.
Yes, sir.
And then we get a frontal shot of Jordy in number 49.
Yes, sir.
Still got all the clothes, the same clothes on.
Correct.
And earlier, Mr. Duplantis asked you about whether there was any sort of evidence of the clothes that was consistent with a scuffle or tussling or anything like that. You had said no, but I mean, pretty clearly here, looks like the shirt is torn and there's threads torn here at the base and then around here at the collar. Is that fair?
Yes, and I know how that happened.
Okay. How did that happen?
At the time that Jordy was placed under arrest and being walked to the squad car, he became non-compliant. The patrol officers had to place him on the ground, which is what resulted in that scratch and the torn shirt.
Okay. And you can say that because you remember distinctly that there was no damage to that shirt beforehand?
That's correct, and I was standing right there when he was being non-compliant.
Okay, fair enough. And then from the side, we have a picture again with all the same clothes on. He hasn't disrobed in any way, shape, or form at this point.
Correct.
You, of course, you could have said, I need you to take off your jacket so I can see higher up on your sleeves, etc.
Correct.
I need you to lift your sweatpants up so I can see your knees.
Correct.
And then another one from the right side.
Yes, sir.
Same clothes, same everything.
Yes, sir.
And then again, from the back, same clothes, same everything.
Yes, sir.
And that's the sum total of the pictures you took at the station of Jordy in this state, correct?
Yes.
Not that you took, you directed to be taken.
Correct.
Because again, you're in charge of the investigation and you're directing the various people whose expertise is whatever you need to do what you need them to do.
Correct. I was on the photograph, and they have their own policies and procedures that they follow. It encompass the photographing. And if there's something specific that I've learned through the investigation, I'll say, who make a point to get this.
So like if you have a piece of evidence or two pieces of evidence and you want them compared, you wouldn't do that yourself.
Correct.
You would then send that to the experts that do that sort of thing.
Correct.
I'd like to talk to you a little bit about this concept of racking a firearm.
Yes, sir.
Okay? Again, for folks that aren't proficient in firearms, you had stated that if there's already a round, a bullet in the chamber of the gun, and I was to rack the gun, that round or bullet that's already in the chamber, the racking would then eject that live round.
Correct.
And there's a mechanism, again, I know you're not a firearms expert, but there's a mechanism that the gun does that. It's not like I have to take the bullet out and drop it on the ground.
Correct, there's a mechanism within inside the gun that then ejects it, and then if there's a magazine with a round in it, it then puts it back up, that round, the top round, back into the chamber. And for instance, if you had 12 rounds of the magazine and not in the chamber and you racked it 12 times, it would all come out.
Fair. Okay. And you stated that when someone racks a gun, that makes a distinctive sound.
Yes, sir.
And that is, in your experience, some people use that as an intimidation technique.
Correct.
Because of that distinctive loud sound that, you know, everybody kind of knows what the ch-ch means.
Exactly.
Okay. And so the theory is that unspent live round that's on the ground near Mr. Velasquez's body, that's kind of closer to the steps, that may have been how that got on the ground.
Correct.
Okay. So then that would mean that the gun would have had to have been racked before it was fired. Fair?
Yes.
Okay. And then, so first, this suspect in your hypothetical is racking the gun. There's already a bullet in the chamber. That gets discharged and makes the distinctive sound. And then, whether it's a second later or however many seconds later, then the gun gets discharged.
Correct.
And makes the gunshot sound.
Yes, sir.
Okay. We were talking earlier about the position of Mr. Velasquez's body.
Yes, sir.
You would agree with me and Dr. Lindfest, who testified earlier, that if two people are wrestling or tussling or whatever you want to call it, struggling, and a gun goes off, and that gun instantaneously kills that person, right? It goes through their brainstem, kind of like with Mr. Velasquez. The fact that they're wrestling or tussling in that moment could affect the way that body falls.
Yeah, if someone's fighting, it could affect it. Yes, sir.
Right. If you and I are struggling, and God forbid, someone's gun goes off, if I'm pushing on you or pulling on you or twisting you or what, or you're doing that to me in that moment, and the gun goes off and one of us falls, that could affect the way our body falls.
Possibly, yes.
And that's certainly, because you weren't there when this happened,
Correct.
that's certainly not anything you can rule out as a possibility.
If you give the weight of the reasonableness based on the other evidence that are out there,
Okay.
which is how I believe I can rule out that possibility that you just described for this specific case.
Okay, but again, going back to the idea of reasonable, you would still not be stating to this jury that I'm telling you what the evidence is beyond a reasonable doubt.
Correct.
Okay, so I just want to, when we use the word reasonable, and I know that's a common word we use in everyday parlance, but I mean, you're not in any way, shape, or form telling the jury that, hey, y'all, this is not beyond a reasonable doubt, or this is beyond a reasonable doubt.
Correct. I'm not saying what is or what is not beyond reasonable.
And you would agree with me, I assume, that, you know, a projectile, a bullet coming out of a gun comes out at a very high rate of speed.
Yes.
And that striking a body will cause the body some reaction.
Yes.
And you would agree that that also, that momentum from that high velocity projectile can affect the way that body then falls. Probably a lot less than the
I would say
wrestling.
probably be very minimal in the scheme of what is could happen, how it could happen.
Okay.
Given one shot versus, I mean, if we were talking 10 shots, maybe I'd be more inclined to.
And I'm not trying to put words in your mouth.
Right.
I'm saying it could affect it in some way, even if it's minimal. So it sounds like you would agree with me on that.
It's extremely minimal, what went around when you,
Okay.
the physical and how the body would fall.
Jocelyn Rodriguez is the only witness you found that you know of that was out there at the time the gun went off, other than obviously Jordy and Mr. Velasquez, who's tragically not with us.
Yes, sir.
I'm sure you looked for other eyewitnesses.
Absolutely.
And your patrol officers and the people at the scene, they would have been asking around, did anyone see anything, anyone hear anything?
Yes, sir.
And there were some people out there, like Alejandro Hernandez, who had heard a gunshot and came forward, but they didn't see anything.
Correct.
And Jocelyn was consistent in telling you that she never saw the gun go off.
That's right.
In fact, I think she was consistent in telling you that she never even saw the gun.
On that day, correct.
Right, yes, yeah, I'm sorry, on that day. She told you that she was running away when she heard the gunshot.
That's correct.
So you found no witness who can say exactly what was happening when the gun went off.
Correct.
And you found no witness that can say exactly what was happening in the moments just before the gun went off.
That's correct.
No one can tell us exactly how the people were standing or not standing or running away or coming towards each other, any of that.
Well, Jocelyn told me how they were standing when they were standing outside talking.
Before she started
Before Jordy came outside, which prompted her to immediately run away based on the previous interaction inside the apartment.
Okay, not my question. My question was, no one, because she's running away, right? She doesn't have eyes in the back of her head, as so to say.
Correct.
Right? She never, you asked her, I'm sure, did she turn around, did she see anything? And she didn't.
Correct.
She never turned around to see. The last thing she saw was the two people coming together. I think she said they were walking towards each other, exchanging words.
Correct.
And so no one can tell us exactly how Jordy or Octavio was standing or acting or anything like that in the moments just before and when the gun went off.
Correct.
Pass the witness, Judge.
Any redirect?
Briefly,
You may.
Going back to the text messages for just a moment, it occurs to me that there's not, they're very vague. I mean, if we didn't have extra context as to what actually was going on, it could be argued that maybe there was an innocent reason as opposed to, pointing your girlfriend off to your friends. There could be an innocent explanation for the meanings behind these things, right?
Sure.
But there's one that's particularly, brings it home that this is what it is.
Yes.
And that's the one, well, which one are you thinking of?
The one where he tells the victim to come in his girlfriend's mouth.
And
She can be quiet.
and she's also the mother of his children, correct?
Correct.
After you looked at the totality of everything that you know about this case, everything that you found, everything that was analyzed, you used the skill and the training that you've had, your expertise in detecting.
Judge, at this point, I'm going to object to leading.
Sustained, Sylvia.
After everything, you made a decision on how to charge this case.
Yes, sir.
And what was that decision?
I decided to charge with murder.
And what was that based? I mean, certainly, there are other possibilities that exist other than murder.
Yes, sir.
And as remote as it could be, there are other possibilities. But you chose murder.
Yes, sir.
And what factors?
I looked at the totality of the circumstance of the entire investigation. We as police officers don't just take the words of individuals, we did do not be very good at our jobs, right? So we need to corroborate that with the evidence that's at the scene, not at the scene. So in looking know the individuals that are involved are Jocelyn, Daisy, and Jordan. We know that based on the statements provided by Jocelyn. So as an investigative point, it was not a whodunit case, so I know who the individuals are. And then looking at the previous history of the agreement for the sexual activities in exchange for other sexual activities, provided the context of what led up to the day that this murder happened. And then after that intercourse had taken place, in speaking with Jocelyn, there's an argument, and yes, she tells me that there was not a gun, which tells me when she leaves that there's an overt act to go get this firearm that is somewhere hidden inside the apartment. And he comes outside, and when Octavio is talking to Jocelyn, Jordy comes outside, she's so afraid she takes off running. So she again confirms the only three outside at that time are those three. So granted, she didn't see the gunshots, perfect world she would have. However, that's when we start to look at all the other evidence. And we look at his body, the trajectory of the injury, the road rash on his face, where his body is positioned. He's positioned going up, his feet are towards the door, his head's away from the door, and he's got road rash. And the trajectory shows that he was falling down as he was shot, and that's the only way you get that trajectory reasonably. Are there other ways you can get it? Yes. Are they reasonable to me as an investigator based on the facts presented in this case? No. There was no mention of any kind of accident. I tripped and fell. If there would have, that could have changed things based on the evidence, but that was not the case in any bit of this investigation. So for me, it was no question it was anything but murder.
You had reviewed Jocelyn's text.
Yes.
So you knew that this was a jealous, possessive individual.
Yes.
You saw the threats he made to her safety if she ever cheated on him.
Yes.
You knew that he'd stayed up all night.
I'm going to object to leading again. He's telling the witness what he knew and how it led to his conclusions.
Sustained, don't leave.
Your understanding of the way the defendant spent his evening is what?
Drinking, hanging out, sexual activity.
But not sleeping.
Correct.
You know now, as you just described, he had come out with a gun.
Correct.
And what purpose could he have for bringing a gun outside?
Really only two purposes. To use it or to scare someone.
Both of which are a high-class felony.
Correct.
He comes out and who does he encounter when he comes out?
His best friend.
And his best friend had just within the last 20 minutes done what?
Had sex with Jordy's girlfriend.
And now we know that the defendant did in fact shoot the gun that killed Tabito. The fact that someone doesn't tell you the truth, I know there are all kinds of reasons probably why people don't, consequences being one, but the fact that he did not tell you the truth, does that have any bearing on how you look at the case in terms of his guilt?
Yeah, it can, yes.
He doesn't try to, no one explains to you what happened other than what you have to conclude.
Correct.
Even the fact that you searched the house.
Extensively.
You searched his car.
Yes, sir.
You searched around the apartments. The gun was disposed of, is that correct?
I have no idea what the gun is playing.
But the fact that the gun is no longer there, I mean, is that indicative of guilt?
Yeah, it's indicative of someone trying to cover up what happened.
Is any of that, well, do all of these things go into what you call the totality of the circumstances in
Yes.
making your determination?
Yes, sir.
And of the other remote possibilities that might exist, The value that you give them is such that of all the choices, you chose to charge murder.
Correct.
Vice Mayor.
Any recalls?
Yes, Judge, thank you. Okay. So, I hate to keep going back to your role versus the jury's role, but I mean, we keep kicking this horse, so I guess I'm gonna kick it some more. You understand the decision point for you is reasonable, is probable cause.
For
right?
arrest, yes.
For arrest, and for charge and indictment. Not an expert on the legal system, but I mean, I assume you know that probable cause is the burden for indictment.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So, and although we keep using the word reasonable, and your opinion of this or that, at the end of the day, your job is to investigate, run down the leads, and you did, right?
Yes, sir.
As best you could with what was available and what you were told, right?
Yes, sir.
But it's not your job, and you wouldn't tell this jury what weight to put on certain evidence or not. And
That's their responsibility.
it's their responsibility, and it's their role.
Yes, sir.
And to do otherwise would be contrary to your role, and frankly would be violating the law.
Correct.
Okay. Nothing further. Thank you.
Any redirect?
What about the witness?
All right, may this witness be finally excused.
We have no history.
No, Judge.
All right, thank you, Detective. You're free to leave and go about your business.
Thank you, Judge.
Call your next witness.
Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, statements.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the law demands that I send you back to the jury room for a few minutes. Mr. Sabbath. Mr. Sabbath.
No.
Sorry.
Sabbath's the best.
All right.
Poor Mr. Sabbath. Working two jobs. All right, you all may be seated.
Thank you, Judge.
Do you need a few minutes with your help?
I do, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you.
You have a few.
Thank you.
Looks like,
I need to work on my presentation skills if I'm putting people to sleep, man.
well, this is his normal nap time.
That's true. Judge, are you planning on writing the charge? Would you need to work on it?
But, so much is going to hinge on what happens.
Right.
So, I'm gonna see a man about a horse.
I have a question. How hard would it be to do a copy of this? Exactly.
What?
I haven't touched it in a lot. I would just rather have a copy, to be a copy and send it to if we can.
Like a physical copy?
Yeah.
Like a printed out?
No, like this, just a copy.
Well, what's wrong with this one?
She wants to have both. She
Oh,
wants
yeah.
she wants to keep one. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I want one so I can give one to, if it's needed. You understand? Because what's gonna happen is, well, let me think.
I mean, I think if that cord disappeared, it probably wouldn't, like,
No, we can find that. I was just trying to think.
I don't think they would need it, everything that we're talking about. No, but I'm just saying, I don't think they would use it, because everything we put in is.
Okay.
And in order to use it, they'd have to have special software anyway.
No,
Y'all normally put
well,
this up for.
anything
That's
that
the
you
raw
need
data.
should be on there.
But that's the raw data.
No,
Yeah,
it's,
I don't- yeah.
if I plug it into my computer, I can.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
y'all
can-
normally have all of the platforms on here for
Yeah,
everybody.
I'm sure it's on there.
Oh, yeah.
she understood. She sounded like she wasn't mad. That's why I was still asleep. That's why I got up and I was in the corner trying to keep looking to the door too. Like after lunch, you need I don't advise you to drink Red Bull or anything, but I drink the 5-hour energy drink, the little bit one. That's the only one I can drink.
Can you drink them? I can, because I know they can help me.
That one's just caffeine, actually. You know, like Red Bulls and everything else that have more stuff too. No, yeah.
Did you release Billings, or is he still subject?
Yeah, last time I drank a Red Bull was back in.
I think he's released.
No, he is subject to recall.
And Jocelyn was subject to recall.
2009
Correct.
or 10 maybe.
Right. He is subject.
He is, but I'm not.
You're not. You're.
Okay.
And you, I'll
Okay.
I didn't know earlier, but now.
Okay.
Mine go for the clock again. No, she did say today we get out at 4:30. 4:15. Yeah, she said we'll stop at 4:15.
Well, I just know how boring and dry it was with the last time we did it. No way in a million years. I won't even say words that sound like it. He was an administrator for the Washington DC government.
Somehow I got switched to security. I hear the racking and all that. I'm like, that's not right.
In terms of what they were spending on some program or other.
Which is the thing of usage.
If he called us, he probably would be calling us on the phone. We're not answering.
Yeah.
Because they called the radio first. When I was on the radio, they called the phone. Or they call your cell phone.
All right.
Okay, thank you. Oh. Marissa, you coming? All right.
Once in the morning, once in the evening.
Mr. Howard, are you gonna call some witnesses?
I am.
All right. Is there anything we need to put on the record before you do?
I think that'd be a good idea.
All right, then we are back on the record. Y'all may be seated in the gallery, please. We are back on the record outside the presence and hearing of the jury. Mr. Howard.
Thank you, Judge. I would like to call my client for the limited purpose of this hearing.
All right, Mr. Estrada, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Okay, Jordy, you and I have had many, many discussions throughout my representation of you about your absolute right to testify and your absolute right not to testify.
Yes, sir.
And we've talked about this, the pros and cons both ways, right?
Yes, sir.
That if you chose not to testify, that fact cannot be commented on by the prosecution or the court or anyone else, right?
Yes, sir.
And it can't be considered by the jury in any way,
Yes, sir.
and that the judge already has, but would also continue to instruct the jury about the law on that they can't consider it.
Yes, sir.
And on the other hand, I explained to you that if you testify, no one can stop you from testifying if that's what you choose to do.
Yes, sir.
And that if you did testify, that the prosecution would be able to cross-examine you and ask you whatever questions they want.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Having had all those discussions, have you reached a point where you've been able to make a decision that you feel comfortable with?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what is that decision?
Testify.
That you will testify?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And have I given you adequate information and explanation and time to make that decision to a point that you feel comfortable?
Give me time. Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. And I've explained it and have answered all your questions. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Nothing further.
All right, then we are ready for the jury. Sure. We're ready.
All right.
You may be seated. All right, the state having rested, what says the defense?
We're ready to proceed, Judge.
You may call your first witness.
Thank you, Judge. Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen, the defense calls Jordy Estrada.
All right, Mr. Estrada, if you would please take the witness stand.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Estrada, you are still under oath.
Yes, sir.
You may be seated. This witness was sworn previously. You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Okay, Jordy, please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Jordy Estrada.
And I know it seems silly, but can you spell your name for the court reporter?
Yes, first name Jordy, J-O-R-D-Y. Last name Estrada, E-S-T-R-A-D.
Where were you born and where were you raised?
I was born in Dallas, Texas, and I was raised in Oak Cliff.
And who were you raised by? Who's your family?
I have my father and my mother, and I also have two sisters.
Where are you in the birth order? Are you the oldest, the middle, the youngest?
I'm the oldest, sir.
Your sisters, what are their names and how, are they a lot younger?
My sisters, Vanessa Estrada and Bianca Estrada.
Just may I approach the witness?
You may.
You've got the Kleenex right there, okay?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to bring you up your water. Take your time, okay? take a moment, you just tell me, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you said that Vanessa, and how much younger is Vanessa than you?
Vanessa's 27.
And you're how old?
I'm 31.
And your other sister?
Bianca, 17.
She's 17 now, you said?
Yes.
You're doing fine, you're doing fine. Just like you did, remember, if you nod or mm-hmm, make sure that you say yes or no for the book. Okay?
Yes.
Tell us about how you came to meet Octavia.
When we grew up on the same street. We lived 3 houses away from each other.
And were y'all friends from right away, or did it take a while to develop a friendship?
Oh, we became friends as soon as we met each other.
How old were you approximately when you first became friends with Octavia?
We were kids, 7, probably.
Now he was a little younger than you.
Correct.
How much younger than you was he?
31, he was like 4 years younger.
So when you were 7, he would have been like 3, but then over time, y'all were more in the kind of same age bracket as you got older.
Yes, sir.
So you grew up in Oak Cliff.
Yes, sir.
Where'd you go to school? Where'd you graduate high school?
Sunset High School.
And what year did you graduate?
2011.
And how did you like school? Were you a good student, okay student?
I was a pretty good student.
Pretty good student?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
After you graduated high school in 2011, did you go on to more school? Did you work? What did you do next?
I did both, sir.
Okay, let's start with the work. What did you do for work after graduating high school?
I worked as a ticket agent for Greyhound.
Okay. Did you work there during high school, or did you start after?
Right after, sir.
Right after. So you graduated and you went out and got a job.
Yes, sir.
And you said you were a ticket agent?
Yes, sir.
Was that part-time work or full-time work?
Full-time, sir.
And how long did you work at Greyhound as a ticket agent?
Approximately 2 years, I believe, sir.
Okay. And then after Greyhound, did you continue working?
Yes, sir.
Where'd you go to work after Greyhound?
I worked for Ace Cash Express.
What'd you do there?
I was helping customers pay bills, cashing checks.
And was that full-time work as well?
Yes, sir.
And how long did you work at Ace?
Yeah, I did around 4 years because I got moved up to help desk, so I worked in the corporate office after.
Okay, so you started in a check cashing place, being the person, when someone would come in and they want to cash a check or they need to pay their bills, you would be the person helping them at the desk.
Correct, sir.
And then over time, you got promoted into a higher level position?
Yes, sir.
And you go into corporate, and what did you say? You said help desk? What is that?
Just helping the stores if they need help with fixing their machines or assisting guests or complaints, things like that, sir.
How long approximately would you say you worked at that, I'll just call it lower level position, but the entry, where you began until you became help desk at the corporate?
About a year, approximately.
Okay. So during this time that you're working at Greyhound and then eventually Ace Cash Express, I think you said earlier that you were both working and continuing your education.
That is correct.
Okay, so let's back up a little bit. After high school, what sort of education did you pursue?
I actually wanted to study business management as soon as I graduated, so I was going to school for business management.
And where was that?
Mountain View College.
And did you continue and stay at Mountain View until the end of your education?
Well, I did approximately like some years there, then I went to El Centro College.
Okay. Did you get a degree at Mountain View?
No.
Okay. So you were there for a couple of years, and then you transferred to, you said El Centro?
Correct, yes, sir.
And did you stay in the business management field?
No, sir.
What did you go into?
I wanted to do nursing, but also that was a very long career, so I had a daughter, so I had to change my career.
And we're gonna get to your relationships and your daughter, but, so at this point, you had a daughter, and although you wanna go into nursing, you need to be able to make money and move on in life. You don't have the luxury of going that direction. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when nursing didn't look like a viable opportunity for you, what did you turn to?
I did X-ray tech.
Okay. And so is that what you studied at El Centro? I mean, amongst other things, I assume?
Yes, sir.
And did you get a degree?
I got my X-ray certification, sir.
Okay. When did you get that?
It was so long ago, I don't really remember, sorry.
That's okay. And so, you're working at Greyhound and then ACE. Do you continue working after ACE while you're in school?
Yes, sir.
And what sorts of work do you do after ACE while you're in school?
I work at, I got the opportunity to work for under a doctor. So I started off as doing insurance. So I was doing desk work in the doctor's office.
And do you remember the name of that doctor or the name of that practice?
Southwest Scoliosis Institute, Dr. Richard Austin and Dr. Michael O'Brien.
And how long did you work there at the Southwest Scoliosis Institute?
2 years, probably, 2 3 years.
Did you like that work?
Yes, sir.
Had you gotten your X-ray technician certification at this point?
Yes, sir. They helped me pay for my school.
Okay. So you were working there, and they're helping put money towards your schooling. And then while you're working there, you get your X-ray certification.
Yes, sir.
So after 2 years there, did you continue working?
Yes, sir.
Where did you go there?
I think I was at urgent care, Lumen Urgent Care, which no longer exists, but I was at urgent care at the time.
Okay. Were you doing X-ray tech work there or more desk work?
I was doing X-ray tech, and I was also doing medical assistant work, so I was putting IVs, injections, things of that nature.
Okay. And then after that, did you continue working?
Correct, yes, sir.
Where'd you go after that?
I went with another spine specialist. I'm interested in the spine, so I went with Dr. Greg Calloway, and I worked there. So
How long did you work for him?
maybe 3 years. Sure.
Okay. Yeah, we're talking about almost 10 years ago, so I understand the exact number of years, and you're nervous, I assume.
Yes, sir.
And after him, did you do any more work?
I did. For the incident, I was working for another spine doctor, which is Dr. Seth Rahman.
Okay. And so you were working for Dr. Seth Rahman at the time that you said the incident, when Octavio was shot.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you mentioned a daughter. So I guess the question of do you have any kids is kind of silly, but tell me about your kids.
My oldest daughter her name is Layla Maria Estrada. She is 12. I have my youngest little boy, whose name is Aiden Jordy Estrada. He's 4. And then I have my baby girl, Anaí Estrada, who is she's 2.
And so we heard that Jocelyn is the mother of Aiden and Anaí. Who is the mother of Layla?
Paola.
And is that's your ex?
Yes.
How old were you when you and Paola were together? And so you would have been graduated high school going to either Mountain View or El Centro when you were with Pala?
Yes, sir.
And then at some point, we heard Jocelyn talk about how y'all met in a psychology class. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And so let's talk about your relationship with Jocelyn. She talked about kind of ups and downs, good times, and some, frankly, some toxic times. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
We heard some text messages. I assume, did y'all, like most people, text all the time?
Yes, sir.
So they picked some text out of a day, but if we brought in y'all's text, it would be hundreds of thousands of texts, I assume, from being together for years.
Yes, sir.
She described you as somebody who could be jealous. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
And she admitted that there were times when she could be jealous. Do you think that's fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's talk about, so Layla is 12. Aiden is 4, so there's an 8-year gap between Layla and Aiden.
Yes, sir.
And we heard Jocelyn say that y'all started dating when you're in that psychology class, right?
Yes, sir.
And then she gets pregnant pretty much right away,
That is correct, sir.
like within a month or 2.
Yes, sir.
And while she's pregnant, where were you living during this time?
We were living at my mother's house in Wynwood.
And is that your childhood home?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And so Jocelyn described there kind of being a back house. Were you living in the house with your parents, or were you living in the back house?
We had the back house, sir.
And Jocelyn talked about kind of moving in and out, moving back in with her parents. How was that time for you when she's moving out, especially after Aiden's born? Did she take Aiden with her?
Yes, sir.
How did that affect you?
It was hard.
Okay, tell the jury about that.
It was just hard seeing my baby boy coming in and out of my life. I tried really hard to keep fighting for my relationship. I believe it would be a part of my son's life.
Had you ever struggled with any sort of emotional problems or anxiety or anything like that before?
Yes, sir. Depression.
So I want to, try to, as much as I can, to talk about all this in chronological order, but there's so many kind of threads to this. So I'm going to move and talk a little bit more about your relationship with Octavia, okay? So you talked earlier about best friends and growing up on the same block. Did y'all stay in each other's lives consistently from the time you first met him, when you were both little boys, up until the end?
There was ups and downs because he would live with his mom, then he would live with his dad. So he was in and out of the neighborhood. Yes, sir.
Okay, so he lived 3 doors down from you. Who was that? His mom's house or his dad's house?
I believe it wasn't his mom's, it was his grandma's, but he lived with his mom. Yes.
Okay. So then you said there were times where he went to live with his father?
From my understanding, yes, sir.
And is that something where he's gone for like a weekend or a month, or was there a period of time where you guys didn't see each other for a period of years?
During, when he was in high school, we went a couple years without seeing each other because he went to go to school with his dad.
And did y'all stay in touch during that time, or did y'all lose touch?
Through text messages, but not really. We kind of lost touch.
So when he was living down the street, y'all are best friends, seeing each other all the time, but then he moves and you're staying in touch, but you're not seeing each other. Not like it was.
Yes, sir.
So at some point y'all reconnect. When did that happen and how did that happen?
If I'm not mistaken, Octavio has graduated, and he had like a rocky relationship that he was going through, and so did I. So we picked up, like if he never left, we were just that close to each other.
And so once y'all pick back up, you said like we never left. So is it back to the talking every day?
Yes, sir.
So are you already dating Jocelyn, or is it before you start your relationship with Jocelyn that Octavio kind of re-enters your life?
It's a little before, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. So Octavio comes back in your life, you're in school, you're going through the rough patch after your breakup with Paolo,
Yes, sir.
and then you meet Jocelyn.
8 years later, yes, sir.
Okay. We heard earlier a mention of Octavio being the godfather to Aiden, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Was it just Aiden or also Anaim?
The plan was great.
Okay, so Aiden is born, you and Octavio are best friends. You name him the godfather of your son, Aiden. And I think, if I remember correctly, you're still living in the back house with your parents, is that right?
Yes, sir.
At some point, do you end up moving out of that apartment, or out of that home?
Yes, sir.
Where do you go?
I moved to 2211 South Vernon Avenue.
So that's the apartment we've been hearing about throughout this trial.
Yes, sir.
So you're kind of two homes to this, to the point of this tragedy, were your childhood home where you grew up and that apartment.
Yes, sir.
So did you move to that apartment by yourself?
No, sir.
Who lived there with you?
At the time, it was Jocelyn who moved in with me, with my son, Aiden.
So is Aiden like a little baby at this point, or is he a little older?
He's a couple months, sir.
And so y'all are living, you and Jocelyn are living at the apartment on South Vernon, right?
Yes, sir.
And are you still in school, or are you working at this point? I mean, I know you were working and going to school, so let me start there. Were you still in school at this point?
No, sir, I was just working at it.
So you've graduated, you got your certification as an x-ray technician, and you're working in the medical field. We talked about several jobs, but you're working in the medical field.
Correct, yes, sir.
And I think we heard Jocelyn say earlier that at this point, she wasn't working. You were the sole provider financially.
Yes, sir.
How were things financially? Was the money making the ends meet, or were you struggling?
I was struggling because I was also paying child support for my oldest, Layla.
Yeah, I guess I didn't ask that. So Layla's your oldest, but at this point, she lives with her mother.
That is correct, sir.
And you're paying child support as well as supporting your other two kids who are living with, or at this point, just the one, Aiden.
Correct, yes, sir.
Got it. Jocelyn described a time after Aiden was born where she moved out, and you said that was tough, right?
Correct, sir.
Did you stay in the apartment or what?
So at first, my best friend, he moved in with me, Octavio did, and he lived with me, but it was still really rocky for me to handle my depression and stuff. As much as he tried to help me,
And was there discussion with Octavio about him staying at the apartment and how he was going to afford that? Or did you leave him high and dry, or was there an agreement?
Him and Martine and Lyle decided to take over. I just left it to them, and I left it to my mom's.
So you go back to living at your parents', and are you living in the house or in the back house?
In the back house at the time.
And you and Jocelyn are separated. Are y'all talking?
Yes, sir.
Lyle and Martine, I think we heard earlier, who had you known the longest?
Lyle.
How did you first meet Lyle?
We went to high school together.
Were y'all really close, or kind of close, or what?
He hung around with the friends that I had.
So y'all are kind of in the same circle of friends, but not like best friends or anything like that?
No, sir.
I think we heard Sophie testify earlier today that Lyle was your best friend. Is that accurate?
No, sir. I would consider her value. Yes, sir.
I mean, to be fair, she admitted that she'd only kind of been in the group for like a month or so. Okay. And what about Martine? You said you met Lyle first. How long had you known Martine?
I met Martine through Lyle.
Through Lyle. Okay.
Yes.
As adults, or when you were in school, or what?
Martine, we were already a little older.
How long do Octavio, Lyle, and Martine stay in that apartment?
They're not there that long. I'm trying to fix my relationship with Jocelyn. And then I was going through situations also where I had just lost my grandfather. So she was being there supportive. So it wasn't much long before I went back to Abrasions.
Okay. So Octavio, Lyle, and Martine are living there. You say not long. Are we talking weeks, months, years?
They were there for a couple months there.
Okay. So you said that you were working on your relationship with Jocelyn.
Yes, sir.
What did that look like? Were you? I mean, what do you mean by that?
Well, we had our ups and downs because she's younger than I am, so she was a mom at a young age, and she still kind of wanted to have fun. So me being a little older, I kind of just wanted to just be part of my son's life and stuff.
Okay.
So we had fun with those.
To be fair, I mean, it's not like you were a monk wanting to stay at home and not go out. You were going out too, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so you said that it was, you're working on your relationship, and then your grandfather gets sick and ends up passing, and that kind of brings y'all back together?
Yes, sir.
Do y'all stay living apart, or does she move back in with you quickly?
So when my grandfather passed away, which was really hard on me, she ends up getting pregnant by my daughter, Anani. So we decided to move back together and get ready to work and become a family soon.
So y'all are seeing each other, but living separately. She gets pregnant, and then when you learn of the pregnancy, y'all decide to, okay, let's move back into the apartment and let's give this a go.
Correct, sir.
And I mean, did y'all kick the guys out of the apartment, or was it kind of a mutual thing where they're moving on somewhere else?
Octavio and Martine had spoke about, they seen some apartment that they liked on Fort Worth Avenue. So they decided to get the lease under both of their names.
And that kind of coincided with you and Jocelyn deciding to move back into the apartment?
Yes, sir.
So they moved to the apartment on Fort Worth Avenue, and you moved with Jocelyn and Aiden, and of course, she's pregnant with Anai, into the apartment on Vernon.
That is correct, sir.
After, so when was Anai born? Do you remember the date right now?
Yes, sir. October 13th. It was 2021. Sorry.
That's okay. After Anai's born, how is your relationship with Jocelyn?
We're doing pretty well. We don't really have problems. We're doing pretty well, sir.
And during that time, so I guess we saw the text messages that the prosecutors played were from September 3rd, 2020, so that's like the year before Anai's born, and that's the jealousy and all that stuff that we heard about. Was that, I mean, I assume, did y'all still have kind of bouts of jealousy from time to time?
Yes, sir.
She described your relationship as toxic at times. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
And did you have a big role in that?
Yes, sir.
I mean, frankly, reading that, I mean, you could be a real jerk.
That is correct, sir.
And so we heard about, you know, at least on these particular days, y'all are going out with Octavio and Lio and Martine, and when Sophie joins the group, when she starts dating Lio, Daisy Alvarez, Daisy Sandoval, was that your kind of the normal friend group that would hang out, or was that kind of just happened to be a couple of times?
That was the normal friend group here.
When after Anai's born, Jocelyn testified about when y'all would go out, you would make arrangements for either your parents or her parents to watch the kids, right?
Yes, sir.
How often were y'all going out and having the parents babysit? Was that like several times a week, or like once every week, or every few weeks?
Honestly, it was probably every Saturday.
Every Saturday.
Yes, sir.
We heard and we've talked a lot about whether you call it an open relationship or the threesome or whatever we want to call this, okay? So I'm going to ask you some questions about that. Who brought that up?
I did, sir.
So Jocelyn was telling the truth that initially it was you who brought that up.
Yes, sir.
And when she said that you brought it up a number of times, usually when y'all were intimate, is that right?
That is correct, sir.
And again, eventually she got to the point where she said that she was in agreement with it. Is that your recollection of how things went?
Yes, sir.
The prosecution has kind of painted it in their opening statement and with some of their questions that you were sending her to, foisting her on your best friend. Was it you forcing or foisting her in any way, or was this more of a mutual thing?
No, sir. When it was brought up, she particularly told me she found Octavio attractive. So she wanted.
Okay. And the other stuff that she said that where you were, you know, sort of uncomfortable with, but sort of turned on by, I mean, is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
And I know this is embarrassing to talk about a bunch of strangers and your family, okay. I want to move and talk to you about the weeks leading up to the incident on January 23rd, 2022, okay?
Yes, sir.
So we heard Octavio's birthday was in December, I think on December 20th.
I believe so. I think his main birthday is December 3rd.
Y'all, we heard about 2021 in December, y'all got together maybe a few days before his birthday for a birthday party. You remember that? that there was testimony that Octavio rented a car,
Yes, sir.
went over to his apartment.
Yes, sir.
And we heard about Octavio doing cocaine that night. Is that something that you saw as well?
Yes, sir.
We heard about you going to the bathroom with Octavio as well. Were you doing cocaine in there with him?
No, sir.
Is cocaine something that you would do?
No, sir.
We heard Sophie say that she saw you do cocaine. Is that accurate?
No, sir. Where I work in the medical field, we did random drug tests, and I'm not allowed to. So I mean, I can, but I don't want to lose my job. So no, sir.
How many times do you think you saw or spent time around Sophie?
Twice. I don't really know of her. I don't know her.
Okay. So she had started dating Lio, I think she said a month or two maybe. And in that time, I think she said she remembered 3 times seeing you. So you're saying 2 or 3, she says 3. Does that seem fair?
Yes, sir.
When Octavio did cocaine, we heard that the medical examiner, Dr. Linfest, talk about cocaine affects different people differently. It's definitely a stimulant. It definitely kind of hypes you up, but whether people get aggressive or paranoid or anything like that is variable. Okay. In your experience around Octavio on cocaine, how did you see it affect him?
It wasn't the Torito that I knew.
What do you mean by that?
He wasn't really happy anymore. He was, I guess, just different. He was a little more mad. It's not the same Torito that I know.
Now you just said a little more mad. To be fair, I mean, is he turning into the Hulk? Is he turning into a rageaholic?
No, sir.
But just he was different,
Yes, sir.
verging towards a little more angry or aggressive. Is that what you're telling us?
Yes, sir.
So back to his birthday party there in 2021. You guys, you and Jocelyn, I think we heard this is a Saturday, which is when you would normally go out, right?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And we heard earlier that Jocelyn and you had made arrangements for your parents to watch the kids.
Yes, sir.
What was the time frame when your parents would watch the kids? Is it an all-day thing? Is it like an evening thing? When would you normally drop the kids off and pick them up?
Roughly around like 9 or 10. It just depends on the occasion.
Drop off or pick up?
We would drop them off.
And then would they stay the night, or would you get them the same when you came home?
It also depends. We usually would try to pick them up and bring them back home. Yes, sir.
Okay, so sometimes they stay the night at grandparents' house, and then sometimes you pick them up.
Correct. Yes, sir.
On this particular occasion, the birthday party where you and Octavio had words, Jocelyn had testified about that the plan was they weren't staying with your parents all night. Is that your memory as well?
Yes, sir.
And I think she said that y'all needed to be there by like midnight to pick them up. Does that sound accurate?
Yes, sir.
And again, this is now 3 whatever years ago, so I don't expect you to remember exact times. But does that sound like, if you were to pick your kids up from the grandparents' house, does that sound accurate?
Yes, sir.
So, what time of the evening is it that y'all are waiting around for Martine to show up and getting a little frustrated?
At nighttime. It's 9, 10 p.m.
So, we heard Jocelyn talk about that she felt like everybody was getting frustrated. She definitely was getting frustrated, and that you were mentioning it and kind of, I think she said, complaining. How would you characterize that incident?
I was frustrated. We had been waiting for a while, so I knew we were short
And so, do you remember the incident about Jocelyn talked about, it looked like Lio had texted something to Octavio?
Yes, sir.
And is that what kind of prompted you to say something?
Yes, sir.
And tell us what you remember about what you said and then what happened in the next moments.
I saw Octavio look at his phone and kind of laugh. So I told him that what was so funny, that if they were talking about me, because they were both talking to each other, to just tell me. And then we just started exchanging words. I told him that we had already been waiting for a while, so I got impatient. We started yelling at each other.
And are y'all talking and then yelling at each other while sitting down, or are you getting up? What are your bodies doing?
We were both standing up.
And Jocelyn talked about y'all getting in each other's faces. What's your recollection of what happened? From y'all standing around the table to you leaving, tell us what happened.
We're both yelling at each other, and we're both getting in each other's faces.
And do you remember him saying what Jocelyn was saying about, get the F out, take your money and get the F out?
Yes, sir.
And that money was the money that you had chipped in for the table to go out?
That is correct, yes, sir.
We heard again Sophie say that although she didn't hear anything else y'all said, she distinctly remembered hearing you say, "I'll kill you," twice. Did you say anything like that?
No, sir.
Again, to be fair, I mean, you're having words. Were you angry?
Yes, sir.
Did you say maybe curse words or not so nice things?
A lot of curse words.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
But did you threaten to kill your best friend?
No, sir.
Does he get physical? Do you get physical? Does anyone throw any punches, anything like that?
No, sir.
And so Jocelyn said she stepped in between y'all and kind of broke it up, and then y'all leave. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
So other than you complain, Lio sends a text, they snicker, you and Octavio have words, it turns into yelling and cursing in each other's faces, but nothing physical. Is there anything else that we've missed about that incident?
No, sir.
I'm sure in the moment you were upset, after an hour or the next morning, was that a big deal?
No, sir.
How long do you think it was until you and Octavio talked again, if you remember specifics?
I can't tell you specifically, but I can say it wasn't even past 2 days.
And do you remember if one or the other of you reached out to the other? How did y'all regaining talking start, if you remember?
I reached out to him, and I just told him that I loved him and that I was sorry that we got into it, that we were brothers, and that argument was dumb.
And did he respond to you?
Yeah, he said that he loved me too, and that he wished I was there, that I missed out on a lot of fun.
Me and the birthday party?
Correct, yes, sir. And he told me all about it.
So this is now mid to late December, and Christmas time is coming up. Do y'all, now that you've kind of put this little in each other's faces thing at his birthday party behind you, do y'all continue talking and seeing each other?
Every day, sir. We were talking every day. He called me to see how my day was at work, how my run was throughout the day. We talk every day.
Sounds like he was a really good friend.
I think he called me more than my mom called me.
Did y'all see each other over the holidays?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury about that.
For Christmas, he came over and he brought my son a gift, and then he brought me a gift, and we bought him a gift. We exchanged gifts.
Breath. It's okay. Okay, so that's Christmas, and then I think Jocelyn talked to us about New Year's Eve. Y'all had Octavio and Lio and Sophie and Martine over to y'all's apartment for New Year's Eve.
Yes, sir.
And do you remember that night?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about that night. What was New Year's Eve at y'all's apartment like?
We were all gonna hang out and just have some drinks and listen to music. I had got the kids some fireworks, so we were gonna pop some fireworks and just pretty much just all hang out.
Is it? I mean, I know you guys have made up. You've had exchanged Christmas presents. When they come over for New Year's Eve, is everybody's vibe or demeanor tense or relaxed and having fun, or what's the atmosphere?
Everyone's having fun.
And Sophie came as well?
Correct, yes, sir.
Jocelyn told the jury about a time when she said the boys went outside and shot guns. She didn't go outside and see that because she was inside with the kids. Were you outside? Did you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell the jury about that.
Well, when we were inside, when we were all hanging out, we were just talking. Lio and Martin and them had brought their guns, and they were talking about we should shoot the guns and go to like a field that's more farther away from the apartment. So they brought all their guns they had, and we were all over there. Octavio, Lio, Martin, and myself.
What you say that they brought their guns? What kind of guns are we talking about? First of all, are you a gun guy? Do you know makes and models and all that stuff?
No, sir.
We heard earlier that you bought, I think it was like a .22 rifle or something from Octavio?
I don't know what it was. I just know it was a big gun. He sold me a big gun.
Big meaning like not a handgun, it's a rifle.
Correct, yes.
And then the guys kind of gave you a hard time about that. It was a silly gun, and you got the handgun from Octavio?
Yes, sir.
When they come over for New Year's Eve and they bring their guns, do you have a gun at that point?
Yes, sir.
What gun is that?
The one that I had got from him, I don't know what kind of gun it is.
The handgun?
It's a handgun, yes.
And so, how does this come up? I mean, how does it come up, hey, we brought guns, let's go shoot? How does that happen?
I'm not really sure. I just know Lio was just like, I have all my guns in the car, and they just decided to go grab all their guns from the car. I don't know.
And is it just them, or do you go?
I go with them.
And is it just y'all or anybody else?
Just us guys.
And is it just them shooting, or do you shoot a gun as well?
I shoot guns.
Okay. You shoot one of their guns, or your gun, or what?
So when they're shooting their guns, Lio and them are like, they tell me to go bring the gun that I have because I don't know how to use it, and I don't know like how the clips or none of that go. So they tell me to go grab my gun from the box and bring it. So I go and I grab it and I come back and then I bring it and I hand it to them.
Had you ever shot that gun before?
No, sir.
Ever been to the range before?
No, sir.
Ever had a class on guns or anything like that?
No, sir.
So when Jocelyn said, to my knowledge, Jordy had never shot a gun or didn't know anything about guns, that's correct.
Yes, sir.
You said you had it in the box that Octavio sold it to you in.
Yes, sir.
What about ammunition? Did you go to a store and buy ammunition, or did he give you a box of ammunition?
No, it came with like a box of ammunition. I'm not sure.
Okay. So it's not like you had a loose pile of bullets. You had a box that had been bought from the store.
Yes, sir.
And so, was the gun already loaded with the magazine, you called it a clip, in the gun, or what happened? guns? Are they shooting guns like up in the air, into the wild blue, or at the ground? What are they doing?
The ground, sir.
And where is this in conjunction to your apartment? Is this that little green, we call it a field, or a little patch of grass?
The field that the detectives showed earlier.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Where they found a bunch of different shells and bullets and stuff.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So then, after y'all shoot the guns, New Year's Eve countdown, whatever, then everybody leaves at some point, I assume?
Yes, sir.
And then we've seen text messages, it's like the early morning hours of January 1st when Jocelyn goes over to Octavius, right?
That is correct, sir.
So everyone leaves. How does it go from, okay, everybody's gone, to Jocelyn's going to Octavius?
We were having drinks. I guess we're getting intimate. She says she wants to go to Octavius.
So, Jocelyn talked about this, that normally when this subject, this open relationship stuff would come up, it was normally when y'all would be intimate. Is that your recollection as well?
Yes.
So y'all have had some drinks, you're getting intimate, she mentions it. Are you like, no, that's gross, or do you agree?
I agree.
We saw your text, you text Octavio, and I mean, pretty explicit at one point, telling him to have oral sex with Jocelyn, right?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned, I think, in that text that I want to have a threesome with Daisy, and so do this for me, or something like that. Is that your recollection of kind of how that was all, for lack of a better word, negotiated? So Jocelyn goes over there. We saw that her battery runs out on her phone, and she texts you from Octavio's, and then comes home. Right? When she got home, were you angry at her? Were you angry at Octavio?
I went to sleep.
She remembered her coming home and y'all having sex and you being turned on by it. That's not your memory?
No, sir. I went to sleep.
I mean, you did mention in the text messages, I'm sleepy. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, sir.
In the text messages that the prosecution showed earlier between you and Octavio, I mean, that was just a snippet, but I don't see any kind of discussion other than that little, hey, Jocelyn's coming over, about him having sex with Jocelyn. Like, was it discussed after that between you and Octavio?
No, it's embarrassing, sir. We didn't talk.
So it sounds like this is something that sounds like a good idea when you had a drink or two and you're feeling sexual, but then in the light of day it's a little embarrassing for you and Jocelyn and everybody else.
Yes, sir.
But you kept doing it, right?
Yes, sir.
So we heard earlier that after she has sex with Octavio, then y'all have a threesome with Daisy, right?
Yes, sir.
Jocelyn had said that after that y'all kind of kept talking about it, but that the discussions were like, hey, let's stop this. Is that, tell the jury about that period between January, 3rd, 4th, after the threesome with Daisy, and January 22nd, when Octavio comes over.
what do we talk about?
Yeah, you and Jocelyn. What's the state of this open relationship stuff during those several weeks?
I think we just say that we're not gonna talk, or do it, or do anything, or bring it up, or do anything like that. It won't happen again.
And was that you or her, or was that mutual?
That was mutual, sir.
She was feeling a little jealous of seeing you with Daisy, and you didn't love the idea of her with Octavio. Is that basically fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. During that period of time, are you and Octavio not talking, continuing to talk every day, somewhere in between?
We talk every day.
I think I saw some text messages with you guys talking about playing Xbox. Was that something that y'all would do together frequently?
We play PlayStation 4.
PlayStation, sorry.
We would
I'm not a big video game guy, so.
Yes, we would play online together. We would play Call of Duty a lot of times together.
That's Call of Duty is like a shoot 'em up game.
Yes, sir.
There's guns in that game, right?
Yes.
Do you don't know the names of the guns or anything from the Call of Duty game?
No, sir. I didn't play it that often. I was always working or something like that. So, but when I did have a chance, I would hop on and play with.
You did play with Octavio?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's not like I'm working so much I never play, but it didn't give you a intimate working knowledge of guns?
No.
Okay. Because it's a video game.
Yes, sir.
Fair. So we heard January 22nd, you and Jocelyn want to invite the gang out for, to go out to the Blue Cenote.
Yes, sir.
Whose idea was that? Was that your idea or someone else's, or?
It was Tavito.
It was Tavito's, okay. So, how did that come up?
We were in my apartment. I picked up Tavito that night, and then we came back to my apartment, and we were just watching football, having drinks. Then my cousin Alejandra showed up, and her friend, Sil, and then and Daisy Alvarez was there, and we were just talking, hanging out, and Tavito said he had a friend that worked at Lucino, and that she could get us a table there, so we decided to.
So this wasn't like there was a plan way ahead of time that we're going to go to this bar and do this stuff, but it was, hey, let's hang out, and then Octavio brings up, hey, I know a girl, I know a place, why don't we go?
Yes, sir.
And the kids, do y'all have y'all already made plans for your parents to watch the kids, or was that like, uh-oh, now we need to make snap plans?
We made plans in the morning. Yeah, correct, yes, sir.
There was, this was already your go-out day.
Correct, yes, sir. We were just gonna hang out at the apartment, so my mom was already gonna watch the kids for us, even if we just hung out at the apartment.
So you hang out at the apartment, watching football, people are arriving, and then about what time do y'all go to the bar?
I don't remember an exact time. I just know we stopped at, Tavito asked me if we can go pull out some money at Chase. So we went to Chase, pull out some money, and then we left and we went there. I don't remember the exact time, sir. Sorry.
That's okay. And what was the atmosphere at the bar like? Were y'all having fun? Was it tense? Was it boring? Tell us about that.
It was fun. We were just watching. There was like a UFC fight at the time, playoffs, NFL playoffs. So we were just watching football.
So this bar is like a sports bar. They've got multiple TVs, and y'all are having drinks and watching stuff, having fun.
Yes, sir.
How would you describe Octavio's demeanor that night? Is he having fun?
Yes, sir.
We heard testimony from Jocelyn, and I think from some other folks about Octavio going to the bathroom that night. Did you see that as well?
Yes, sir.
And I think we heard from Jocelyn that you went with Octavio at least once to the bathroom. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And what did you see him doing in the bathroom?
He did cocaine.
And did he just like have a little personal stash with him, or what?
No, he had, baggies of them.
We talked about this earlier, that you sold some drugs, and that you had gotten into that through Lio and to some extent Octavia. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
So what is he like as he starts going to the bathroom? Is that like a one-time thing, or a two-time thing, or a bunch of time thing? How would you describe that?
He's going often to the restroom.
And do you go with him every time?
No, sir.
But you go with him once or a couple times?
A handful of times, yes, sir.
So you don't know if he's doing cocaine every time he's going there, but he's getting up, he's going over there.
Yes, sir.
How long do y'all stay at the bar?
They're almost till closing, 12, 1 o'clock.
And after that, I think we heard some of the folks kind of go off on their own, and then you and Jocelyn and Octavio leave together in y'all's car?
So my cousin Alejandra, Giselle, and some guy that she was with, leave. And then it's me, Tabito, Jocelyn, Daisy Alvarez, and Flavio. And we go back to the apartment.
Okay. And I assume all those people that you just described aren't in the same car?
No, sir.
And so, on the way, y'all pick up the kids and then head back to the apartment?
Correct, yes, sir.
Did Flavio stay, or did he just drop somebody off? Is that what we heard earlier?
Correct.
And so, back at the apartment, does it stay just that group, or do more people start arriving?
So I get a call from Lyle. He asks what we're doing, and I tell him we're just hanging out listening to music at my apartment. So he asked me if him and Sophie can come, and I tell him sure.
And again, how's the demeanor or the vibe of the group at this point?
Everyone's having a good time.
And what time about are we talking when Sophie and Lio arrive?
No, I don't want to tell you exact times. I'm not sure. It was late, about 2 or 3 a.m. I'm not.
Sometime, a substantial amount of time after y'all get back to the apartment. It's not like they arrive 2 minutes after y'all get there.
Correct.
Okay. So, how is Octavio acting throughout the evening?
I mean, he's fine. He's doing fine. We're just ordering shots, and he's just fine. He's doing fine.
Is he continuing to do cocaine that you know of, or going to the bathroom or anything like that?
I've seen him go to the restroom. I only saw it once or twice when he did cocaine, but I know he's continuously going to the restroom. Yes, sir.
What he's exactly doing in there, you don't know, but okay.
Awesome.
We heard about him ordering a pizza and getting upset because the order was not right. Did he have a major rage session about that, or was that just him getting a little upset?
He was just upset his pizza was wrong, and he just was arguing back and forth with the pizza guy.
So not like he, again, turned into the Incredible Hulk.
No, sir.
But we've been hearing a lot about Octavio as this relaxed, calm vibes kind of guy.
Yeah, normally he's always chill. He's always fun going. He wouldn't have cared about the pizza. He would probably just bought another pizza.
But the times you've seen him do cocaine and drink alcohol, you said that's not the Tabito I know. So we heard at some point people start kind of ending the night at 4 or 5. Is that about your recollection?
Yes, sir.
Do people all leave at once, or do they kind of start trailing out a little bit at a time?
So first, Daisy Alvarez and her friend leave. They go to Waterburger, from what I was told, and then Lyle and Sophie leave, and Fabio doesn't have a car, so he rides with him.
So they leave, and are they the last to leave?
Yes, sir.
So now it's you and Jocelyn, and the kids are, I think she said earlier, the kids have already been put down. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So they're in the bed asleep. Do they sleep in y'all's bed, or do they have like cribs, or what's the sleeping situation?
It's a one-bedroom apartment, sir, so they sleep with us.
So we heard about you guys are kind of going through your nighttime routine. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Jocelyn mentioned that as you're getting ready, you take out your contacts. Tell us about do you normally wear contacts, glasses?
I usually wear contacts, sir.
Do you own glasses?
I don't.
What's the extent, I mean, if you know, I wear glasses, but I have no idea what my eyesight is. Do you know the 20/20 or whatever it is of your eyesight?
I don't know.
Okay. So without your contacts, describe your vision.
I can't really see unless you're, I really can't see.
Okay. When you say I can't see, are you blind?
No, I'm not.
So things are what, blurry or what?
Blurry, sir.
If I'm standing 10 feet away from you, can you recognize who I am?
Probably. I'm not sure. It looks blurry. It's gonna look blurry, sir.
But if I'm standing 5 feet from you, am I crisp or am I blurry?
No, you're blurry.
Okay. So, did you regularly take out your contacts each night?
Every night before I go to bed, yes, sir.
What happens if you sleep in your contacts?
They dry up and
And you're wearing contacts right now?
yes, sir.
So that was your normal routine. Did you do it that night?
Yes, sir.
And then afterwards, Jocelyn told us that y'all start to get sexual. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Who brought up inviting Octavio over that night?
Jocelyn. Sir.
So when Jocelyn told us earlier that that night it was actually her idea, that's your memory as well.
Yes, sir.
And when she told Detective Sarah that she was being pushy about it, how would you describe that?
I mean, she was just really persistent for me to call him.
She wanted him to come over and for y'all to have sex.
Yes, sir.
And what was your feeling on all this?
It was late. I was just ready to go to sleep. I was just, at first, when I was sexual, I was just kind of like, okay, but then I was just like, it's not a good idea. It's been so late. We're all at drinks. I don't think it's a good idea.
So we saw the text messages earlier, and I'll probably put them back up here in a second. But you invite Octavio. It's not like you say no, absolutely not. You invite Octavio.
That's correct, sir.
If you had not invited Octavio over, none of this would have happened. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
So it sounds like a good enough idea in the moment that you invite him. And then how quickly do you start saying, no, you know what, never mind?
Right away, sir.
And may I approach the court reporter?
You may.
start out at the top here. It's 6:14 a.m. and you text from your phone, come. Right?
Yes, sir.
Like I said earlier, you're the one who starts this chain. Fair?
Yes, sir.
At my crib, and Octavio, let me look at it. It's 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, and you texted him. He's already had sex with Jocelyn the once, so fair to say he kind of knows what this is about.
Yes, sir.
So the first text is at 6:14, and then it's 6:17. I know, I'll zoom in a little bit. 6:17, you send the next text. So it's been 3 minutes. So pretty quickly you decide, never mind.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you text him tomorrow, F it. And I'm not going to go through every single text, guys. You know, he wants to come. I'm going to come. I already ordered the Uber. So you told him no once. We're going to bed twice. Just tomorrow 3 times. The kids woke up 4 times. Just tomorrow 5 times. He says I can't cancel the Uber. Have you ever taken an Uber before?
Yes.
You can cancel an Uber, can't you?
Yes.
Okay. Good night, 6 times. He says don't hoe me. He says the Uber is already, oh no, sorry, about to be at my apartment. Tomorrow 7 times. He can't cancel it, it won't let him. Now it's 10 minutes away. Cancel it 8 times. Shaking my head. I guess I won't count that as 9. What did you mean by estimation? I mean, I know it's shaking my head, but what are you feeling in this moment?
Like I'm trying to tell you not to come. I'm shaking my head.
Okay. So, 10, I guess. Well, 9 explicit. 10. Oh, did I? Oh, okay. Thanks. Okay, this is number 9. Jay says it's number 9. I'll take his word. Cancel it. 10. Right? Yeah, so he says, what do I do? You tell him again, cancel it. So after 10 times of him persisting, you finally say, all right, you say come, but, right?
Yes, sir.
What's your state of mind at this point?
I just wanted to go to sleep. I just didn't want him to come. I just thought it was late already. I was just, I don't know, this was stupid what I was, everything. I just thought we should just go to sleep.
Are you enraged?
No.
But you're frustrated.
Yes, sir.
Then you ask him, where you at? He's still waiting for the person to pull up. You tell him again, so now we're at 11. And now he's on his way. And at this point, he's texting and texting and texting, and you're not answering. Are you seeing these texts, or have you fallen asleep, or are you just ignoring them because you're frustrated?
I'm ignoring him. I just want to go to sleep. Awesome.
A lot of text from him until he arrives and you say, okay. So again, I mean, you could have said, door's locked, so sorry. You should have listened to me, go home, right?
Yes, sir.
Could have done that,
Yes, sir.
but you didn't.
Correct.
What was Jocelyn doing during this time?
She just kept telling me that she wanted him to come, for me to just, come on.
When she described to the detective and earlier about nagging you, is this kind of what your take on that is? That she's in your ear saying, come on, let's have fun, it'll be fun, that kind of thing?
Yes, sir.
And Jocelyn going, and then at the end you tell him you can go.
Yes, sir.
Okay. He's arrived, he texts you, I'm here, you tell him Jocelyn's going. I think Jocelyn testified earlier that she asked you, are you sure? And you said, yeah, fine, or something like that. Is that basically your memory?
Yes.
So she goes out the door, does the door stay open, does she shut it, do you shut it?
She shuts.
So you're inside the bedroom and she goes out to the living room. What are you doing in the bedroom?
I'm with my kids, trying to go to sleep.
Have, at any point to this point, have you put your contacts back
No, sir.
in? And to your knowledge, did Jocelyn and Octavio stay in the living room for the next, I think from the text, like 20 minutes?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear what they're doing?
Yes, sir.
How would you describe that? Was it very loud, or just you could hear it, but it wasn't very loud, or barely audible? How would you describe that?
I could hear it. It was loud enough for me to hear.
Loud enough for you to hear, but not crazy loud. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
What's going through your mind during that approximately 15 or 20 minutes that she's out in the living room and you're in the bedroom and you can hear them?
I'm upset.
Tell us more.
I just want, at that point, I just kind of just want them both to leave. I'm bothered, so I'm just sad. So I start getting up, changing.
Upset meaning I'm crying, I'm sad. Upset meaning I'm frustrated. Upset meaning I'm enraged. Tell us where on the kind of scale from sad to super angry, where are you?
Angry. Sir? Super angry, I'm angry.
I can only assume as you listen to that, are you getting more and more angry?
Yes, sir.
When it stops and you text Octavio, you can go. I think Jocelyn said something about you texting her. I never saw that. Do you remember texting her?
Yes, sir.
And then Jocelyn comes into the room. So you said that before she comes in, while they're still out there, you go from being in the bed to being angry to getting up, and I think you said putting on clothes?
Yes, sir.
What had you been wearing when you were in bed? Or are you wearing like basketball shorts or whatever it is you sleep in?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
What kind of clothes do you put on?
It was cold at the time, so throw on some pants and throw on a jacket.
Was your plan to leave, or what is your plan at this point?
So at that point, I remember telling them to leave, and I don't hear them leaving. So I started putting on my shoes since they're not listening to me leave, I was just going to go ahead and leave.
So when you remember telling them to leave, is that like through the door before Jocelyn comes in? Or after Jocelyn's already come in, or what? Or do you remember specifically?
I mean, I told her before she came here to leave, I told her and that we don't just leave.
But when you say you can hear them not leaving, so you can hear them, what, like talking in the living room?
Yeah, they're just laughing, talking.
And that's making you mad. So you put on clothes, have you put on your contacts?
No, sir.
Where are your contacts? I assume you keep those in the bathroom.
Correct.
Where is that in conjunction to where you are and where they are?
I'm in my room in the closet. We have like a long closet, so the long closet has like a super washer and dryer, and then there's a door, and then there's the restroom, and then the living room where they were.
Okay. So to get to the restroom, it's you go in through the bedroom or through the closet into the restroom. So you have not yet put on your contacts.
Okay.
And you said your plan is what now exactly?
So I put on my shoes and my jacket and my pants because once I texted them, they didn't want to leave, so I keep hearing them laughing. So I just thought if they weren't going to leave, I was just going to go ahead and just leave.
You've been telling them to leave, they're not leaving. You're going to tell them some more, and if not, then I guess I'll leave.
Yes, sir.
And it's cold outside, so you put on the jacket and the sweatshirt, sweatpants.
Yes, sir.
Okay. At some point during all this, are you dressed when Jocelyn comes into the bedroom?
Yes, sir.
Contacts in or out?
Yeah, I don't have them on yet.
And Jocelyn kind of described it for us that you're yelling and throwing clothes. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
And tell us what happens next. You're yelling. Are you saying? Do you remember specifically what you're saying or the basics?
I told her to get out because I could have known that David was in the living room, so I grab her jeans and her shirt and then I throw it at her and I say, and I'm yelling at her saying, I told you to tell me to get out. I told you guys just get out of here. And then I throw the clothes at her. She's just telling me that I need to calm down, that it's not a big deal, that just to calm down.
We heard her testify earlier that she was kind of surprised by your reaction to that. Okay. So she had remembered that she had walked Octavio to the door before she came into the bedroom. But your memory, you're telling us, is that Octavio is still in the living room at this point?
So everything was so fast, I can't remember exactly, but I remember throwing clothes at her, and I remember getting more upset because I saw David was still in the living room. And I told her, tell him, y'all need to get out. But I was cussing at her.
I guess if your front door, does it auto lock like one of those hotel rooms when you go out, it locks?
Automatically, no, sir.
Okay. So if she had walked him out and he came back in, that's possible. You don't know. You're just saying, my memory is that at some point I yell at him to get out.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you throw clothes at her. She tells us that she freaks out and she's scared of you in this moment.
Yes, sir.
And she runs, right?
She goes to the living room to tell him that they need to leave. The apartment isn't big enough for her to run. She just goes to the living room to tell her to leave.
Okay. Yeah, it's a small apartment, so you can't really run, but she is exiting the apartment. She goes to the living room, says we need to go, and you're still in the bedroom.
Yes, sir.
And at some point, so she's told us she goes outside. Again, her recollection, and I guess you're in the bedroom, so you're not seeing this, but her recollection is she goes outside and Octavio's standing outside. You're not clear on that, it sounds like. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. Because you're still in the bedroom.
Correct.
In your bedroom, do you have like a direct sight line to the entire living room and the front door and everything?
I can see down to the living room, yes, sir.
But you can't see the whole thing, is what I'm asking.
No, sir.
So they are now, they go outside the door. What are you doing?
So to be honest with you, I get upset. I'm upset because of everything that happened, and they're not leaving. So I grabbed my gun I grabbed the gun that I got from I had it in the closet. It was in the top, like, I don't know, something. We have like where we put this stuff in the top, so I grabbed it out of the box and I put it inside my jacket, sir.
I think we heard testimony at some point about that someone at some point, or maybe, I think it was Jocelyn, that you had kept the gun in a drawer at some point?
Right.
Okay. But this night, at least at this point, it's in the closet in a box.
Correct, yes, sir.
So you go get it. What is in your mind when you go get that gun? Why are you getting the gun?
I grab it because I normally, like, if I would have told David, like, hey, don't come, or hey, leave, like, you would have just left. You would have just been okay, you know? But at the time, then the last circumstance we had where he started yelling back at me, I didn't know, grabbed it just in case. I wasn't sure what could happen, so I grabbed it and I put it in my jacket just in case.
Are you thinking in that moment, I'm going to get this gun, and if Octavio doesn't leave, I'm going to shoot him?
No, sir.
You're angry.
I wouldn't want to go. No, sir.
So you get the gun. Did you know, I know you said that, so Octavio sold you, is it that particular gun?
Yes.
Did you know Octavio to have other gun or guns?
The people he lived with, they all had weapons, so yes, sir.
Had you seen him carry guns before?
A handful of times, yes, sir.
So, and then we heard, I guess the medical examiner told us exactly how big Octavio was, 5'8" and 217 pounds. How tall are you?
5'5", short.
And how much do you weigh?
I would say like 150, I'm not 100% sure.
Are you roughly the same size as you were then? Have you gained or lost a bunch of weight?
No.
So if you're about 150 pounds and he's 217 pounds, there's a big difference between you.
Yes, sir.
Is that factoring in your mind along with this isn't the Tabito I know?
That, the cocaine, and the drinking, yes, sir.
So you go get the gun. Do you have it in your hand? Do you put it somewhere?
Put it inside my jacket, sir.
So Detective Sarah had earlier theorized that because Jocelyn didn't see the gun, it must have been in the apartment hidden somewhere. In reality, it was in your jacket.
Yes, sir.
And where in your jacket? Like, so I'm wearing a jacket, obviously not exactly the kind of jacket you're wearing, but where are pockets or areas you would have put the gun?
Here.
Inside the left?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so there's a pocket here?
Yeah.
Okay. So you grab the gun, you put it here in the pocket inside your jacket.
Yes, sir.
What do you do next?
I go up to the door and I hear them talking. I hear them having a conversation. So I get more upset that they're not leaving. So I open the door and I tell them both, get the F out of my apartment.
Jordy, again, you didn't have to open that door, did you?
No.
They're outside, right?
Yes, sir.
You could have locked the door,
Yes, sir.
right?
Yes,
You don't often open that door, none of this happens, does it?
Yes,
But you hear them talking, and you open the door, and you said, yeah, I told them to get the F out. Where are you? Are you standing on the stoop? Are you outside? Are you inside?
Standing on the stoop outside.
So you're standing right outside the door on that kind of raised step area.
Yes, sir.
And you're saying, get the F out.
Yes, sir.
We heard Jocelyn talk about where she remembers standing and where Octavia was, how she's got her back to the door, kind of at about the wheel of that car with Octavia in front of her. Is that your memory, or are they standing somewhere else?
No, there it is.
So you come out and you say, get the F out. What do you remember happening next?
I remember Jocelyn left, and then I remember David just like coming towards me and telling me to calm the fuck down, and that I just needed to calm down. I'm sorry, bro.
It's fine. You said you heard Jocelyn left. She described running away. Did she run?
Yes.
So Jocelyn ran. She was clearly scared, right?
Yes, sir.
Where is the gun? Is it still in the pocket, or is it in your hand?
It's in my pocket.
You take it out and point it at Octavia and say, get the F out?
No, sir.
So it's still in your pocket,
Yes, sir.
and you're gesturing with an open hand, get the F out.
Yes, sir.
And that's when Jocelyn turns and runs.
Yes, sir.
And so you said that Octavio says something along the lines of calm the F down.
Yes, sir.
And is he standing still, moving away, moving towards you? What is he doing?
He's moving towards me, sir.
How, again, I keep asking this question, but I want to be really clear. Are your contacts in at this point?
No, sir.
And so he's standing by the wheel well of the car, you're at the door. Is that what, like 10 feet, 8 feet?
Not far. I don't know exactly where
A hand, oh, he's a little ways away from you. How crisp is he in your vision at that point?
He's very.
But you can tell he's there and what, who he is? Can you tell it's Octavia?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it's not like he's just some crazy shape. I don't know who or what that is.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you can tell it's Octavio. He's telling you to calm the F down, and you say he's moving towards you.
Yes, sir.
What's in your mind at this point?
I mean, at that point, I'm scared. I don't know what he's coming towards me for. Like I said, I know typical usual Tabito would have just left or just not even been there. And just probably never even grabbed the Uber to come or anything.
And so he's moving towards you, and you said you're scared. What do you remember next?
We were arguing, so we're exchanging words. We're cussing at each other, yelling at each other. As we're yelling and screaming at each other, I see him kind of reaching for something. So.
Kind of reaching for something. With his hand, with what?
Yes, sir.
And where is he reaching towards?
I just see him reach down.
Reach down?
Yeah, I don't know that.
Okay, you're motioning kind of towards your midsection, but I mean, you know, you're seated. So I help me understand what you remember, and I'll do what you tell me.
I mean, he's just putting his hand down.
Okay. So I am, Judge, may I approach the well?
You may.
So he's 5, 8, 10 feet away from you. Y'all are yelling at each other. And he's moving towards you, you said?
I had already stepped down, so that's when he started coming towards me when I had already stepped down.
Okay. So you've been up on the stoop.
Yes, sir.
Tell him to leave.
I said, yeah.
And then you step down.
Correct, yes, sir.
And he moves towards you. And is it before or after that he moves towards you that he reaches for his midsection?
No, after.
After.
Yes,
So now he's coming towards you, and he's reaching for You don't know where exactly, is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but you see him reaching.
Yes, sir.
What's in your mind as he's coming towards you and he's reaching for something at his body?
I mean, at that second, I'm scared. I don't know. I don't know what's gonna happen. I don't have my contacts on, so I really can't tell. I don't know. Everything's so fast, so I really don't know.
Did you think about a gun at that point?
Yes, sir.
Why?
Because he's on boat. Because he came back so late when he normally wouldn't have.
When you said earlier that you had seen him carry a gun, you said I think a handful of times, so not like every day or anything like that. Okay. But when you had seen him carry a gun, where had he carried a gun?
Either in the back or the front, it just depended.
Back or the front of what?
Of his waist.
Okay. So either he would keep a gun kind of here on his waistband, or he would keep a gun here on his waistband.
Yeah.
Okay. You had seen that before.
A handful of times, yes, sir.
So now he's moving his hand towards his waistband-ish area. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
The best you can see, because you said your vision is blurry.
Yes, sir.
And you said in that moment you're scared. What are you fearing for your life?
I'm in fear. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Did you think he was about to reach for a gun?
At the time, everything was so fast. Yes, sir.
I mean, to be fair, I mean, you didn't know for sure that, I mean, did you see a gun?
I didn't. But I couldn't see.
But you see him reaching and you don't know what he's reaching for.
Yes, sir.
And you've seen him have a gun in that area before.
Yes, sir.
And that thought, I think you said earlier, entered your mind, like, oh God.
Yes, sir.
You said that everything's moving fast. What's going through your mind at this point?
I'm scared. I mean, I'm freaking out. It's late. I just wish you would have left.
Angry?
Angry.
Kind of all of it?
Everything, sir.
How does it make you feel when you see him reaching and you think he might be reaching for his gun?
Scared. That's when I grabbed my gun, sir.
Okay. So you're right-handed or left-handed?
Right-handed.
So the gun is here in the inside pocket of your jacket,
Yes, sir.
and you reach for it with, I assume, your right hand?
Yes, sir.
So you reach and you grab the gun.
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you go for the gun, what are you thinking?
I mean, that I'm scared, that I hope I don't have to use it. I mean, I'm just scared at the time.
Do you leave the gun there or do you pull it out?
I pulled that out, sir.
What is happening as you reach for the gun and as you're pulling it out? Is Octavio still moving? Is he stopped? What is he doing?
I mean, he's moving still. He's tussling with me. He's like, everything's just so fast. He's tussling with me.
Okay. Tussling meaning, so you guys didn't start off that far apart, right?
Correct.
You stepped off the stoop, so now you're a little closer to him, right?
Yes, sir.
And then he is moving towards you, so now you're even closer.
Yes, sir.
And as he's moving towards you, he's reaching for his waist.
Yes, sir.
And you're thinking, oh God, maybe a gun.
Yes, sir.
And does he ever stop at that point, or does he do y'all continue, or does he continually move?
He continues to.
Okay. And so this is all, I mean, moving 8 feet. Is he moving slow, fast?
Everything's so fast. I couldn't tell you if it's fast or slow.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. You just say what you remember. That's all you can do. As he's moving towards you, you see him reach. It makes you reach. And then and then you said he's tussling with you. So does he continue moving forward and is he on you?
Yeah, he kind of like shoves me, or I don't know. I just remember falling down, and when I fall is when I hear the gun go off. So
Okay.
I fall and the gun goes off.
So, I think you said he kind of shoves me or he's on me. Do you have specific recollection in that fast, in that moment, that he does this or whatever?
No, sir.
Okay. You just know that he went from there, and you see him reaching, and it's blurry, and he's on you, and then you're falling.
Yes, sir.
Do you ever feel him make contact with you, or do you just fall for no reason?
No, he contacts me.
Okay. But what specifically, whether it's hands or shoulder or forearm, you can't say.
I'm not sure.
And so you're falling. What's the next thing you remember?
The gun goes off.
Before you move further, did you have a conscious thought in your mind to pull the trigger?
No.
Was it your conscious objective or desire to cause your best friend Tavito's death in that moment?
No, sir.
You're angry.
But that's, no, sir.
You've heard him having sex with your wife or your girlfriend, the mother of your children, for 20 minutes.
I was angry, but not to, I didn't want to kill him. No, sir.
And so, were you aware of your finger even on the trigger?
No, sir, everything was just fast.
You reach for the gun and you pull it out, and you're not thinking about trigger or finger or anything like that. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember pulling the trigger?
No, sir.
When is it that you recall hearing the gun go off?
As soon as I hit the ground, I hear the gun go off.
What do you do when you hear the gun go off?
As soon as I hear the gun, I freak out. I get up right away and I immediately go to him. And I check his pulse, and I know he has no more pulse. I just put my fingers in.
Is he moving?
No, sir.
Judge, may I approach the witness?
You may.
You hit the ground, you hear the gun go off. Do you recall how far you are from where Octavio is when you hit the ground?
I don't recall.
So you hit the ground, you don't know if you're under him or 1 foot back or 3 feet back or whatever, but, okay, you don't know.
No, sir.
You hit the ground, you hear the gun go off, and do you look over and see Tavito with blood coming out of his pooling around him when you're still on the ground, or once you've gotten up? When do you first notice how he is?
Oh, I got up immediately, so as soon as I got up is when
Where is the gun? Is it still in your hand? Is it laying on the ground at this point? Do you remember?
I don't remember.
So you said you check him. Do you move the body at all?
No, sir.
So do you stand next to him and reach down and feel for a pulse?
Yes.
Okay, so if I'm you and I'm reaching down, you don't move his body, you just reach and with one hand or the other and try to feel for a pulse.
I kneel down with my fingers.
Do Do you remember if you knelt down on his left side or right side, or do you know?
I don't.
So you feel for a pulse, do you feel anything?
No, sir.
What's going through your mind at this point?
I lost my best friend.
Do you know he's gone?
Yes.
What else are you thinking?
That I don't want to be here anymore.
What do you mean by that? Take a sip of water if you need. Take some breaths.
I just want to kill myself.
What happens next?
I go inside. I put on my contacts. I grab my keys and I leave.
Why do you put on your contacts at this point?
I'm leaving
Why are you leaving?
because I didn't want to kill myself in front of my kids. Because my kids were inside.
They're inside, they're in the bedroom?
Yes.
Do you remember, did you check on them? Were they awake, or were you just kind of in a daze? What do you remember?
I mean, they were asleep still.
So, you put your contacts in, you grab your keys. What happens next?
I drive off. I leave. I just remember I have on the highway. And the only thing on my mind is that I don't want to be here no more.
Where's the gun?
I take it with me. That's my way of trying to kill myself.
So, whether you pick it up off the ground or you still had it in your hand or whatever, you took the gun with you.
Yes, sir.
Where is the gun in the car? Is it in your hand? Is it in the seat next to you? Where's the gun?
I don't remember exactly. Maybe right next to me. I don't know.
And you said you're driving, you're on the highway. Are you going somewhere specific, or are you just driving?
Just driving and just somewhere to pull over.
We heard earlier from Jocelyn, at some point you call her, she doesn't pick up, you text her, please pick up, and then you talk to her and she can tell you're driving. Do you know where you are when you finally talk to Jocelyn?
I'm on 35 somewhere. I don't know.
How long has elapsed? And look, I know you don't know minutes, 5 minutes versus 10 minutes, but has it been a long time, a relatively short amount of time from you leaving the apartment to when you've talked to her?
Probably short time. I'm not exactly sure. Sorry.
And so, when you talk to her, what's that conversation like? What are you thinking? What's going through your head?
At that point, I pulled over. I took an exit. I don't know where, somewhere on 35. And I call her and I tell her that I'm sorry. That I left her and the kids. And I'm gonna kill myself.
And we heard her describe how she's telling you not to come home, don't leave me with the kids. What is it that changes your mind? Is it her? Is it time? What is it?
It's my kids. I think about them.
Are you thinking about Octavio at this point?
Think about them all the time.
Are you sitting in the car, you're still stopped?
Yes, sir.
What happens?
I just throw the gun because I know that if I kept it, I was gonna end up just shooting myself or doing something stupid. So I throw the gun and I drive back home.
You, at this point, Jocelyn's begging you not to. You decided not to kill yourself because of the kids. And that's when you throw the gun?
Yes, sir.
Because you're worried if you keep the gun, you could change your mind.
Yes, sir.
Do something terrible to Jocelyn and the kids and your family as well as the terrible thing that's just happened. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So you said you're driving. Where do you drive?
I drive back home.
What happens when you get back home?
Are you just waiting there?
Has anyone come?
No.
So you still just laying there?
Yes. Yes, sir.
What do you think when you see him?
He's dead. I still want to be here, but they want to be here.
Do you go inside?
Yes.
Once you're inside, what happens next?
Me and me, Jocelyn, just call the police. Call the police and I'm so scared and
Jocelyn describes you coming home, you're crying still. Is that your recollection?
yes, sir.
Are you thinking clearly?
No, sir.
Jocelyn told the jury that she was the one saying we need to call the police. Is that your memory?
Yes, sir.
Is there a big discussion about what to say? Are y'all coldly, calculatingly talking about the story that's gonna happen, that you're gonna tell?
No, sir.
I mean, Detective Sarah said it's a pretty transparent, dumb story y'all came up with. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
So, she tells you to call the police, and you call 911, right?
Yes, sir.
And you lied to 911.
That is correct, sir.
Jordy, why not just tell the truth?
Everything's going so fast. At that moment, the things that are going through my mind, not just that my best friend's dead, but that I just want to take my life. I wish I would have just admitted at that point.
You heard Detective Sarah said that if he would have told us the gun just went off from falling or involuntarily or whatever, that might have changed things. Do you think about that?
Yeah. I mean, I think about a lot of pieces.
So you told them this story, you mentioned an Uber driver, right?
Yes, sir.
That was not true.
No, sir.
And then Jocelyn said the police arrived pretty quickly. Is that your memory?
Yes, sir.
When the police arrived, do you remember talking to one of the uniformed officers first?
Yes, sir.
And you lied to him.
That is correct, sir.
You could have told the truth.
Yes, sir.
And then Detective Sarah showed up. Did it feel like a long time or a short time before Detective Sarah showed up?
And everything was going so fast. Felt like he showed up immediately, pretty quick.
And Detective Sarah talked to you, right?
Yes, sir.
You lied to Detective Sarah.
Yes, sir.
And any of these points you could have told the truth, right?
Yes, sir.
Jordy, why not?
Because at the time, I'm only thinking of saving my life. I'm only thinking that I don't want to be here. Thinking about my best friend laying there. I just wish I would have just told him.
So the police find the backpack and they come back. After the police start to leave, I guess what, you and Jocelyn talk and like, oh, I hid the money over there, we need to go get it?
Yes, sir.
Why are you going to get money? What's this, what's the money? What are you doing?
She just told me, I don't know, I was just thinking of go grabbing it, thinking maybe if I needed to call an attorney. I don't know, I just wanted to go grab it.
We heard the police say that they found cocaine in your pocket.
Yes, sir.
How did the cocaine get in your pocket?
So when Detective Sierra released us, Sarah,
That's okay.
he released us, before everything had happened, Bauer had left the jar of coke there. So I grabbed it. So when I grabbed it, I didn't think of just throwing it out or anything because I just grabbed it and I put it in my pocket. I was just ready, I just wanted to leave.
So that cocaine had belonged to Octavio. Was that the stash that he had been holding throughout the night?
Yeah.
Okay. But to be fair, you had cocaine at different times, right?
Yes, sir.
You heard Jocelyn say that backpack was the backpack that you put cocaine in when you would sell it for Lio, right?
Yes, sir.
So you go to the grill and Detective Sarah finds you there and they arrest you.
Yes, sir.
Take you to the station and they separate you from Jocelyn, right?
Yes, sir.
And Detective Sarah questions you, right?
Yes, sir.
You could have told the truth there.
Yes, sir.
It's been, whatever, 45 minutes, an hour, 2 hours. You haven't had time for your mind to clear up enough to decide it's time to tell the truth?
I'm telling Detective Billings how I just want to kill myself, but I don't want to be here.
Detective Billings was really kind to you, wasn't he?
Honestly, pretty much saved my life, to be honest with you.
Was that the last time you saw Detective Billings?
No, sir.
When did you see him again?
I was coming in, but I saw him when they escorted me to the jail. I recall him taking me in and telling the front people that take you in that I was suicidal. They immediately threw me suicidal me. Then I also saw him months or a year later when I was coming into court to check in. He walked by, we shook hands, and I gave him a hug. I told him thank you for saving my life.
Jordy, did you intend to cause Octavio Velasquez's death?
No, sir.
Did you intend to commit any act, like shoot him him or anything else.
No, sir.
Pass the witness judge.
Cross-examination.
All right, Mr. Estrada, my name's Jay Worley. I'm the prosecutor on the case. I know that we've sat a few spaces down from each other this week, but we've never had the opportunity to speak before. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. If you miss any of my questions, or if you don't understand something I'm saying, just let me know. Okay, I'll rephrase it.
Yes, sir.
You and Tavi, as you indicated, have been friends since you were 7 years old.
Yes.
You love Tavi,
How are you? Yes, sir.
and he loved you,
Yes, sir.
and you're like brothers. That's correct?
That is correct.
That's what Jocelyn said, right? You guys were like brothers to each other.
That is correct.
You said from the stand just a minute ago that he was your very best friend.
That is correct.
Other people might have thought they were your best friend, right? Lyle might have thought he was your best friend, but Tavito was your best friend.
My brother.
And you trusted him.
Yes, sir.
You trusted him because you made him the godfather of your son, right?
That is correct.
And you had him in your home pretty much at every opportunity, didn't you?
That is correct.
Okay. So it's safe to say that you were not generally afraid of Tavito. And there had never been any moment prior to what you're saying, the offense day, that you had ever feared for your life around Tavito.
For his rating.
It's safe to say that had you ever feared for your life from Tavito in the past, you would have said so on your direct examination, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that never happened before, did it?
No, sir.
You got crosswise, as brothers sometimes do, but you never had to fear that he was going to hurt you, did you?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, you knew Lio from the time that you were in high school, right?
Correct, sir.
And you'd known Martin for a while too?
Correct, sir.
Okay. Now, you, over the years, I mean, when you were younger, when you were a child, I guess, maybe through high school, you were a lot heavier than you are now, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
And you couldn't get girls, things like that. Isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
This is one of the things that you talked to Detective Billings about, wasn't it?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. And then, so as you got a little bit older, you got into high school, you lost some weight, and things got a little bit better for you. Is that right?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. But you still kind of carried that insecurity with you through your life after that, didn't you?
Sure, yes, sir.
And you talked about having, your issues with depression and things like that, and that all kind of flows out of that, doesn't it?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. And that led you in your relationships to be, again, a little bit insecure, wouldn't you say?
Yes, sir.
So when it came to your relationships with your personal relationships, your relationships with women in your life, you could be very insecure about those relationships.
Yes, sir.
Always worried that she was going to be looking at somebody else. Always worried that she wasn't loving you enough. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
We saw some texts about that. And then you have Tavito. Everybody kind of loved Tavito, didn't they?
Yes, sir.
He was the kind of guy that just, everybody around, he was just an easy guy to be around and somebody that everybody pretty much liked.
Yes, sir.
All right. And when you actually are the one who introduced Tavito to Lio and Martin, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So he wouldn't have even known them but for you making that introduction.
Yes, sir.
And over the course of time, because you lived with Tavito for a while, didn't you?
A couple months, sir.
Right. And then over the course of time, he got to be good friends with Lio and Martine, and he actually ended up moving in with them, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
And there were times when you got a little bit jealous of that relationship, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Because you felt like those guys, like Martine and like Lio in particular, like they should be more your friends than Tavito's friends, right?
Yes, sir.
Because you're the one who introduced. They wouldn't even know Tavito if it wasn't for you.
That is correct, sir.
Okay. And I'm not saying you didn't love Tavito. I know you did, right? You loved Tavito.
Yes, sir.
Your closest friend.
Yes, sir.
But maybe sometimes those insecurities kind of creep in a little bit, and you get to feeling a little bit resentful of his relationship with other people that you feel like should be your relationship with other people. Right?
Can you elaborate on that, please?
Well, like when you say things like, man, why are you always hanging out with him? Y'all are supposed to be my friends. I'm the one who introduced you.
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know what it is to be jealous?
Of course, yes, sir.
I mean, we use those words incorrectly a lot of times. Envious means somebody else has something that you want. And jealous is when you don't want someone else to have what you have. Okay? And so you were kind of jealous of Tavito. And you were kind of jealous of Lio, weren't you? You didn't want other people honing in on the relationship that you felt like you should have.
Yes, sir.
And it was the same way with Jocelyn, wasn't it?
What do you mean by that?
I mean that you didn't want to think that she would be even talking to some other guy, did you?
Oh, yeah, that's correct, yes, sir.
Because you wanted to know that her attention was fully on you, didn't you?
Of course, yes, sir.
And again, you have that insecurity that comes in that makes you think, well, maybe she doesn't, maybe there's somebody else out there that she likes better than me, or maybe I'm not quite good enough. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir, of course.
And you could be quite controlling, couldn't you?
Yes, sir.
In terms of who Jocelyn could see and hang out with, right?
We both, yes, sir.
Okay, but I'm talking about you right now. You could be very controlling of her time and the people that she spent time with, couldn't you?
Yes, sir.
And you could be that way with Paola too, couldn't you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so it seems kind of out of character, I suppose, that you would have this idea for a threesome. Can you understand why that might seem strange?
Yes, sir.
But in the end, this act of sending who you called your wife over to another man, that was in some ways like the ultimate show of control, wasn't it? Because she was so much yours that you could hand her out to your friends if you wanted to, couldn't you?
No, sir.
Well, that's what you did, isn't it?
No, sir.
You sent her over to Tavito's house, and with the express purpose to have her go over there and have sex with him, didn't you?
No, sir.
That's what you said you did. And in fact, you told Tavito, hey, she's gonna owe me a threesome. You go ahead and just come in her mouth and shut her up. Isn't that what you said?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Okay. Because this is your asserting your dominance over her, saying that she's gonna do what you want, and she's going, I can send her off to do whatever I want her to do, didn't you?
No, sir.
You got off on the idea of sending her off to be with someone else, didn't you?
Talked about it, yes, sir.
And it didn't bother you when she was, when it came time to be with another woman, right?
That is correct, sir.
Because again, that was you being the focal point. Hey, you got to have sex with two girls at the same time, right?
Yes, sir.
So you're getting to have everything you want, and you've got your girl right there with you while that's going on, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And you got her to do things that pleased you, wasn't that right?
FB each other.
But it pleased you.
Yes, sir.
And I know that, look, everybody involved was an adult, and everybody who was involved made their own decisions. I'm not trying to say you forced anybody to do anything, but I am saying that when it came down to the last time, that you weren't so excited about it when it was Jocelyn who was pushing for it, were you?
Correct.
Because this time it wasn't you saying, you go over there, you do this. It's Jocelyn saying, I want to do this. And that bothered you, didn't it?
So we need to stand.
I'm sorry?
So we can stand.
Yeah, it bothered you because, once again, that insecurity of, does she love me? Is there somebody else that she's more interested in? Now all of a sudden, that comes to life in your mind because now she's asking for it. You're not the one who's asking. You're not sending. She's asking for it, and that fed into your insecurities, didn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And not only that, but now you've got Tavi, who will not take no for an answer, will he? What? Will he? He won't take no for an answer, will he?
That night, no.
Yes. Okay, so what do we come up with? 11 times. 11 times you told him no, didn't you?
That is correct.
And Tavi is, man, he's not one to take no for an answer.
That's correct, sir.
Okay. And meanwhile, Jocelyn's nagging you, saying, "Oh, just let him come over. Let him come over. I want to do this. I want to do this." Isn't that right?
That is correct, sir.
But this was your girl. This wasn't Tavito's girl. He doesn't get to say when he comes over. You get to say when he comes over. Isn't that right?
I don't control anyone, so I don't control her. I don't choose when.
But you did, didn't you? You controlled when she went over to his house. You told her to go over there. You sent her over there on an errand. You sent her over to Tavito and told him to have sex with her, didn't you?
I sent her for an errand. That is correct, sir.
Okay, so now are we back to saying that you didn't know what was going to happen over there?
No, I did.
Okay, so you sent her over there to have sex with Tavito.
Yes, sir.
That's right. And this time it wasn't your idea, and you are being pushed around by Jocelyn, you're being pushed around by Tavito, and that made you angry, didn't it?
Yes, sir.
And then not only that, but it's a little bit different. It's one thing when this is happening across town in somebody else's apartment, but this is happening in your living room, isn't it?
That's correct, sir.
And you can hear while some other man is in there having sex with your wife, can't you?
That is correct.
And that made you even more angry, didn't it?
That is correct.
And so you're sitting in there, while she's out there having a good time with somebody else, and you're wondering, is this a better time than she's having with you? That's going through your mind, isn't it?
That is correct, sir.
And you're sitting there wondering, you know, does she really want to be with Tavito instead of me?
That is correct.
And you're sitting there thinking to yourself, boy, I made a mistake, didn't I? I should have never opened this door with Jocelyn and Tavito. Isn't that what you're thinking?
That is correct, sir.
And you just sit there, and you listen to them, and you get angry, and you get even more angry, and you get even more angry, don't you?
That is correct.
You said you were super angry. Right?
That is correct.
Angry enough that at that moment, when Jocelyn came in, you're ready to kick her out of the house.
That is correct.
You're basically saying, get your stuff and get out. You're throwing her clothes at her, saying, out, like we're done.
That is correct.
So you're there in your home, and you're at that moment ready to throw the mother of your children out of the house with all of her stuff and be done with her in that moment.
That is correct.
Now, you might have felt different about it the next day, right? Had you stopped to think about it. But in that moment, you were ready to be done with her. You were ready to throw her out with all of her stuff.
At that moment, yes. But what I would have thought of the next day, I don't know how to answer you that.
No, I'm just saying that the next day, I'm just saying that had what happened not happened, it might not have really been the end, but in that moment, you were thinking it was going to be the end. You were willing for it to be the end. You were kicking around.
That is correct. Sorry, sir.
No, it's okay. That's why I said, but if you don't understand the question, make sure you ask me again. Okay, now, I do want to clear something up here, Mr. Estrada, because, you know, Sophia indicated that she's seen you take cocaine on more than one occasion. She indicated that she saw you going in and out of the bathroom with Tavito on the night of the murder, right?
That is correct.
Jocelyn indicated that you used to always go back into the bathroom when the other guys are going to do cocaine, but that you told her that you weren't doing cocaine, right?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. And we all understand that's something that you tell your wife, but you're not going back to that bathroom just to watch everybody else take cocaine, are you?
Actually, yeah.
You were going back there, just like Sophia said, because you were doing cocaine with everybody else.
No, sir.
And that night, the night of Tavito's murder, or the morning, the early hours, you were doing cocaine with Tavito in the bathroom.
No, sir.
It's not like you had your bathroom at your apartment. It doesn't have like 3 or 4 stalls in it, does it?
That is correct.
It's got a toilet, right?
Yeah.
Right. It's a one-seater, as they say, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So there was no reason for you to be going in and out of that bathroom with Tavito because y'all were using the bathroom at the same time, like if you're a restaurant or something, was there?
Well, no, of course we weren't using the restroom.
Right. You were going in there to do cocaine with Tavito, weren't you?
No, sir.
And you said that, the reason you didn't do cocaine was because, you might lose your job if you did cocaine, right?
You ran a drug test, I went.
Yeah. But I guess that your job wouldn't have any problem with you selling cocaine. They would be cool with that. Their policy's different on that.
No, of course not.
Okay. So you were okay with selling cocaine, but you weren't okay with actually using cocaine?
Yes.
Yes, okay. One of the other things that we're talking about, this kind of goes back to the relationship with Tabito and with Lio and Martin. I mean, that night at the birthday party, you don't know what they were, what Lio and Octavio were texting each other, do you?
No, I don't. No, sir.
But you kind of had some paranoia there, just assuming, well, they must be laughing at me.
That is correct, sir.
Because that's kind of the way that you think, right? They must be laughing at me. They couldn't be two friends sharing a joke. I must be a joke.
Yes, sir.
And so that made you angry.
Correct. Yes,
You
sir.
felt disrespected in that moment.
Yes, sir.
And you felt disrespected also because, look, you brought this car, you brought these girls with you, and you're supposed to be the life of the party here, right? And you've got this whole thing planned with you and Tabito, and meanwhile, everybody's waiting for Martine to get ready. And that bothered you, didn't it?
Yes, sir.
It bothered you that you weren't getting the recognition for having been the person who was sort of the founder of the feast on that night, didn't it?
No, sir.
We're all standing around waiting on Martine when, hey man, I got places to be. I'm the one who brought the car, I'm the one who brought the girls. Why is Octavio waiting on Martine when he should be going with me and we should be going out and having the night that I planned? Isn't that right?
That is not correct.
So that morning, when you walked out of that bedroom, when you say you'd gotten dressed, and when you grabbed your gun, you were angry, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
You were angry at Jocelyn, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
And you were angry at Tabitha, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
And when you came out with that gun, you were going to do something about it, weren't you?
Have him leave.
Because you told Jocelyn before that if she cheated on you, that she should fear for her safety, didn't you?
I did, yes, sir.
You told her that in the past you'd been tempted to shoot her, didn't you?
I did say that, yes, sir.
And on this day, when she's sitting in your living room under the roof that you paid for, in the same house as your children, right 5 feet away from where you're sitting, when she's having sex with that other man, and they're laughing and they're having a good time, that was, in your mind, the same thing as cheating on you, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
And you'd already told her what would happen if she cheated on you, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And so you went out of that apartment with that gun to make good on that promise, didn't you?
No, sir.
And when you get out there, you see Jocelyn, but you also see Tabito.
Yes, sir.
And in that minute, on that moment, even though you may have come out there with that gun looking for Jocelyn, there's Tabito. Right?
Yes, sir.
There's this guy who is the embodiment of everything that you're not. He's popular, your friends like him better than they like you, your wife likes him better than she likes you. That's the feeling that you have at that moment, isn't it?
No, sir.
And so at that moment, he says, hey bro, calm down. He's not going to tell you what to do, is he? You're done doing his bidding, aren't you? You already did that. You already gave him your wife 20 minutes ago. You're done doing his bidding, aren't you? And you're not going to calm down, are you?
I wasn't saying.
And you're not going to be told to calm down by Octavio, are you?
Correct.
So you racked that slide, and you pointed that gun, and Octavio, seeing that you got that gun, he turns to run away, and he either trips or he ducks, you fire that gun into the back of his head, didn't you?
No, sir.
And you did it not because you were scared, but because you were angry, didn't you? Because had Jocelyn been standing there, had she not run away, it might have been her, right?
No, sir.
But it was Tavito, and in that moment, he was the center of everything that you felt insecure about in your life, and you were going to take him out.
No, sir.
And you immediately regretted it, didn't you? You immediately regretted that you had just killed your very best friend in your anger, didn't you?
No.
And so you got in your car and you drove away. Because you knew at that moment that my life's over, right? You knew you were going down for murder, didn't you?
No, I didn't. That wasn't on my mind at the time.
I believe that you were, that you wanted to kill yourself, didn't you?
I didn't want to kill myself.
Because you knew in that moment that I've just done it. I've just done it. I have made the ultimate disastrous decision here, and I have killed a person, and I am going to go to prison for the rest of my life. That's what you're thinking in your head, isn't it?
No. No.
And so you drive down the street and you think about taking that gun with you, you think about putting it in your mouth, right?
Yes, sir.
But then Jocelyn calls. She calls back. She reassures you and she says, come on home. And you start to think, maybe there's some way out, right? So you toss that gun. You toss that gun because you know you can't have that gun with you when the police get there. Because if you have that gun when the police get there, then they're going to know that you're the one who shot him, right? If you'd had that gun when the police got there, they'd have known that you were the one that shot him, right?
No, sir.
They wouldn't have known by you having that gun that you were the one who shot him, right?
I mean, they would have. Yes, sir.
They would have known if you'd had that gun that you shot him.
Yes, sir.
So you threw it out the window, and you drove back, and when you get back, what do you see when you get back?
See my best friend laying there.
That's right. You see Tavito laying on the ground, and did you see any police?
No, sir.
You didn't see any police. And was there anybody else out there?
Unfortunately.
It's still early, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
You called 911 at 7:46 a.m. It's still early. Nobody's up and about, right?
Yes, sir.
So at that point, you're thinking, I don't think anybody saw. Nobody called the police. There might still be hope. I can get out of this, didn't you?
No, sir.
So you called 911, right?
Yes, sir.
But before you did that, you'll make sure to hide the drugs and hide the money, right?
Yeah. She constantly disposed of it, yes.
Okay. And by the way, what we're talking about that was in your pocket, you had, it was like a mason jar.
Correct.
With marijuana and cocaine, right?
At the time of the arrest, it was just cocaine.
Okay. So, it's your testimony that, I guess, Tavi was just walking around with a big mason jar all night?
No, sir.
That was your mason jar, wasn't it?
He came with it. He put it down, I guess, whenever they were, I don't know, whatever they were doing. And then,
You'd been out at the club all night, right?
that is correct.
Okay. So he's not lugging a mason jar full of cocaine around the club, is he?
No, he's not, no, sir.
And he came home from, or he came from the club to your house, didn't he?
That is correct.
And that's where the cocaine was, wasn't it?
No, it was in his jacket.
So the police have just left, and you're thinking, boy, I better go get Tavito's cocaine.
I mean, that's really not what I'm thinking at the time.
I know. What you're thinking is I better go get my cocaine and either get rid of it or put it someplace safe so that the police don't find it. And same way with my cash, because I don't want to lose my money, and I don't want them to know what I've been up to. Isn't that right? So,
Mr. Worley,
Yes,
I'm sorry, if you could mark your spot, it's getting very late, it is 5:40 PM. I'm gonna go ahead and break us for the day. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you would please return and be back, I am ordering you to be back at 9:30 tomorrow morning in the jury room. Remember your instructions, you cannot discuss anything that you talked about, and you must leave your notes in the jury room. You cannot take them home. We are at recess.
All rise.